The story begins with Grandpa yelling to Grandpa that he doesn't want to go there. The grandmother asked what was wrong with him and why he didn't want to go. The old man replied that her beloved husband was sick. Even wild ginseng won't help here, and she dares to offer a massage, even in the sauna. Granny asked how long she could resist. Let her go at least once, but she realized it was useless, so she asked a respected employee to take her annoying husband away. There is no need to worry, because she will take care of him. The guy didn't lift the old man up and apologize. The old man demanded that the guy take his hands off him. This knucklehead should let him go. She apologized to the young man. Her old man sometimes acts like a child. The young man replied that it was okay. In that case, the grandmother asked to look after her old man. They went to the master and the employee said the guest had arrived. The stranger said to put him on the bed. The guy with black hair asked the master to be careful with his feet and let him try to massage me properly. Then he'll have this man dancing on his ass. He could directly feel this powerful energy. It seemed to be concentrated in the old man's head and heart. That old man must have a lot of negativity built up in him. The old man was angry that this guy was talking to him in such a familiar manner. He immediately grabbed the other guy by the hair and asked if they were putting him through anything because his own wife was ignoring him. The guy with the black hair screamed that he was in pain. Poor head of his head. After which, he set about his work. The old man didn't understand what was wrong with his body, or what this young man had done to them. He's sick of all this noise. He's just getting started. Grandma assumed that since there were no more screams, they were done. I had to admit, it was the old folks, really, who could make a mess of things. From there, the years finally dawned into an old man who didn't understand why she'd done this to him. Does she really hate him that much? Why hadn't she told him about this wonderful place much earlier? Had she really been coming here alone all this time? Grandma didn't realize if this was really her husband. Where had all his annoying habits gone? The old man picked her up in his arms and suggested that his lovely wife try to have another baby. The master came out of there and remarked that they had a great relationship. The old man did not expect that this young man would want to see them off. However, it seemed to the old man that he had behaved quite differently during the massage. The boy asked if that was really the case. He looks like a normal guy now, but during the massage, he was completely different. It was like a deity. The old man directly felt some kind of inviolable aura. It was the old man who really compared him to a deity. He asked the darling to wake up, who fainted at his beauty. That's hilarious. It's funny to hear him being called a deity when in the martial arts world he was dubbed a demon. Back in the days when the world of martial arts was unknown to anyone and not described anywhere, he, a mere student, was brought into that world for unknown reasons. And there, he reached unprecedented heights, thanks to his demonic powers. That's why they called him the Sky Demon. Whether he wanted to or not, he killed again and again, continuing to fight everyone around him, until there was no one left to challenge him. Just as suddenly as he had once entered that forgotten world of martial arts, he was suddenly back in modern days. Is this really South Korea, his beloved homeland? But how did he manage to come back here? Why would he need to know that at all, though? As he left this world, so he returned. He was touched by an old lady who told the student to stop whizzing around and finally get on the bus. He simply couldn't believe that the heavenly demon himself had just been pushed away. He was lifted up by a man who understood the student's embarrassment. But he had better hurry up and attach the map already. He needs to attach the student card he holds in his hand. The man even showed how to do it. However, he did not have enough money on his card. Only then did he realize that he had lost his power. But it doesn't matter. Even if he has no power, he can always develop it again. The mere fact that there are no blades visible here shows how peaceful this place is. Here he will be able to live a normal life without any unnecessary problems. Student card, Department of Sports Medicine, Kang Tae-han. At least here hundreds of thousands of people won't try to kill him. Sung Hyun texted him. He greeted Tae-han and asked if he wanted to get a part-time job as a masseur. He remembered that Sung Hyun was an old friend of his. Tae-han remembered that he had studied at the Physical Education Institute. But now he was offered a job as a masseur. The protagonist asked if massage was not only for the blind. As it turns out, the law has changed and Tae-han has a massage license. Besides, Sun Hyung has no one else to turn to. This part-time job is really cool. The Sky Demon works as a masseur. The people in Chunwon would be shocked. He wrote about something else to think about. Sung Hyun asked when he would pay last month's rent. If he doesn't pay, he'll have to move out. Landlord? It looks like he has no choice now. The guy asked when he could start work. Now he understood what it was like to feel the heat. Ever since he became a heavenly demon, he had forgotten what cold and heat felt like, thanks to his internal energy. But the destination is still a long way off. At this rate, he's definitely going to be late. Looks like there's no way out. Tae-han decided to use that very skill. A lightning bolt, if this is the limit of what a mere mortal can do. I was dragging myself like a snail, and my legs are already falling off. It's a bummer in every sense. He'd have to find some kind of mountain or something. Jae Sung-hyun walked up to him. Kang Tae-han is always late, so he decided to make an appointment early. But this guy just took off and actually showed up on time. Did he decide to start a new life, or was he going to give away the end? As infantile as he was 60 years ago, he still is. He called him buddy, saying that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Sung-hyun didn't even realize why he was called buddy. He was itching to punch Tae-han. He was worried that he might have gotten his head knocked over somewhere. Well, it seems like it's normal for Tae-han to do crazy stuff all the time. They'd better talk about work. Well, he better remember one thing. If he throws out a similar number inside there, he'll think he's a corpse. Tae-han replied that he understood. Sung-hyun told him to wait here for a while, because he had a few little things to take care of. The job is much easier than he thinks. He wanted to get his own perks, but they're a little short-staffed, so let him consider himself lucky. The guy noticed that Sung-hyun came a little early today. After that, they started whispering. Isn't that the guy that Sung-hyun praised so much? He looks weak. Sung-hyun replied that even though he wasn't a great guy, he passed the certification exam the first time. And among his peers, this guy is the best. Tae-han actually heard them. Since Sung-hyun asked for a job here, we should train him. But if he can't work, he'll be fired right away. Now he realized what this was all about. Seong-hyun seems to have called him knowing that the protagonist doesn't even have money for rent. His friend is still as warm-hearted as ever. The boss really liked him. All of this happened because of Sun-hyung, so he shouldn't forget that. Tae-han replied that he would be doubly grateful to him. Sun-hyung really didn't understand what was wrong with him. Anyway, he should show him around. They can use the sauna for free. The spa hot zone is out of money too. Let her come in when there's no customers. He'd better look at that gloomy guy. As soon as he sees those types, then let him get ready for the customer is on his way. Tae-han asked his friend how he realized that. It's mostly tired office workers who come here. Sung-hyun heard himself being called buddy again. He didn't want to be called that. Tae-han agreed. His head just splits open. It was so bad he thought he was going to die. In fact, he thought it was great that he'd been offered a promotion. But he didn't know that by deputy he meant booze deputy. Work continues to pile up along with hangovers and fatigue. At this rate, he could be in a coffin in just a couple years. He really just wanted to replace the head. He should just quit. Suddenly he saw a sign for a healing massage. 3 ways to relieve all fatigue. Maybe a massage would make him feel better. If it's a massage parlor at a spa, it may not be that bad. If all is well, your neck will feel much lighter. His head was falling off, so he decided to trust them. The man was asked to wait to bring a masseur. Meanwhile, the protagonist was busy laying out clothes. He never thought he would use the martial arts he learned in the Murim to clean up. He wished he could show it to his students. A man came in there looking for Sun-hyun, talking about having a visitor here. The main character relayed the words of a friend that he had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. It was an emergency. He remembered Tae-han's name. He's a certified masseur, right? The guy replied that he was. He didn't realize what else it was. It's not like they're in a historical series. Looks like Sung-hyun brought in some weirdo. Meanwhile, the client asked where the masseur was. And that's when he remembered the client. Clients haven't come around much lately. He usually doesn't trust such newcomers. However, this time they would take payment up front, and if there were complaints, then they would deal with it. Tae-han greeted the customer. The man asked for a massage as soon as possible because he had to go soon. It can help with energy circulation or correct warped meridians. It was only then that he realized what was wrong. Spinal balance is out of balance, and circulation is out of whack. It's been a long time since my head has been clear. The man replied that it was. Alcohol doesn't seem to be good for his body, but he often gets a lot of booze by the collar. Outwardly he looks normal, but inside he is sick. He sleeps, but he doesn't get enough sleep. Meanwhile, the man thought. I wondered if he had come to the fortune teller. He was right about everything. Tae-han asked to show his back. The customer agreed, but he didn't understand why this guy was talking so strangely. The protagonist touched his back. He felt a very strange sensation. Tae-han noticed that the flow in the 14th, which is at the most protruding cervical vertebrae, and the 16th, at the center of the back of the neck where the bones of the skull and neck join. The governing vessels had gone haywire. The client said he was in pain. There could be two reasons. Either he overtrained in martial arts, or he overindulged in fatty foods and alcohol for a long time. Fat not only envelops the stomach, but also clings tightly to the internal organs. His body cries out for help, but the man is deaf to it. The man asked what he meant. If he eats a lot, he should strengthen his body with exercise. He was born in a blessed era, but this is the condition of his body. Tae-han asked if he was exercising. The man replied that he didn't have time. In that case, he should find the time. He pressed the points of the 14th and 16th control vessels. The client responded that it hurt. Of course it would hurt. He has been mishandling his body, so he must endure. He was in pain at first, but then he felt some relief. It was as if the man was in the ocean with other sea creatures. He popped up. This place looked like the Maldives, which he'd only seen videos of. This stranger was greeted by a guy. The customer asked if he was really in the Maldives. His dream vacation destination is the Paradise Maldives. And there's this here too. He's always wanted to try this elite liqueur. Don Perignon R3 Plenitude. Tae-han relaxed his muscles a little. Now we need to clear the blocked regions. But even beating that cheater wouldn't have been so invigorating. The protagonist asked if he felt better. Meanwhile, the client didn't understand where his wonderful Maldives had gone. After which, he told the client to roll over. Something made him suspicious. The man asked if there was something wrong there too. Tae-han felt the life force. Do modern people really have qi too? So it's not just the marima that has it. Qi is in all living things. The problem is that it disturbs the body, preventing qi from flowing normally. And the protagonist replied that there was a fundamental problem there. The client asked if it was something serious. Of course, he didn't understand at all what it was about. Its QE is too much, but it blocks. If there's too much qi and it's blocked, you need to reduce the amount of qi. Looks like this client is not the only one with this kind. It seems the only way to heal a client's body is to use this technique. Star absorption technique. This technique of absorbing the QE of another being. Tae-han finally came out. It's like coming back from the battlefield. The man asked if everything had gone smoothly. It must have been hard for him the first time. Tae-han replied that everything had been fine. He even thought the customer was angry. Suddenly, they heard an announcement that the flight was arriving at the massage parlor. The man didn't understand, since when they had airport announcements. But how can an airport even be in a massage parlor? The customer greeted the managers. The man asked the guest how the trip was for him. But then he corrected himself and asked how the massage was for him. It was so wonderful that he even thought he had been on vacation for a month. Although he had never experienced that before. For the first time in his life, he felt so renewed. He thanked the master. The customer asked the manager to tell the name of the foreman. The man asked why he needed to do that, but he still didn't understand what the airport had to do with them being in a sauna. But as for what? For the reservation, of course. He would like to pay at once for the most expensive and longest course for 10 sessions, if possible. Who would have thought that he could use the demonic energy that had been absorbed from the martial artists here? Since he had managed to bring the life force here, he decided to purify it and make it his own. If he doesn't, she'll be overcome by demonic possession. We need to get rid of it quickly. After returning from the martial arts world, Kang Tae-han was increasingly talking to himself. It happens a lot to old people who start talking to themselves as they get older. Well, to be honest, he's at the age where they'd mistake him for a big brother in a nursing home. After so many years without practice, breathing exercises straight to the head were stupefying. If he had waited a little longer, he might have passed out. It must be absorbed sooner, that it is necessary to get rid of her atomic energy. When the turbid energy dissipates, only pure energy remains. Tae-han's energy merges with it, and now the takeover. It's done. He didn't think he could store internal energy until he found the right mountain. And yet his internal energy has doubled. That's major progress. Saving energy and making money at the same time. It must be fate. Of course, I'd still have to visit the mountains to dispel the rest of the murky energy. In any case, I should thank my friend again. Sung Hyun walked in, talking about the manager calling him. Tae-han replied that he'd be right over. And Sun Hyung said to go right now. The manager's looking all over the showroom for him. I wonder if Sun Hyung has already done something wrong. But he's not looking for Sun Hyung. Anyway, the friend decided to ignore how weird he's talking. The two men then approached the manager. The manager said that a couple had come for a neck and shoulder massage. Tae-han agreed. Sung Hyun said that she'd teach him everything he needed to know. Their kid has charisma in front of him. The manager asked for Sun Hyung to look after him. After which, they went to the customers. Sung-hyun really hoped the legs of the bed would hold up. Tae-han was ready to get to work, and Sung-hyun told him not to worry and just repeat after him. The protagonist bowed, indicating that he was starting the massage. Sung-hyun had to imitate his habit. A man asked for a refreshing massage, and they sent him 2 anchovies. The woman agreed. They're so skinny. I don't even have enough strength. Sung-hyun asked me not to judge harshly. And the woman wasn't even gonna do that. What is this guy doing? What is she, being massaged by a cat? Sung-hyun apologized to her. Just thinking about it made his stomach twist. He motioned for Tae-han to wait a moment, for which Sung-hyun ran out saying that his stomach hurt. He'll be back soon. She was angry. Where the hell had they gotten to? She was about to suggest that the person she came with should leave already, when she suddenly noticed that something was wrong with him. He was enjoying this massage. This man wanted a shoulder-neck massage, but Tae-han needs to get to the root of the problem. Then stimulate the middle epigastric point, the heavenly pillar water point, and the large transverse point. You need to let the heat go all over your body. The woman was already crying as she looked at it all. He looked at the woman and said, "My beauty." Tae-han walks over to the woman, talking about how she too needs to get rid of the cause of the pain. She seemed to have plenty of vitality. It won't take long. Sung-hyun came back. But he didn't expect the room to literally sparkle. He even went blind because of it. This treatment is very refreshing. Their skin needs to be looked at as well, just like those bouncy noodles that are handmade in a Chinese restaurant. The man even suggested we go to a Chinese restaurant. He heard them say something about hand noodles. He should have gone right after he got back. However, it slipped his mind. He decided to stop by right after work as well. Sung-hyun didn't understand where the previous customers had gone. Didn't they just pick up and leave? Customers thanked for the hard work. The manager stopped because he wanted to talk to Tae-han. Sung-hyun thought there was a complaint about the previous massage. He apologized to the manager, talking about how he should have been more careful. And he told the main character to just keep his head down at least. However, the manager stopped him and asked him how dare he touch his precious body so carelessly. The manager asked that Sung-hyun stay away from his precious Tae-han. The customers who came in before asked about Tae-han. They even brought business cards, and it looked like they were going to become regular customers. Sung-hyun didn't understand how it happened. Actually, the manager was worried that since it was his first time, but the main character did a great job, so he should accept this envelope. Tae-han thought that the paycheck came at the end of every month. The manager mentioned that this bonus was for how great he did his first day of work. Sung-hyun asked this non-hunter where he only trained like this. The protagonist thanked the manager. That's great. Before he entered the world of martial arts, he didn't have much time to study under the guise of studying. With this kind of money, he can even buy a gift. He really hoped it would work out. There was nothing to worry about, though. His father had always been and would always be a reliable man. If he kept piling so much on his shoulder, not only his business, but also his life would suffer. As a doctor, he sincerely advised him to stop pulling noodles immediately. What does this doctor know? A man knows his own body better, and he'll last a while longer. There's nothing wrong with him working like that for another year, for which he began to noodle. Only then did he feel the pain in his shoulder. What a naughty shoulder. He asked me to hold out for another year. I need to earn money until my son graduates from college. He didn't understand at all what to make of Tae-han's studies and what to do. Suddenly he heard the word father, after which he touched a point on his shoulder. It was painful. He immediately turned around and told the man to stop pretending to be his son. It was getting tiresome. I mean, he'd asked him to stop it. How then he saw that it really was Tae-han. In fact, the man thought it was a different person. The father asked, and to what he owed. The son didn't even call. It had been a long time since they'd seen each other, so Tae-han wanted to see him. The protagonist immediately asked if he was okay. He was even surprised that Tae-han wanted to see him. It must have happened while he was living alone. His father also asked if he had eaten. Tae-han said he hadn't yet. A busy student apparently has nothing else to do but travel this far. Why is he talking like an old man from another era? He's going to get everything ready now, so Tae-han can watch TV. The thought of tasting his father's noodles and with black beans again after all these years is what makes him happy. The man asked if he had eaten something wrong. Let the rascal stop talking nonsense and go already. 1 cup should probably be enough. What a way to raise that kid. If he can't even make 1 cup for his own son, he really should get out of the business. After which he started spinning the noodles again. The man suddenly noticed that it was as if his shoulder felt better. Since that's the case, it looks like it's time to show off your skills after a long break. Whereupon he put the noodles back on the board with a shout. From the sound of it, his father is trying harder this time. As a child, Tae-han always wondered how the cutting board didn't fall apart. After that, the hand noodles were ready. Tae-han thanked him for the food. He must be hungry, so let him eat. Did this guy really notice the way he was holding onto his shoulder? Tae-han startled him with his sudden arrival. Plus, he wasn't much for black bean noodles before. So what did he get on him? The man said he undercooked the onions a little, just like his son likes. Father was surprised that he had already finished everything. This guy must be skipping meals. Each piece was fried properly. It had been a long time since he had eaten his father's heavenly-tasting black bean noodles, and before he knew it, he had eaten everything quickly. Father's cooking is always full of meaning, and for that, one should be thankful. Because of this strange behavior, Father thought he needed money. When Tae-han enrolled in the institute with the money his father had worked so hard to earn, he vowed that he wouldn't return home until he was successful. What a fool he was. He'd just fed his misbehaving son, and he's already so happy. He can barely contain his smile, and now my father asked me to be honest. How much he needed. And he hoped it wasn't too much. Tae-han wondered if the son needed a reason to visit his own father. Is it so strange to get lucky without warning? That's odd because he doesn't usually do that, but now it's different. He asked that Daddy show him his back. The man asked why. Tae-han wanted to give him a shoulder massage. The father clarified that he would not be responsible for any bail bonds, illegal loans, or debts. The protagonist said to just forget about it. He just wanted to see if he could stretch his father properly. Decades of hard work had hardened his father's body. But constant labor without adequate rest has completely exhausted him. His body is so overworked, it's as if he's wearing rusty armor every day. He'd held on all these years, raising Tae-han alone. In that case, he will proceed. He breathes new energy into a body as worn out as his father's. At that moment, the man felt the wind. He didn't even realize where he was at first. As it turned out, all at the moment he was on board an airplane at an altitude of 3,500 above the ground. Tae-han offered him a refreshing skydive. The man asked what kind of jump, and the protagonist already wanted to push him out. The father asked him to wait a moment, because he needed to prepare himself mentally. There's no need to worry, the pain will pass quickly. Whereupon the man fell. I wonder if that rascal is going to kill him. And that's how he's going to heaven. He only realized this when he found himself in the martial arts world. How hard it is to be responsible for someone else. Thanks to that, Tae-han has matured. Now he asked that his father live for himself. The man couldn't believe he was really flying. It must really be a dream. Well, even if it was a dream, he didn't mind at all. He felt like when Tae-han was born. Like he was floating in the sky. The protagonist asked if he felt rested. The father remembered his son mentioning that he had studied massage in his faculty. And the tears, he explained that it was because of a speck of dust. Let Daddy tell me when he needs to tell me again. Tae-han would fulfill his filial duty. In any case, the man thanked him. You don't have to thank him for that. Dad asked if massage was usually that effective. He thought it was a waste of money. Fortunately, massage suits my father's body very well. The bus has arrived, so Tae-han has to go now. Is what they're taught at the institute really that much different? The protagonist will be back soon to give him a massage again. As payment, he will only accept his father's specialty noodles. They made a deal. This guy is so busy studying, yet he still came all the way here. Just for the sake of getting a massage and getting out. It seems like yesterday he was complaining about the smell of grease from his father's clothes. Seems like this guy hasn't really grown up. Afterwards, he returned to the sauna. The manager asked if he'd had a good rest. He showed the authorities the list. All these guests had only come to meet Tae-han. The guests were so insistent that he write them all down. What man could refuse him in such a case? Tae-han replied that it was fine, in which case he would go to work. The manager asked him to wait for a moment. He'd heard from Sun Hyung that Tae-han was having a hard time. How does he look at trying to work together and make some serious money? The protagonist offered to drink tea. He selected leaves that should suit the manager. At first the man didn't like that it was green tea. Well, since it's from Tae-han, he's definitely grateful. But this guy really brought the tea set with him to the sauna. The manager also asked if he didn't feel like his salary was too small compared to his skills. Tae-han never really felt like he was lacking something. His salary is probably a bit small. That's why the manager thought of creating a premium course centered on Tae-han. This guy's new here, but he's the one everyone wants to call. They're plotting a course that will satisfy Tae-han before anyone else tries to hurt him out of here. He's come up with a course for an exclusive VIP massage from Kang Tae-han. The price is 200,000 won. It's quite expensive. And here's the long-awaited profit sharing. Guaranteed first-class treatment. Tae-han gets 10%. Terms like the boss has lost his mind. 14,001 an hour, which is about 5 times his current rate. He could make 1,000,001 a day. He's confident in his business, and as a merchant he has a pretty good knack for it. In any case, he never intended to demand unreasonable money. If he's not happy with the terms, he can speak up calmly. Why doesn't this guy have any reaction? Are the conditions too bad? Or he's already gotten other cooperation offers. It's his project to become a financial tycoon overnight. The boy replied that these conditions suited him just fine. But he had a question. Whether everything would be in order when the semester began. What was the manager thinking? He'll adjust the time to fit Tae-han's schedule. It'll be by appointment. In a world teeming with scammers who prey on young workers, to see someone treat him with genuine respect, the guy thinks he can work with him. He was looking forward to working with you. Tae-han is really awesome. He offered to drink to this day as well. He believed in him. Now that the protagonist's fears have dissipated, all that's left is the manager's incentives. As soon as he took a sip, he felt something. Tae-han inquired if this tea suited his taste. The manager didn't even realize where he was now. Each brew combines different tea leaves, but for Manager Huang, this tea seemed more appropriate for him, so Tae-han brought it. The man wondered how he even knew his tastes. Any masseur would have recognized it. But how can a massage therapist even determine the right tea for a certain person? The protagonist really couldn't believe he was being asked that. Then it's possible, because it's Tae-han. The more he sees, the more impressive it is. It's really driving him crazy. Where is this refreshing forest anyway? Tae-han's new course starts today, right? The manager skillfully relayed the information to the guests, and someone has already booked a session. If it doesn't work out, why doesn't Tae-han go back to the regular price? And the main character asked who it was. The first one whose customer Tae-han once served. There was a corporate employee who was suffering from a hangover. This person was assuring the boss that he was really going to heaven. And the boss didn't understand why one would come to the sauna if they were having fun. That concludes their presentation. But weren't they going to contract with another company? He had been having health problems lately, so he rushed to finalize the contract. The establishment they were planning to contract with, offered 70-year-old Jin Sung just such an option. The deputy to us turned out to be really deprived, even though he made this presentation. He listened attentively to the presentation. It is rare to see such an attitude in young people these days. If this contract is terminated, this presentation will be nothing more than mere bragging rights. He inquired how he felt about that. This is his first opportunity to prove himself to the CEO. After a massage session with Master Khan, he musters up the courage to stop being a substitute and drinking. He'll get that contract back, even if it kills him. He thought everything was going smoothly. Deputy Namu was informed that that was enough for today. They will revisit the terms of the contract at a later date. They decided to have a makgeolli, and then continue the discussion. Director Kim Gwan-ho replied that he didn't feel like drinking right now. What is this about Director Kim's lukewarm response to makgeolli anyway? Are the rumors about him moving to another supplier really true? He offered to meet another time. It's not that he doesn't like them, but the director doesn't feel the energy to do anything as he feels weak. Lately he has been feeling heavy in his body and not feeling well. He will call back to the man when he feels better, so he can already go home today. From the look on his face, it doesn't look like a lie. If the deputy leaves now, it's over. We need to change things for the better. He informed the director that he knew a way to energize him. Tae-han welcomed the simple-minded citizens to unknown lands, to a paradise that would pacify their tired bodies. It was a service line, requested by Director Guan. Guang-ho asked if he really thought it was possible to get energized in some tiny massage parlor at a sauna. The deputy replied that even so, it was really hard to make reservations here. He's never been treated like this in his life. And is this place supposed to give him strength? His company seems like some kind of joke to them. Did he just get blacklisted? Once this man gets a massage, things will change. It's gonna happen. He asked the director not to be like that and try it at least once. Guang-ho doesn't think it will work. It's better to lie in a hot bath already. This massage is really good, especially for those who are deprived of energy and the director is not able to convey this to the director. It's hard to demonstrate it directly. The director thought this brat paid the deputy to do it. He asked the protagonist to take care of the man. Tae-han told them to pass. He really only trusts Mr. Khan. The principal is a benefactor who lays out a path of flowers for the deputy. The director could enjoy himself as much as he liked. The man didn't understand what the company must think if the employees thought so poorly of him. You can tell a lot from one case, but that seems to be all he can do at this company. How can you even work with a company that doesn't even understand what it's about? This man really has a lot of problems. He asked the protagonist why he was talking down to him. Be that as it may, today's youth really lacks good manners. His body is filled with dark energy and it clouds his mind. The director has reached a state where he cannot function normally, as if he didn't feel lousy enough without it. There's no need to worry. Tae-han will clear his mind again. The first is the Changmoon acupuncture point. This point is located at the end of the 11th rib. It is usually used to treat chest and flank pain and stomach upset. Guan-ho didn't understand how this brat dared to treat a customer like this. He needs to concentrate the flow in his body before pulling out the dark energy. The man was already screaming for someone to save him. But just then, he suddenly felt his stomach become unusually comfortable. Now they'll start for real. Let him scream if it hurts. Guang-ho couldn't believe he was just now starting, and if he says he's in pain, the masseur might want to take pity on him. He's more fragile than he looks. It should be difficult, but he'll have to be patient. Plus, the guy can press the points to keep it quiet. And it's definitely not because there have been complaints about them because of the noise. The director felt as if he were dealing with a madman. He tried to get rid of the thought that the deputy had decided to threaten him in this way. And why he couldn't talk at all. It's frightening. Pain is part of being young, so let it be tolerated. He wanted to shout, however his voice could not be heard. And the manager remarked that it was surprisingly quiet today. It's a good time for customers to start leaving. But all the while, the principal was yelling for someone to help him. He was asking if there was anyone outside. Now he's really dying. Is there really no one here? If all is quiet, they won't even get complaints. And that's a good thing. It was actually invigorating, even if it did hurt. It's even refreshing now. Definitely. There's no such thing as a job like this. Tae-han advised him to stop laughing and lie down. What other job could there be that would allow you to make money and build up inner strength at the same time? Unlike the world of martial arts, here Tae-han not only benefits himself, but also others. Mutual aid is not as bad as he had first thought. The visitors noticed that Mr. Kang was still making noodles. However, they remembered that he was about to quit because of the pain in his shoulder. Did he really feel better? Ever since his son gave him a massage, his injured shoulder has been working perfectly. And today he keeps nagging his father on the phone. And it's really annoying. This guy's like a concerned parent. And how can massage ever fix what surgery couldn't? The man claimed it was true. He came here to complain, for he had heard that this place had lost its original spirit. But he has spectacularly reclaimed his former glory. The guy posted a new Instagram photo. The homemade noodle maker also regained his strength thanks to a massage from his caring son. This place deserves to be a financial success. Lots of people have been liking this photo. Isn't the principal done yet? Indeed, no one can compare to Master Kang. But he wondered if the director would get even more upset because it wasn't the massage he wanted. He finally saw the principal coming out. The deputy asked how it went. He turned to Deputy US. The man should have told him about this place much earlier. Guang-ho feels as if his head and body have become clearer. The deputy is happy that the director liked everything. He was about to talk about the contract when suddenly the director ran off somewhere. A man wanted to book a session with Mr. Khan. The manager replied that this month was already fully booked, and the next available seats would be available only in the next month. Guan-ho asked if they could make a reservation for 3 sessions to move up in line. The manager and truthfully wanted to agree to this, but they really don't have any seats available. In that case, it is possible to accommodate him next month. The director said to book him any free day next month. Guan-ho asked the deputy if he had known about this place before. They say that even feces can be used as medicine. He never thought that the deputy would help him get rid of years of fatigue. It is a great honor for a deputy to give any help to the director, even if the smallest one. Guan-ho asked how else he could wait a whole month. The deputy wanted to stop talking about the massage and finally discuss the contract. The deputy asked when he would be able to have him hear the esteemed director's opinion on the contract. If he would give them time to review it before the next session, the deputy would bring him back here just as he did today. But there's no need for that, because the contract has been renegotiated. They heard their stomachs rumbling. The deputy was so sorry in front of the principal. He'd had a small snack, and now his stomach clock was ticking loudly right in front of the director. Doesn't his body feel incredibly hungry after the massage? If the director has some time, they can have a bowl of soup. Last time, the deputy, when he ate after the massage, he felt like he had gone to heaven. In that case, they will finalize the contract over a meal, and discuss the next contract properly. He thanked the director for this decision. The director mentioned that a deputy cannot be so insecure when he is younger than the director himself. He also paid attention to the main character. The deputy now owed his life to the master. Tae-han has only heard this a few times since he returned to the modern world, but it all seems strange to him. In the martial arts world, most people tried to just kill him, and he hadn't heard words of gratitude at all. It's awkward, but it's not a bad feeling. It's starting to feel real now that this isn't a martial arts world. The next day, in front of Kang Tae-han's father's restaurant, the guy didn't understand at all what was going on and why there were so many people in front of the restaurant, even police cars. He just hoped that nothing serious had happened. The visitors didn't understand why he was trying to get in without waiting in line. Tae-han asked his father what had happened. His son arrived just in time, as his father was just about to call him. Of course, nothing happened. The guy has to go and help him with the maintenance. His father can't do it alone. Someone ordered 2 servings of homemade black bean noodles, and someone was waiting for the jampong to be ready. Another was waiting for the pork and sweet and sour sauce. Tae-han's father remarked that Tae-han found himself busy with a sudden job today. The protagonist replied that it was fine. Since the man restored the noodle-making technique, the restaurant has only become busier than before. Thanks to this social media post, many young customers have come forward. It was strange, but after Tae-han massaged his shoulder, the pain completely disappeared. He had raised his son well. The father thanked him for that. Again, the main character heard the word thank you. Father asked if he was going to leave early this time too. Tae-han replied that he planned to stay for a couple of days. Is he really trying to help because the store has a lot of customers? Looks like his son has really grown up. He's worthy of praise. But his father still can't pay that rascal more than minimum wage. Tae-han was sorry, but his father would have to run the restaurant alone. The guy was going to go to the mountains. The man asked who he wanted to go with. He would be alone. Tae-han had hated camping when he was a kid. He used to say that going camping was like dying. If he didn't want to work, just let him say so. Next time they'll go together because Tae-han will come every week. Father said to forget about it. What mountain can he even climb at his age? Let his son go, and he'll stay here and eat makgeolli and pancakes. It sounds like he wants to go together, but he just can't express it. This time Tae-han has a purpose, so he'll go alone. But next time, he'll definitely take his father with him. The next morning, Kyeongsan. Kyeongsan is famous for its majestic and marvelous landscapes, and is considered one of the best places to practice geomancy. It's a really nice mountain. There are things he won't be able to experience in the city. It is pure energy, which is the treasure of South Korea. This should be enough to cleanse the accumulated impurities. Qi flowed throughout his body. After that, he finally finished the exercise. It was a huge success. It would probably be a good idea to look in here when the foulness gets unbearable. However, being a famous mountain, people hike to places where there are not even paths. Others were surprised that there are hikers at this hour. It can be difficult here, quietly cultivating inner energy. The old man thought they were the only ones who knew about this place, but it seems they were beaten. The other old man offered him a cup of instant coffee. Tae-han apologized and thanked him for the offer. It was a nice place to spend time. Grandma turned to Junho, talking about staying away from the cliff because it was dangerous. Junho noticed that as they get older, they're becoming more cautious, and the view from here is just perfect. And I need to stand right here to take in the whole landscape. Those under this old man should have seen his careless side. They must be frightened. Others admitted that this old man does strange things. Suddenly, the old man really went down. The woman wanted to help Junho. However, she was stopped by another old man and asked if she wanted to fall too. This man got out after eating a poisonous mushroom on the mountain. He'll survive this time too. We need to call the rescue team as soon as possible. The old man fell from that height. Even if he is alive, he is still in danger. The old man asked the student what he was doing. It's dangerous, so let him go back. Tae-han will check because it's dangerous. He saw the event and still says things like that. The main character jumped off, talking about how he would be back soon. 2 old men admitted that the guy was totally crazy. I mean, he just jumped off his own feet. But it wasn't difficult for the protagonist to go down quietly. Tae-han feels his presence very faintly, somewhere in here. He finally found the man. Fortunately, the old man didn't fall on the rocks. He walked over to the old man and checked his pulse. Looks like his condition is not critical. Just to think of a heavenly demon performing a rescue mission. He even wondered what the people from the martial arts world would also think if they found out about it. The old men were clamoring to know if that student was okay. Even if this guy managed to get down, how would he get back up? They heard the question of what happened now. The man responded that the student jumped off the cliff to save their friend. Only then did they see that it was the same student. It looks like there's no more problems. The two of them wondered how he was able to climb back up, plus he's carrying Jun-ho as well. His friend's life doesn't seem to be in any danger. Rescuers arrived there and wanted to recognize those who had reported the fall accident. After that, they started shouting for the rescuers to pay attention to them. The man reported that the person the student was holding in his arms was the victim. The rescuer was surprised, because earlier they reported that the man had fallen from a cliff. Rescuers may not believe it, but it was a student who brought him back. Besides, it was hard to believe with a cliff like that. There was nothing left to do, except what kind of patient to move. Looks like they're all a little drunk, so we should have them reevaluate when they sober up. The woman didn't understand why they didn't believe her. After all, she hadn't even been drinking. The other man replied that even he thought it was all a dream. But he thanked the student anyway. They should reward this student, however, they do not have anything suitable right now. The woman asked why they don't have anything to give as a reward. Let him at least have a business card. They have a very well-aged bellroot wine here. This is just a fantastic option for men's health. He felt some kind of energy, asked if he could try it. The woman noted that he could drink as much as he wanted. She personally harvested and prepared the wine. It's delicious. The protagonist thanked them for it, after which he took a sip. It could be called a wonderful elixir. If this bellroot grew in such soil, the place itself could be sacred. Tae-han immediately felt better as he drank this wine. This young man has good taste. The protagonist also inquired about where she harvested her crops. She has a rich friend who owns a mountain. That's where she harvested her crops. Tae-han asked if she could introduce him to this man. He would like to visit that mountain. There's no need to worry about that. He'd probably give that guy the whole mountain after what he did. The protagonist didn't understand what she was saying. In fact, their friend is the one who saved you, and he's also the owner of this mountain. He was standing at an intersection. The two asked to visit Jun-ho when he comes to his senses. They should all meet together. Jun-ho must be interested in the one who saved his life. After saving his life, a familiar face pops up in his mind. About 60 years ago, when Tae-han entered the world of martial arts. It was infiltrated by an intruder who caused others to start retreating. The man asked what sect the man was from. He had never seen such a garment before. The other man thought it might be the new garb of the demon sect. He asked his wife to take the children to the house. He was glad to have arrived at some settlement. He needed at least some water. He had no energy left even to talk. He can't hold on anymore. Suddenly he felt himself falling on something. This can't really be the end. It feels as warm as my mom's arms. The woman slapped him, telling him to keep his temper in check. It made the guy wake up. The woman explained that because of this man, the village is on edge. If he doesn't want to get stabbed, let him follow her. Others noticed from the young man's clothing that he was probably a beggar. They didn't understand why this woman continued to accept people with obscure backgrounds. Didn't the last person she saved escape without saying a word after becoming a decent person? When everyone around him was wary of him and turned away. His mentor was the only person who reached out to him. His mentor taught him how to survive in the world of martial arts, where strength is power. He finally had the strength to survive on his own, and in that moment, something happened. Mentor was killed by one person. It's a former sky demon. Tae-han held the injured mentor in his arms. The guy was telling the mentor that she needed to conserve her strength. The doctor would be here soon. She just needed to hold out. A mentor simply follows the natural order of things. So the apprentice shouldn't lose cause for revenge. That's not what she taught him. Tae-han didn't understand at all why his mentor was saying such things. Just as she had extended her hand to him first, he should use his power to help those in need. Of course, there will come a time when he will get help from them too. If he lives like this, he will no longer be lonely like he used to be. The protagonist will fulfill his mentor's last wish. Only this time, he asked for her forgiveness. He wouldn't let that bastard sky demon live. The path he chose for revenge was soaked in blood. For revenge, he killed again, and finally he was able to get his revenge. However, it was too late to follow the mentor's last will. All of them welcomed the new heavenly demon. They wished for the prosperity of the 10,000 demons. Suddenly he was back in the modern world in his young body and started to massage. Yesterday's event recalled her last words. He couldn't follow them in the martial arts world. But perhaps here he could fulfill those wishes. Others began to panic. not realizing what was wrong with this car. He must be crazy to get behind the wheel early in the morning drunk. It looked like it wasn't going to stop. When everyone started running, it would seem that this lady was the one who didn't see or hear the chaos around her at all. He tried not to use martial arts where there were a lot of people, but he had no choice. He used the martial art of 4,000 pounds in 2 moves. It was only then that she finally noticed. The main character mentioned that this miss needs to be careful when she crosses the road. His skills don't seem to be rusty. Everyone in attendance took notice. Tae-han noticed that this girl looked like she wasn't injured. She thanked him for saving her. The protagonist replied that the car just swerved on its own. He noticed that she was getting more scared now. But what on earth was she doing that she was accumulating so much dark energy in her business? The girl didn't understand why she was suddenly feeling like this either. She felt like she was going to have a seizure. He decided to help her out a little. The girl asked what he was doing. Tae-han told her to straighten her back and take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. It made her feel like she was in some other place. She was used to lying down and resting like this. But it's been a long time. It felt so good. She was immediately awake as she suddenly heard a question asking if she was feeling better now. The girl immediately looked around, not realizing what this was now. Not so long ago, she was definitely in a forest cabin. She thanked the guy again for saving her. The girl wanted to thank him. Tae-han repeated again that the car had swerved on its own, not because of him. He has to go to work, so he'll go. The girl stopped him, whereupon she took off her mask, talking about not being a questionable person. He must have seen her on TV, after all. The thought that everyone in the world would know and find out where he came from seemed shameful for a third-rate martial arts master. And the girl was surprised that he really didn't know her. Her name is Yusai-ah. The protagonist replied that the name matched her good looks. It's a beautiful name with a lovely pronunciation. Saya asked what it meant. Is it really an invitation for a date? It means what he said and there is no need to repeat it. First of all, he doesn't have much time, and he's already late for work. If he leaves now, he can still spend about 20 minutes lounging in the hot bath. He said goodbye to her and wanted to leave. Saya asked him to wait a moment and asked if he could at least give her his phone number. Tae-han asked if she was sure that Yusia wasn't the name of some new religion. Let her just say whether or not he'll give her his phone number. The protagonist agreed. Afterward, they decided to eat. Sung-hyun asked why he was looking at her like that. It was Yusia. This guy is back to being himself again. This time, he wants to be a fan of Yusia. But Tae-han replied that he didn't. Of course, Sung-hyun didn't believe him. So what he said about seeing her on TV wasn't a lie. There were major sports news on TV. Choi Dae-jun's consistent downfall. Due to the consistent failures of Choi Dae-jun, the ace of Korean baseball, Hanha suffered another painful defeat. It's about Choi Tae-jun again. This guy's in trouble. The main character asked who he was. He's a pitcher, but he's not in the best shape since last year, and this season he's really not doing well. Thanks to this man, the team's performance is just 0. He remembered that manager Hwang is a hanky-panky fan. It's best not to talk to him the day after the game. Tae-han asked why that was. It's obvious. The manager will be very upset. Come to think of it, the protagonist had seen his name in several articles on the internet. So, he's been off his best form since last year, meaning he was doing well, but now there's been a slump. He injured his shoulder last year, and hasn't been the same since his return, seriously affecting the team's performance. It's a fairly common phenomenon around the world where budding talents who have shown earlier potential reach their peak and bounce back. In such cases, they abandon their path or choose the wrong methods. What can one even do when recovery becomes impossible? Sung-hyun recognized that this was true, but he didn't understand why he was suddenly so serious all of a sudden. It was a rather familiar situation. He had seen such a thing countless times in the martial arts world. Tae-han replied that if he was done eating, they should go. Sung-hyun mentioned that if they came back early, they would just be forced to work. It's best to take their time. Anyway, the protagonist needs to go since he has a reservation coming up. Sung-hyun envied this lucky man. The manager was terrified. Sung-hyun asked why the manager looked like he saw a ghost. There was actually a guest hiding his face. Did something really happen in Tae-han's room? Sung-hyun asked what he had just said. I guess what he's trying to say is that the client looks like a baseball player. Could it be Lee Hoon or Kang Ho? It could be Kim Sung. There's no way a superstar would visit a place like this. Isn't he right? Regardless of how famous they are, why would a baseball star ever move here? But the managers were telling the truth. The manager begged the guy to be very careful. The fate of the world depends on it. It looks like Choi Dae-jun has arrived. The audience heaped all kinds of abuse on him. They must have thought they could pitch better than we did to this idiot. He had to listen to it all in silence. Choi Dae-jung gave up a run in 3 straight innings. Since he was injured, his form would not be the same anymore. So everyone had a question whether he could get out of this mess. He served the ball. However, it was kicked straight at the target. The ball goes over the fence. It's a home run. Choi Dae-jung has given up 4 runs in a row. The organizer gives some instructions to the coach. As it turns out, the pitching coach is going to make the switch. That means the organizer's patience has run out. Choi Dae-jung is being taken out of the game early. The doctors said his injury was completely healed. But the feeling in his arm isn't what it used to be. Why is this happening? If this keeps up, he'll probably be promoted to the second team. All of a sudden, someone's calling him up. The man asked Dae-jung if he was okay. The guy said he was. The man mentioned that he had something to tell him. He already had terrible thoughts on his mind. What should he do? Should he beg again? They don't have practice tomorrow, so he suggests the guy go get a massage. Coach knows Dae-jun works hard, but he seems to be overworking himself lately. Let him walk around and clear his head a little. His wife mentioned that the place is popular. She said it's so helpful. It feels like time has been turned back. That place is only accessible by appointment, so let him take the opportunity if he has it. And so the coach's concern led him to this place. But how can massage ever fix what the hospital couldn't? It's obvious that his right shoulder is in terrible condition. It was the result of him pushing his body to the limit. Dae-jun was frightened because of his sudden appearance. Dae-han asked, wondering if he thought he could neglect himself for so long because he had exceptional talent. Dae-jun asked what he had just said and wanted to insult him for it already. Not just his shoulder, but all the energy flows into his body for her blocked because of the dark energy. It was because of his own impatience. Working hard and overworking yourself are different things. He must have felt a significant burden of responsibility to perform well. Ever since he got injured, and the team's performance has dropped. Sometimes resting and taking care of yourself is an important part of the process. You can see it wasn't easy at such a young age. He was angry about being told off by some masseur. Let this gentleman just get a massage and stop pissing him off. Now it's clear. The accumulated dark energy is harmful to both body and mind. If left alone, this person can fall into juvayimpu. This is a condition in which a person's energy becomes uncontrollably distorted for psychological reasons. Since the client wants it so badly, they won't delay. The man felt the pain. It was noticeable that the energy in his neck was not circulating properly. In that case, you need to fix it. He asked the man to wait and not to do it. Dae-han asked how he was feeling and if he felt fresher. Dae-jun thought the bastard was going to break his neck. He even threatened to sue him. But after that, he felt an inexplicable sensation. There's still a little bit left here, so the man will have to be patient a little longer. Dae-jun felt warm. His energy is starting to stay a little bit at a time. But it won't work if Dae-han doesn't properly clean the acupuncture points. He had to put pressure on his arm. He asked that this gentleman be a little softer. We need to condense it some more. Dae-han told him to try to unclench and squeeze his hand. He needs to do it as fast and as hard as he can. Dae-jun replied that he was squeezing her too hard and it wasn't helping. And the main character replied that he should hurry up. The guy complained that he couldn't take it anymore. And so the procedure was finally almost complete. The protagonist let go of his hand, saying that this was the end. He felt the monstrous pain in his shoulder again. He knew what this guy was doing. Dae-jun had asked for a massage, but he was just messing around. Dae-han advised him to try to be malleable this time and bear it without breaking down. The protagonist inquired if he was okay. It was just unbelievable. He didn't understand at all why his body felt so light. And the main character told him to check his arm too. He followed that advice. Dae-jun felt the pleasant sensations return. The guy feels like he could throw the ball right now. I wonder if that's really true. Dae-han noticed that he looked much lighter than he had before. From then on, he must rise and fly high for himself. Dae-jun asked how he was supposed to understand that he needed to get up and fly for himself. His performance hasn't been good lately. When he thinks about the fans' pro-expectations and disappointments, even when Dae-jun is resting, he can't feel that way. In that case, the protagonist wanted to write him one prescription. He shouldn't be reading the news on the internet. Let him focus on the words of people he knows and trusts, rather than listening to the opinions of strangers. If he does, he can do it to his full potential. Strike. He sends 3 batters to the bench, preventing anyone from getting on base. With consecutive intercepted pitches, it shows that Ace Hanhee is back. This is truly the return of the king. Perhaps his slump was a preparation for a leap forward. Choi Dae-jun confidently announced his magnificent comeback. This kid has natural talent. His skills would improve if given the right direction. The manager was very happy to have Dae-jun back. He looked at the protagonist with tears in his eyes. The guy asked why he was like that. He hugged Dae-han, talking about how all of this happened because of his massage. If this guy needed anything, he should just say the word, and his boss would do anything for him. And the main character replied that he really didn't want anything. Sung-hyun replied that there was something he wanted and asked if he could say it. The manager told him to shut up. While the two were talking, Dae-han felt a vibration, which meant that a message had arrived on his phone. It was a message from Yoo-se-ah, whom he had recently rescued. She inquired if he had time tomorrow night. Yoo-se-ah has been starring in a lot of commercials lately. Isn't she popular now? Sung-hyun asked if the manager didn't know that. The drama she appeared in on Appflix was a smash hit, and now she's extremely famous. If a guy in his early 20s doesn't know her, people will seriously think they don't know anything. The main character decides to read articles about her. Director Yoo-wong praises actress Yoo-se-ah and wants to work with her. The main actress role became a #1 hit in the world on the day of the premiere. Korean movies are a big success. Global news: Yoo-se-ah's popularity around the world is skyrocketing. Top 5 in 42 countries. She certainly had unusual looks, but he had no idea she was a celebrity. He immediately remembered his questions about her name being perhaps the name of some new religion, and how she was so sure everyone knew her. Guess he should apologize for that. Sung-hyun noticed that even that staunch guy has been infatuated with Yoo-se-ah lately. That was so unexpected from him. Dae-han replied that this information was incorrect. More importantly, he should realize that today is course registration day, right? It was noticeable that this was the first time Sung-hyun had heard of it. The protagonist replied that he had already registered. Sung-hyun asked why he hadn't reminded him about it earlier. Sung-hyun said himself that everyone should be responsible for their own tasks, and asked him to stop talking like an old man. He didn't understand what he should do now. He asked the manager if he could make a quick call. The manager allowed him to do so. Kang Tae-han will pay for it. Next semester he won't resemble Dae-han at all, and he loves the manager. He seems to have even forgotten that it's their senior semester. The manager remarked that it was so typical of Sun-hyun. He also said that he would be going to the bank for a while. The protagonist replied that he could do it, but might be a little late because of work. The girl replied that it was fine. As soon as he wrote a reply to her message, she would immediately reply the second the message came in. Guy didn't understand what it was, or how she managed to send messages so quickly. Perhaps she is skilled in telepathy and mantis fist. Another employee came in and wanted to ask the manager what time his massage session was. There was only one Dae-han there. The guy reported that the manager had just gotten off. The man wanted to ask him something, specifically how he got close to manager Hwanon. Dae-han asked what he meant. It seems like all the customers are going to Dae-han lately. There are rumors that Dae-han may have joined some MLM scheme. It's gotten to the point where there are all kinds of rumors and conspiracies aimed at someone exclusively. In the past, he would have stopped the rumors by chopping off everyone's heads. He noticed that the man's neck was stiff, so he offered to give him a massage. Well, the guy said he was fine, but suddenly he changed his mind and agreed to a massage. Room number 13 was free, so he suggested we go there. The man would prefer to get hard evidence and make a direct statement to manager Hwang. He seems a little disgruntled. If you consider the number of clients this man has lost, you can understand him. In this situation, it is better to make him your ally. Dae-han wanted to start. Suddenly, it was as if he had woken up in the neighborhood he had lived in as a child. Sung-hoon's father fixed Sung-hoon's bicycle. He promised that he would buy a new bike later, so let him ride it for now. Since men fixed it, it might be faster than most motorcycles, so let him be careful. Sung-hoon, of course, thought his father was just joking. The boy will understand as soon as he feels it. So the father suggested we try it. Sung-hoon realized that he had actually become faster. His father was sorry he couldn't buy him a better bike. Sung-hoon replied that everything was fine. He likes that bike because his dad fixed it with his own hands. He wanted to become someone who was good at fixing broken things, just like his dad. Since Sung-hoon is his son, he must surely have a talent for it. He hugged his son, saying that he loved him. Sung-hoon did the same. He then returned to the real world and started crying, calling his father's name. This guy's skill and reputation are great, thanks to a good father. Dae-han replied that they were done. He didn't even realize that they would finish so quickly. This is definitely different, so it's no wonder all the customers tend to go to him. Sung-hoon asked if he could share some of his techniques with him too. Of course, the protagonist can do that. Sung-hoon thanked the guy. But he was also surprised that Tae-han was so easily willing to share his techniques. Could it be that he had misunderstood this person? From now on, Sung-hoon would have a better attitude so as not to be misunderstood. Sung-hoon and offered to have a drink after work as a thank you. Tae-han offered to do it next time. He has an appointment tonight. Her mind was filled with memories of conversations with that guy. The girl didn't even understand why she had gotten so excited then. Ah was serious about showing him today how humble and cool she was. It was only then that she saw that this guy had already arrived. Even though it was still a while before the meeting. She didn't even notice when he came in. So why is he so surprised if a woman can also come first? He's not from the Joseon era. Ah also inquired if he now knew who she was. Everyone around here seems to know her. Then he must have been very touched that she came first and waited for him. And now she doesn't seem arrogant to him. In that case, it's time for them to go inside. She's really acting very confident. Tae-han felt good energy from this place. Ah came here for a company dinner and she liked it here. They were approached by a waiter who inquired about what they wanted to order. Last time, the girl had a dinner of first courses, and today she decided to repeat it. But she didn't realize what was wrong with the price. It's more expensive than she thought. She didn't realize it last time, since someone else was paying. But why spend so much money on one meat? She would rather invest. But then she realized that the main star Ah can't show her side like that. Besides, she owes him her life. It's the least she can do for him. She asked for one dish from an assortment of entrees. In that case, the men will grill the meat for them. Is he offering to cook it for her because she's a celebrity? But that could affect her image. He must be so busy. So the girl decided to cook the meat herself. He must be surprised that the main star is cooking meat for himself. Well, it was only then that she noticed that the employees were cooking their own meat at everyone's place. Come to think of it, last time she waited for it to be fried for her. But it's okay. They say cooking meat is important. How long she has to roast it? Her meat was starting to burn. She tried to show off, and now she's gonna burn the place down. Tae-han wanted to cook the meat himself. After that, he got busy cooking. He put down a piece of meat for her and told her to try it. The girl thanked him for it. It's just delicious. It felt like her body was melting. How could it possibly be that good? Has it always been this good? Because of that, Ah even thought he worked at the Korean local omakase restaurant. He's good at grilling meat, after all. The protagonist said that he often grilled meat. However, he is now working as a massage therapist. It turns out he's good at acupressure. Then she wanted to try this massage. If that's what she wants, he doesn't mind doing it. He'll start by checking her pulse. Historical dramas find out what's wrong by checking the pulse. I wonder if it's really true. Tae-han noticed that she had congenital heart defects. Ah was surprised and asked how he knew. She'd had a lot of problems with it as a child. In that case, she should press that spot frequently. It was a very interesting sensation for her. The protagonist thought she was in pain, but she didn't. Suddenly, she felt something sharp and her heart was still racing. She didn't understand the reason for it at all. She decided to stop the massage. Dansma is good for the heart, so if she adds tea to it, it will help her a lot. She would take his recommendations into consideration, and so she told him to eat his meat before it burned. Dansma. It reminded him of the bellroot wine he had tasted earlier. He even wondered if the man who had fallen off the cliff had come to his senses. The protagonist needs to get permission to pick herbs this week. In gratitude for the meat, he must bring her some suitable herbs. He felt sorry in front of Tae-han. The man didn't contact him first, as he was afraid it might bother him. As he can see, this old man is still in a similar state. If Tae-han needs, he can tell the location of the mountain later, but the guy replied that it was fine. The protagonist wanted to check his pulse. Because of this, the old man thought he was knowledgeable about traditional Korean medicine. He'd learned that a long time ago, but he wasn't even a specialist, so the man didn't understand what he could tell by measuring his pulse. That's what they're about to see. There doesn't seem to be any major problems with Jun-ho's body. The examination showed no abnormalities, but they couldn't find a reason why he couldn't wake up. Is he really sure of that? The doctor asked why he would lie about it. In that case, Tae-han wanted to try to wake up that old man once. He was shocked by the question and inquired again. Perhaps the man heard something wrong. Tae-han asked if he could try to wake up this old man. The doctor only laughed. This guy made him laugh for the first time in a long time. He feels depressed because his friend can't make it. But hearing this, even if in jest, has lifted his spirits a bit. The protagonist replied that he will wake up soon. Just have him prepare the recovery room. This joke has gone too far, so it should be stopped. He'll be very upset if Tae-han continues like this. But the protagonist was all serious. He has no reason to joke around with the master. In that case, let him try. If Junho wakes up, the man will give him his entire hospital. Tae-han replied that he was past the age of knowing the will of the heavens, but he was still acting recklessly. Of course, he didn't understand what this guy meant. Promises should not be made so lightly. Doesn't he know that a single word can lead to ruin? Junho woke up together, and for some reason he was picking peppers. He heard his grandmother's voice telling his grandson to go eat. The harvested peppers turned out nice and firm. Their eldest grandson's work would go well. The man asked what that meant. Of course, everything will go smoothly. Junho has been very busy expanding the golf course. It would be great if everything went well. Everything is bound to go well, so the grandson should not worry. Now let him have something to drink. The man agreed. Now he was pissing, and it was a great treat. Grandma offered to eat some more. Junho feels like his stomach is about to burst, so he refuses. Now that he had eaten well, it was time to meet his benefactor. Junho asked what she meant. From the beginning, she had said that picking peppers meant that his work would go well. Now, after eating, he would meet his benefactor. They say the spoon symbolizes inheritance. Granny is glad she was able to give him everything before he wakes up from sleep. Junho asked which one she was talking about. She swung her spoon, saying that they would see each other later. Grandma also said goodbye to him. She then hit the man on the head with a spoon. This caused Junho to wake up. He said Grandma's name, and the doctor just couldn't believe what had happened. Modern medicine couldn't wake him up. But he just woke up like that. Tae-han said he could wake him up. This hospital couldn't do anything. He remembered the promise that if the man woke up, the man would give him his entire hospital. It was a very absurd statement. He must have taken it all as a joke. And only the protagonist wanted to talk about the promise, when suddenly they heard a woman's voice. The protagonist thought it was a martial arts technique that was based on sound. It was his wife, thanking all the gods she knew for her darling waking up. Junho revealed that he had actually met Grandma Wang in a dream. He will tell her everything when he sees her. The woman will be here soon. A few minutes later, she ran into the room and was very happy that her husband was awake. Everything was fine now. He felt sorry for making her worry at such an age. The woman replied that there was no need to worry. Now he was awake, and that was all that mattered. He thanked Ho-yoon, who had helped them again. The doctor asked what he meant. This must be his hospital. That man must have done a lot. Ho-young replied that his wife had paid all the bills. Junho didn't mean it and asked who it was standing next to him. This young man is Junho's benefactor. The man began to think that she had seen him before. It was only then that he realized it was the same student from the mountain. This young man saved Junho when he fell off the cliff, and it also woke the man up in a rather unusual way. Even with the state-of-the-art equipment at the hospital, they couldn't figure out the cause. Seeing it for yourself, it's hard not to believe it. It's really amazing. Ho-yoon reported that he helped, and Junho came to his senses. Kang Tae-han introduced himself. He was really glad that the man was able to wake up. Junho asked if he'd really helped wake him up, and the woman wondered if that meant the hospital now belonged to this young man. Junho wondered what she meant by that. Ho-yoon promised that he would give him a hospital if he could wake up Junho. The woman heard it all through the home camera too. She saw how this student brought him to his senses. He thanked the protagonist. His grandmother said he would meet a benefactor, and it looks like that benefactor is a student. He had no idea his friend cared so much about him. He even put his entire hospital on the line. Ho-yoon mentioned that perhaps this joke had gone too far. Legally, it is impossible to transfer such an organization to a private individual. Tae-han made a joke too. It doesn't seem like it could really happen. This guy has a really good sense of humor. Who would have thought Director Park would be so nervous? One day Ho-young will pay him back for all this. The doctor asked how much he remembered from the day of the accident. Junho remembered that he had walked up to the cliff and then slipped. But the man didn't understand at all why he was all right. I wonder if he's a superhero or something. Maybe even Captain America level. Ho-young asked what kind of nonsense this crazy man was talking about. Junho was joking. He just wanted to cheer up his friend. Seeing this guy making such jokes, Ho-yoon realizes that he's ready to be discharged. Tae-han must be disappointed that he didn't get a hospital. But maybe he needs something. He really wants to thank the guy, so if he needs anything, he just has to say so. The protagonist replies that there really is something, and to be expected from the MZ generation. They don't hold back at all. Let him just say what he wants. If it's in his power, Junho will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Despite what this man looks like, he is truly rich. While there's still a chance, he'd better ask about the building. Junho mentioned that he can actually hear him. Ho-yoon asked, wondering if he said it was the wrong thing to say. This young man is his savior. This is the least he can do for him. In that case, he should keep his promise and give him his hospital. The woman tried to reassure them. Tae-han said he was joking, right? So Ho-yoon wouldn't give up the hospital. Jun-ho demanded to say it wasn't a joke. What to say about men? Whether in the martial arts world or here, they are equally infantile. Well, in the case it's a good opportunity. Since he owns this mountain rich in injuries, from now on, the protagonist won't have any problem to go there for them. The phone was ringing off the hook with calls and requests to make an appointment with teacher Kang Tae-han. Manager Hwang mentioned that this month, all the seats at teacher Khan's place are fully booked, so he suggested another masseur. But of course, they weren't satisfied with that. Everyone was eager to see Tae-han. The manager expected the premium course to be popular, but he didn't think it would be that popular. After that, he saw Sung-hoon and thought he was done with his massage. The man wondered if all those calls were about Tae-han. Sung-hoon had a lot more work to do lately. If he had a problem or needed a rest, he should tell the manager. Did Sung-hoon really feel jealous? He just hoped that it wouldn't cause any unnecessary disagreements. His income has definitely increased, but after a massage from Tae-han, he can definitely see the difference. The manager was surprised that Tae-han gave him a massage too. That's the way it is. The manager was frustrated and angry as to why he hadn't gotten it done yet. He had worked so hard to organize the reception. It was just a short session. It was very short. If the manager needed one, Sung-hoon could organize one for him as well. But the reality is different. This is pretty amazing. The manager decided to politely decline this massage. Judging from the energy that emanates from Tae-han, he looks like someone who has been practicing for decades. Is it possible to possess such skill at his age? To tell the truth, if it wasn't for Sung-hoon's pride, he would have wanted this guy to be his teacher. The manager then asked why not ask him to start officially teaching him in that case. They may not have much time left to work with Tae-han. Sung-hoon wondered if he could be fired. The manager laughed and said no. He just doesn't think Tae-han will be here for long. Who wouldn't leave if he got a better offer elsewhere? As long as that person is here, you need to find out as much as you can. Jun-ho sent him a message with the location of the mountain. Geographically, it seems like a great place. The man asked if he too could understand geography. The power line continues from Gyeongsan Mountain, and the Gyeomgang River flows ahead. Beyond the river is the sacred mountains of Baekje and Chilgapsan. Historically, Cheronsan is under the protection of the twin dragons, and according to legend, Chilgarsan is protected by the tiger. The unity energy of these two mountains, as well as the proximity to water, make this place ideal. It definitely looks like a nice piece of land, but the mountainous terrain was tougher than he expected. But still, the main character wanted to go. He would have loved to pick those bells there. Those bells were really something special. However, Jun-ho didn't know if he should go that far. It might be dangerous. His father likes herbal infusions. He'd be even happier if Tae-han collected the herbs himself. So if it's not too much trouble for the man, the protagonist would like to go there tomorrow, really wants it, then it's not a problem. But it's just an unused piece of land with nothing on it. Ho-young suggested trying to plant some fruit trees there. Jun-ho tried to do so, but the soil seemed unsuitable. Nothing good was growing there. It's entirely possible. As it happens, spiritual energy is not always beneficial. Especially in its raw natural form, pure spiritual energy can be harmful if they don't have the strength to handle it and absorb it. This is why many martial artists find themselves in desperate straits after recklessly consuming expensive elixirs. As mentioned, since it has not been touched by humans, the density of spiritual energy in this mountain is incredibly high. It is amazing to feel it at a time like this, and there are many herbs that grow here that have the same spiritual energy as the bells. He wondered what would happen next if there were herbs like this at the beginning of the climb. We need to look deeper. Only then did he realize that it would take months to gather all the elixirs and herbs here. The fact that this place had remained untouched was a great fortune for him. He turned his attention to a different color of energy. There's no doubt about it. He struck a gold mine. It even exceeds his expectations. Each of these grasses is at least 20 years old. Some of the herbs here are even 50 years old. He won't be able to gather them all today. He gathered the herb into a species that looked to be about 50 years old, after which he decided to sit her down. It's even impressive to feel its effects so quickly. But the red energy he had seen earlier was something else. Not 600 years old, but even 700 years old. This ginseng would be worth a fortune. Come to think of it, in the 1980s, a 650-year-old ginseng was sold to the head of a large corporation. The price was 78 million won. At the time, it was the price of 4 apartments in Kanama. With that, he could become a real estate mogul. Sung-hyun was always singing about what it was like to be a rich, idle person. It would be nice to get rich just to tease this guy. But first he must take care of the landowner and his father. Whatever is left can be used to strengthen his inner self-power. Now his father would no longer have to deal with minor ailments. Suddenly he heard some sounds. The creature was telling him to stop right now. The protagonist knew it was coming. He felt someone's unusual presence from the very beginning of the climb up the mountain. This is a sacred place, so he should put the ginseng in its place and leave immediately. If this creature can speak, he must be a spiritual creature. A spiritual creature in a world where the presence of energy has disappeared. It's fascinating. Must be because of this game. Perhaps he is a mountain god. He really is. And even though this man knows what he is still not afraid of him. He senses a strong energy from this person that is uncharacteristic of humans. It must be a monster in human form. That's why he wanted to kill it. Well, then he noticed it had disappeared without a trace. The mountain god heard the words that he was indeed once called a monster. He didn't even know what kind of creature this was that was able to dodge his attack. What he was. It's been a while since the main character has heard someone call him a monster. In that case, he has to show what happened to those who called him that. He doesn't know what that monster is talking about, but he won't let him take your herbs from the mountain. If he wants them, we'll have to kill a god first. He still doesn't seem to understand his situation. The protagonist had already said goodbye to him, and then the mountain god fell to the ground. Would he really die like this? God could even smell the earth. He thinks he will return to the earth too, but this smell is different. What kind of soil is this? He immediately remembered what kind of soil it was. It was his favorite yellow clay bath. God wondered how long it had even been since he had last bathed in yellow clay. It had been so good. He was used to traveling to all the countries every few months for yellow clay, protecting the mountains, avoiding hunters, looking after the children and tending the herbs. It was so refreshing. Even the finest yellow clay has never felt so fresh. 100 years of fatigue seemed to melt away. He wondered where the clay had come from. Either way, you just have to enjoy it now. For which he woke up to the fact that he'd been hit. The protagonist told him to stay still. Its thick skin makes it difficult to massage, and even more difficult to move around. The mountain god asked if this refreshing feeling was because of his massage. He heard also other sounds that the pigs were making. They were his babies. He must have forgotten about his babies while he was being massaged. The protagonist had a strong temptation to kill him and take his inner core. But then he saw these little creatures that were behind the god. They must be his children. So that man spared him because of his children. Tae-han couldn't leave their children orphaned. Unfortunately, he will take his inner core when the mountain god naturally reaches the end of his life. Until then, he will not harm him. The protagonist will let him know if he needs it later. Increasing the inner core for last consumption is even more cruel. Tae-han replied that they would talk about it another time. He inquired if the creature could feel its body getting lighter. When this guy mentioned it, he feels the life force spilling over his body. The mountain god had exhausted himself defending this mountain alone while he raised his children. Tae-han unblocked his energy allens and relaxed his muscles. He would be fine for a while. He was disconcerted to be told that it would only be in effect for a while. There was no need to worry, because the main character would come once a month and give him a massage. The mountain god expressed his gratitude to him, but the guy also wanted to ask him for a favor in return. Once a month, he would like this god to prepare the herbs he needed in advance. Could it be that this was what they called a wood shuttle? He can't go over the mountain every day and look for herbs on his own, so he offered to mutually benefit each other. Even so, how will this god know what he needs on such and such a mountain? Tae-han mentioned that today's massage was only a tryout. He marveled that such an amazing massage was only an audition. In that case, God would actively cooperate. This looks really delicious. Everyone in the audience thanked Tae-han. It's nice to have a friend who makes good money. Having beef soup is really great. Tae-han mentioned that they were going to split the bill. Sung-hyun replied that he was very greedy. Sung-hyun wondered when he had learned such massage skills. He's actually a selfish jerk, because he should have brought his best friend with him when he was going to learn all this stuff. Tae-han mentioned that he wouldn't have lasted long, and Sung-hyun started to claim that he could learn everything perfectly. He asked the protagonist to tell their case, but he learned it. Sung-hyun also wants to earn money like him, but the protagonist refused. Sung-hyun asked if Han could give a special lecture to the staff. The manager mentioned that it would be a great opportunity for the company. He will talk to them about it, but that's impossible. Sung-hyun called him a stingy guy. Why doesn't he just share his knowledge with them? Even if the tuition fee is large, Sung-hoon will find a way to pay. In fact, his mentor is dead. The manager thinks someone with that level of skill must have been pretty old. It must not be easy for him. Sung-hoon also thinks there must be a good reason why he couldn't tell them. Sung-hoon mentioned that he can continue the legacy she left behind. His friend will do well. Tae-han tries, but he's not sure if he's good at it. What a shame. Sung-hoon really wanted to learn. Since they were talking about it, that Tae-han offered to teach Sung-hyun. The main character can't do that for long sessions because of his assignment, so he was thinking about taking breaks. Sung-hyun immediately got excited as soon as he heard that. He even questioned if it was true. Tae-han wondered if he'd ever lied to him. If he doesn't want to, then let him just forget about it. Sung-hyun replied that he wanted to learn it. Sung-hoon asked the protagonist if he could learn too. Tae-han noted that he could join Sung-hyun. The man thanked him for the opportunity. Sung-hyun was happy that he would be making a lot of money now too. The manager told these guys to try their best to learn everything well. A realization popped into his head. These two could also massage as well as Kang Tae-han himself. In that case, they could only buy the building with incentive funds. Sung-hyun asked the protagonist to teach him quickly before the lunch break was over. Sung-hoon, he told him to hurry up too. Sung-hyun will be waiting for you in the study. This is the first time the managers are seeing so much enthusiasm from Sung-hyun. Now Tae-han looks like he's going to be even busier. The manager apologized for this. However, the manager needs to go with him too. But it's not like the man is going to learn from him. Tae-han replied that they needed someone to give massages to. He was immediately happy that Tae-han would give him a massage while he taught the others. However, the main character upset him by saying that Sung-hyun and Sung-hoon would be giving him a massage. In that case, it's time to get started. They decided to start with Sun-hyung. The manager asked if they could be gentler with him. Sun-hyung replied that the man didn't have to worry about that. First, let him do as he normally does. The manager immediately felt the pain. The manager called Sun-hyun a bloody asshole. His shoulder was hurting. Sung-hyun apologized, saying that maybe he was a little tense. Tae-han advised him to use his middle and index fingers, applying 30% of the strength he had used earlier. That's to be expected. His energy is weak. He needs to build up his internal energy first. Sung-hyun is a little nervous. Sung-hoon will be next. Sung-hyun replies that he hasn't even started yet, right? That's to be expected. Sung-hoon is much better at this than Sung-hyun. However, after trying this massage, he can say that Tae-han's skill is on another level. The manager replied that it was fine. Now he should press down harder with his thumb and swipe it upward. Sung-hoon asked if he was doing everything right. The protagonist replied that he was, and the manager felt some other feeling. It was so refreshing. It felt like a powerful waterfall crashing down on his shoulders. The manager said it was really good. It felt like he was melting. Sung-hoon began to worry about the manager. Kim Sung-hoon, for a normal person, he has quite a lot of energy. Even though he can't use it yet, it's still impressive. If this guy could only use his internal energy, he would become quite skillful. Sung-hoon thanked the protagonist and asked if he had any plans after work. He suggested having a celebratory dinner in honor of the first day of class. He and Sung-hyun would treat him. The manager replied that it sounded tempting, so they could count on him too. When he looks at Tae-han, he seems more fit. Could it be that he's working out? Meanwhile, Sung-hoon replies that it will cover most of the expenses, so Sung-hyun doesn't have to worry. Now that the manager mentioned it, the protagonist did notice that he had gained strength. His internal energy increased, and his body began to build more muscles. Will need to check my strength after work. Looks like he needs some exercise today. Strengthening his body would prevent the imbalance of mind, energy, and blood circulation in his body. Sung-hyun wondered if he had watched another martial arts movie yesterday. Didn't he tell Tae-han to stop watching them? Sung-hoon replied that it was fine. If Tae-han can't make it today, they can reschedule the meeting for another time. Since they're so grateful to him, the guys should find a time soon so they can all have dinner. Local gym. The gym is a modern training ground for ordinary people. Their inner energy cannot compare to that of martial artists. Everyone is practicing hard. It is a real blessing to be able to exercise in such a great and peaceful place. Tae-han wondered where he should start. It looks pretty good, except the volume-boosting effect isn't impressive. About 24 pounds should be enough? Her wondered if it wasn't dangerous, and if he was really going to lift it all. Even Yoon Sung-bin's squat weight is 200 kilograms. He was approached by a man who noticed that he had not seen this young man before. It must be his first time in this gym. Tae-han replied that he did. Judging by this young man's physique, he appears to be a beginner. No matter what weight he wants to lift, he can hurt you. He shouldn't take it personally. Well, just then he saw that it was an easy day for him. Tae-han replied that he wasn't taking it personally either. It was exciting for everyone in attendance. One man wondered what his total lift was. Another man wanted to write down the main character's diet plan. And yet another man wanted to know what supplements this gentleman was taking. They wanted to become friends with this guy. There are some people who are dedicated to fitness and they seem to have pure energy. Others asked that he give them some advice. It's not like these guys have bad intentions. Maybe he can help them out a little bit. In that case, Tae-han would teach them in order. The boys immediately lined up. One of the girls wanted him to help them too. They wanted to know what kind of exercise machine this guy was using. The other one wanted him to check her form. Another girl wanted the main character to show her how to use the equipment as well. She also wanted him to give her his phone number. The men freaked out, because who are they to ask him for help when they use pinks and dumbbells themselves? The woman mentioned that they work out too. Stinky middle-aged men should work out by themselves. Let them not get over to the cute guy. Lee Dong-chan, programmer for a game company, characteristically suffers from chronic fatigue. Is the gym here always so noisy? His team leader said he looked exhausted and suggested he exercise, so Dong-chan came here. But where would he even start? Maybe he'll try this one. But will the workouts help him deal with his fatigue? It seems like they'll make him even more tired. Dong-chan couldn't bear the weight. He tried to call for help. He was panting more and more with each passing second. Fortunately, he was helped in time. Dong-chan immediately stood up and thanked the man behind his back. He seems to be the one who needs the most help around here. Game creation company. The whole thing was awful. The man inquired of the assistant whether the designs were such. Where did the genius in designs go in the first place? He apologized. He has to redo everything and report the results to next week's meeting. Lee Dong-chan will do it. He was drinking coffee on the roof, talking about how very tired he was of it. A manager came to see him, who did not expect the assistant to still be here. The manager asked when he was leaving. Dong-chan replied that the manager told him to work on some changes. It's amazing to hear this about someone who is vaunted as a genius in the game industry. Dong-chan replied that his heyday had passed. The manager wondered why he was talking like that in front of him. This guy has grown up a lot. Dong-chan only laughed. Dong-chan asked the manager how he handled the job when it got tough. Training, of course. The most important part in this area is endurance. Hasn't Dong-chan realized that yet? When his body is full of energy, his mind is clear and his senses return more quickly. The manager advised him to be sure to train straight like he does. There was nothing left for him to do but agree. And that's exactly what happened the first time he came to the gym. That's enough. It hadn't been long, but he'd lived a hard life. He remembered all his passing games. Dong-chan thinks he has lived a good life with such accomplishments, and now he can leave peacefully. And then suddenly he was rescued. It was the protagonist who found the one person who needed help the most here. His energy channels are blocked. Tae-han asked when he'd last gotten a good night's sleep. Right now, he needs to recover rather than exercise. Dong-chan replied that he was trying to exercise to recover. If he keeps practicing in this kind of condition, he might die. Dong-chan asked what he meant. This place may not be ideal, but right now he needs to rest. Dong-chan inquired as to what he was doing out of the blue. It was only then that he noticed he was inside a game he was developing himself. He heard the word cautiously. Dong-chan didn't understand what it was at all. He was approached by Tae-han, who inquired if he was okay. He recognized the same man he'd met at the gym, and the protagonist replied that he needed to focus. He just needs to break through the last pattern and deliver the final blow. Dong-chan asked, and how he should even destroy it. The protagonist replied that he just needs to strike his final blow to be the first to take down the boss. Is he really going to give up right now? He was interested in what she said about the first one. Could be a first on all servers. First. A word that brings out the primal spirit of rivalry in him. How long had it even been since he'd last heard that word? Going back to school, being the first to get to class was more important than being the best in the class. Getting on the bus knowing in advance where it would stop, and standing there to get on first. Of course, swipe your card at the subway exit and get off first. Climbing the stairs is the same. Jumping over 2 or 3 steps to get some fresh air before everyone else declares him the winner. But it all has to be done without the slightest strain. When you can take a leisurely stroll, catching your breath, that's when you can look your coolest. Somewhere along the way, however, he lost that competitive spirit. But now the chance to be the first to defeat the boss of the entire server is fueling a latent competitive spirit in him. Such an opportunity will never present itself again. It should be the first on all servers. It was as if Dong-chan could feel all of his characteristics starting to rise. With his current abilities and equipment, he could definitely do it. He lunged at his boss, screaming that he would do it. The first place will belong to him alone. Whereupon he fulfilled his wish. The boss was defeated. A notification window popped up. First success. He cleared the dungeon first. The guy was glad he could do it. Tae-han asked if he was feeling better. Dong-chan didn't realize where he was. The protagonist would like to give a massage at his workplace, but he had to quickly unblock his energy channels right there. He has a naturally good figure. Dong-chan's body should already feel rested. Come to think of it, his body actually feels much lighter. Judging from his gaze, it seems that his mind had also cleared up. Dong-chan noticed that this was indeed the case. It was as if the fog had cleared. No matter how much sleep he got, he never felt rested, and even a healthy diet didn't help him recover. He didn't understand then how he could recover so well. If a quick massage did your good, then what would a proper session be like? He didn't realize at all what kind of miracle had just happened, and into his head came a new concept for an enhancement system in the game. Improving the modification of certain body parts to increase the freedom of growth. He thanked this gentleman, for thanks to Tae-han, his worries were instantly dispelled. The protagonist asked if he was going to implement this right now. Dong-chan needs to put her thoughts in order a little more. As soon as he knows what he needs to do, he must act immediately. After all, that is the way of the true professional. Kang Tae-han's father's restaurant. Create your own specialized character with improvements that are linked to specific details. Improve any part of your body. The choice is theirs. Lee Dong-chan is a genius in the game industry. Guarantees you provide the best entertainment. Now, Massage Gate 3 is ranked #1 in all major app markets. Dad didn't understand where game developers got such a great body. It looks like we've been practicing a lot. The kid asked his dad how his shoulder was. Things are going great. A lot of old regulars are coming back. And a lot of people find them through something called BioStar, so his shoulder is always busy, but it doesn't hurt at all. Still, he shouldn't overdo it. He demanded that this guy stop nagging his parent. The protagonist asked, how about taking the day off and spending time with him? He was surprised that he was offered to spend time with his grown son. How did such a busy guy even find time for that? Maybe dating so-and-so would be hard every week. But he thinks it would be nice to do something together. Maybe there's something he'd like to always try. Come to think of it, Mr. Choi mentioned playing golf recently. It's not like Dad said he wanted to play golf. There's nothing special about it. It's just that he says golf is expensive. The protagonist suggested a round of golf. He's got plenty of money. A few days later, he and Yusea came to the same place. The girl got here pretty quickly. She must know a lot of good places. This place has a nice atmosphere. Seiya replied that there was nothing special about it. Well, it was actually a strenuous search that finally paid off. It was a little difficult to get a reservation at this place. Just because it does so much doesn't mean it's trying too hard. Seiya suggested going to a famous Seoul restaurant next time. Inviting him to the next meeting was pretty easy. Tae-han poured her some tea, mentioning that maybe they should have something to drink before the food got cold. She thanked him for that. It was a charming flavor. The cool breeze, the rustling of leaves and the smell of grass. Here she feels both cozy and fresh at the same time. Tae-han feels the same way. This tea brings back memories of where he used to live. Seiya wondered how he knew so much about tea. Perhaps they should see each other more often so she could learn more about tea. That's great. That way she could see him more often. But the guy replied that she didn't need to go that far. Just let her experience the tea for what it is. If you look closely, you can see the differences. But if it gets in the way of enjoying your tea, it's all to no avail. So she should just relax and enjoy herself. She'll take his advice into consideration. After she took a sip, she realized that it did feel good. She really should learn more about tea this time. It's much better than she thought it would be. He assumes he has to pay for the tea today. The girl asked why he should pay. It was a token of appreciation for her introducing him to such a beautiful tea house. Besides, she paid for the meat last time. But this time, Seiya planned to return the favor. Tae-han doesn't view today's meeting as something businesslike. Rather, he's just enjoying their time together. She was so surprised that he liked spending time with her that she had tea pouring back into her cup. Tae-han confirmed that he enjoyed spending time with her. There was no reason not to enjoy tea lunches in the company of a good man. It was only then that she realized that she'd screwed herself up. Maybe that's actually a good thing. It means he sees her in a good light. In that case, he could treat her tonight. And tomorrow he might want to go to the music shows with her. But the guy replied that he wouldn't be able to do that. Isn't it his day off tomorrow? Seiya wondered if he was rejecting her so blatantly. Tae-han noted that he already has plans in place. Don't tell me those plans involve another woman. He was going golfing with his dad. She immediately glared as soon as she heard about meeting her father. Se-ah didn't even think he knew how to play golf. Tae-han pointed out that this would be his first experience, his father's too, so they'll be learning together. He must have a good relationship with his father. He's such an obedient son. He believes that you should treat your parents well while they are not around. Well, who doesn't know such a simple truth? But sometimes it can be hard to do so, even if he doesn't know it. Either way, if he has plans with his father, she understands. The next time, she suggested that they play a round of golf together. Tae-han wondered if she played golf too. She's never played it, but she won't say so. She's not very good at it, but she'll get over it. In that case, when the protagonist is ready for a round, he will definitely let her know. That sounds like fun. In that case, perhaps they should call it a day. There was an emergency. The guy said it was fine. But what a sudden change. It's time for some intense golf training. The next day, the golf course. Tae-han is finally here. He had not seen President Joe for a long time, so he had prepared this gift for him. The man asked why he had brought something like this. He wanted to see what it was. It's a syrup made from bell root. Tae-han thought it would suit his body type. In that case, he can't wait to try this one. As soon as he tasted it, he felt like he was in a Finnish sauna. It's not even ginseng, just bell root. But why is it so bitter? It is useful for relieving fatigue and replenishing energy, so a man should sing this regularly. He thanked the fellow for the advice. The gentleman next to him must be the protagonist's father. Kang Ho-young introduced himself, Tae-han's father. He really hoped his son hadn't bothered the man with any unreasonable requests. That's not true at all. He was actually thrilled when Tae-han contacted him. Now that he's seen Ho-young, Tae-han looks a lot like him. It's a striking resemblance. His name is Jo Won-ho. He owes his life to Tae-han. Ho-young didn't expect to hear such words at all. This young man saved the man's best friend by risking his own life on the rocky slopes of Mount Gyeongsang. This is the first time Ho-young is hearing this. What does his son even do? Won-ho remarked that his son was an amazing person. Tae-han's father is like a brother to him now. Ho-young hopes he's not being too presumptuous. Won-ho would be really hurt if his brother said that to him. The guy asked if they weren't going to play golf. In that case, Won-ho suggested that his brother go from here. It was noticeable that Ho-young was a little uncomfortable speaking in such a familiar manner. However, Won-ho asked him to speak calmly. That was a great shot of the brother. His skill grows with every swing. Ho-young asked if that was really true. First, he should work with the seventh errand to get a feel for how it works. Once he feels comfortable with it, he can move on to the woods, Ho-young whispered to his son, wondering if he understood what the man was talking about. Tae-han doesn't quite get it, but it's definitely a compliment. Perhaps he should have done a little advanced study. They're here to learn. As long as a man enjoys life, that's all that matters. What really matters at this point is how he swings. The protagonist was glad to see that he was having fun. He should bring his father here more often. Suddenly, he sensed a person with a very dark energy. You could tell from her uniform that she was studying somewhere. Balance in her movements and grace. There's nothing inappropriate about her. She must be a student preparing to become a professional. Her physical abilities seem very well honed. But that is what makes the situation even more unfortunate. In her current state, she can't make a career out of it. I mean, she knew there was nothing wrong with her body. But why wasn't her kicks as good as they used to be? Tae-han sat up to her, talking about how she could have sent that ball much farther. What a shame. The girl was surprised that he was talking to her. The protagonist wondered who else he could talk to here besides her. She mentioned that the remark was a bit ridiculous. Could it be that this sir was flirting with her? She knows she's cute, but familiarizing herself with someone in a public place like a golf course is not in any way acceptable. Tae-han mentioned that he was talking about the balance of her body. She had gotten it all wrong, and the girl thought it was just a good excuse. Since he's cute, he'll let things run their course this time. What can she say? She's just nice enough. How can you not notice her? Everyone seems to have similar tastes. She completely ignores what the main character says. Tae-han mentioned again that he was talking about her body issues. Before that, she thought he was some kind of pervert. That's not the point at all. Given her skills, Tae-han assumed that she was training to become a professional golfer. If she continued such intense training, the energy flows would be blocked, causing that difficulty. The girl mentioned that not everyone can become a professional. She only played golf until high school. She will be graduating soon. She's won every local tournament since she was a little girl. Isn't it a waste to give it all up like that? She may have been a youth sports star, but how on earth can anyone remember all that? Is this gentleman some kind of fan stalker? The protagonist wondered how he could not know when the wall behind her is hung with her pictures and awards. It was only then that she noticed everything. It had been a long time since she'd last won anything, so no one would recognize her anymore. And her body is suddenly having problems. Tae-han thinks he can fix her condition temporarily. The girl asked what he meant. Tae-han needs to look at her arm first. He just said he could fix it temporarily, and he will. The man looked decent enough. She wondered if it was a crook or a stalker, but for some reason she trusts him. After which she held out her hand. He pressed a point called Higu. It is also called the health point or the emergency point. This point is between the first and second metacarpal bones, close to the middle of the second metacarpal in the fossa. She felt herself grow warm deep inside. The girl felt as if she were in her grandmother's country house. It was so cozy here. Her body felt so relaxed that she felt sleepy. Things will get better for the moment, but it needs to be handled properly to solve the global problem. Let her feel free to contact the protagonist and drop by any time. She even, without hesitation, took his business card. The girl asked if he was trying to sell her something right now. If she wants to see it from that perspective, then of course she can think of it that way. After which Mom called in Bai. It was time for her physical therapy. In that case, it's time to go. In Bai will find time to visit this guy later. So, he'd better do a good job. After which she left with her mother. Ho noticed that this guy didn't say he didn't need golf lessons for nothing. He didn't come here just to play golf. Ho Young asked what that was even about. Does he use his looks to flirt like his father? That's something they must have taught him in college too. Inbi wasn't the type to open up to people easily. He didn't even realize there was something like that in his brother's son. Ho Young noted that it was nothing compared to when he was younger. Women would line up in front of him and he wouldn't even do anything. That's really impressive. Jun-ho also came over. It seems like he came just in time. Won-ho noted that they were about to finish their training and go get something to eat. Jun-ho wanted to join in and pay for everything. They were going to try the homemade noodles of the best noodle maker in Daejeon. Jun-ho was surprised that this was Tae-han's father. The fact that he makes homemade noodles is incredible. Jun-ho also called him brother. If Won-ho calls him reverse, he's also a brother to Jun-ho. He asked for his brother to tell him how comfortable he felt. It helps to feel at ease. Tae-han replied that he had somewhere to go, so he'd leave the adults to spend time together. Jun-ho asked where he was going. He had come all this way to see Tae-han. The protagonist replied that he needed to go thieving to gather some medicinal herbs. In that case, the car ride would only take about 30 minutes, so let him come to the restaurant after that. The bus schedule is long, so he may be back late at night. Let these guys relax and enjoy themselves during that time. Jun-ho asked if he meant to say take public transportation to get there and back. If Tae-han timed it right, he'd be fine. If not, he could just walk around and it would be great exercise. Jun-ho motioned for the guy to come over to him for a moment. Won-ho asked where they suddenly went. Jun-ho replied that he had some business to attend to with Tae-han. He would be back soon. The main character asked where they were going, and Jun-ho replied that it wouldn't take long. The parking lot in front of Shin Jun-ho's house. A man asked what about this car. As he can see, it's a used car. He was going to sell it, but all the dealers were lowering the price, so he hasn't sold it yet. If Tae-han didn't mind, he would. He was thinking of selling the guy a car for cheap as a token of appreciation. The protagonist would like to do that, but how much money is involved? The price he had in mind is around 10. It should be a normal price. Tae-han thought it was the price of 10 million won. Even though the car is only 5 years old, it's still expensive. However, that's not what he meant. The price is only 10,000 won. It seems to be a fair price. Does the gentleman mean to say that the dealers didn't even offer him 10,000 wo for this car? That doesn't mean it doesn't have an engine. He replied that there was nothing wrong with the car. The man was going to trust an old acquaintance. But these dealers are real crooks. Truth be told, he just wanted to give the car to him. But he won't say anything about it. It was as if the ghost of a friend had appeared there, asking the Lord when he was the one who cheated him too. Jun-ho asked how about it. It seems like a good deal to him. He might want to test drive the car first, and the main character asked if it was okay if he rode it. Of course, he didn't mind. There was no doubt that her performance was still top-notch. So let him try it right now. And the engine's still there, and luckily everything seems normal. Jun-ho offered to take her for a ride around the neighborhood. Then like the Lord said, they'll see what happens. They jerked forward sharply. Jun-ho asked the guy if that wasn't too fast. Tae-han wanted to try turning the corner. It was really too fast for him. And for the protagonist, it was better than he expected. Since Mr. Shin was tactful enough to give this as a token of gratitude for saving his life, he should make sure to repay him properly. Junho asked me to stop. Why does he suffer so much by giving away his own car? And then the car finally stopped. Junho also asked the guy who taught him how to drive like that. Was it really his father? He didn't expect him to be so harsh. Dae-hoon replied that it was his first time driving since he got his license. Junho wondered when he got his driver's license. It must have been a while ago since he's still so young. At first, he wanted to say it happened 60 years ago. But then he failed and said about 6 years ago. But it was easier than he thought. Junho was very surprised that in 6 years, he had never once gotten behind the wheel. Isn't that the same as driving without a license? The protagonist asked if he needed a great driving background. Junho replied that it wasn't necessary. Then he will gratefully accept this car. Junho asked me to drive carefully. Is he really okay with giving it away? He was texted by an NBA who said she would meet a friend in Seoul soon. Would the time he indicated be suitable? Dae-han replies that he can any time after 7 p.m. He'll keep the schedule open, so have her let him know in advance. In-B asked what kind of weird pickup attempt this was, and Dae-han didn't understand how it could be called a pickup attempt. He was approached by Sung-hyun, who asked who he was writing to. The protagonist replied that it was a friend. A brief wobble and that atmosphere. The temperature and humidity speak for themselves. Sung-hyun was well aware of who it was. He asked Dae-han why he took so long to answer. Did he have a girlfriend or something? Dae-han replied that it was just a friend. What a liar. That guy doesn't have any friends except for Sun-hyung. He even demanded that Dae-han set him up on a blind date. The main character reiterated that it's not like that at all. Sung-hyun wondered what was going on. Did something really happen? Only then did he realize that Choi Dae-jun was here again. As it turned out, she had made another reservation for today. He must have really liked it last time. Next to them was the manager of the Hanhee Hawks, Jae-yoon. This place was not as luxurious as he had expected. Could this really be the place that Coach Jang's wife had recommended? Dae-jun also thought at first that he might have come to the wrong place, but after the massage, he felt healed both physically and mentally. He had never met such a masseur before. When Jae-jung hears the guys talking about it, he feels a little guilty. Dae-jun asks why that's the case. This guy had given up his reservation for a manager, and he still had his doubts. Dae-jun replied that it was fine. After all, he said it was for the team. But he hoped the manager understood what Dae-jun was saying meant. The manager is bound to do well. If the trainer is experiencing any discomfort, he should try a massage. After all, he has been so busy all this time. Jae-yoon replied that he was here for work, not for a massage. Dae-jun mentioned that as soon as he tried the massage, that he would immediately forget about the others. Jae-yoon asked if he thought the manager was the same as himself. Jae-yoon even gave up his vacation for the sake of the team. They were approached by the main character, who noticed that they had come to the reception early. Dae-jun greeted Sir, saying that he brought his coach with him today. The manager remarked that the man looked too young to be called Sir, unless he's older than he looks. Dae-han wondered what had brought him here today. Jae-yoon replied that both wrists and shoulders. Also, his knees are a little sore. He can't fully trust what Dae-jun says. Usually the problem is his lower back, but he wanted to see if the masseur would notice it, Dae-han remarked, seeming to wonder if there were more pressing problems than these. He wondered after those words. It was time, so they should go to the massage room. Dae-jun asked that Sir take care of the trainer. The manager reported that he would be back soon. And the guy wished me a good reception. Jae-yoon thinks that Sulu only needs to check his wrist and shoulders. Dae-han replies that that's not the case. The real problem lies in the lower back. That really hurt. Afterward, he noticed that it was as if he was in a desert. The heat was making it hard to breathe. His throat is even dry. And there's no one around. The heat makes him dizzy. Where he is and why he's here. Jae-yoon walked farther and farther away, for he thought that he needed to return faster. But he could do no more. The man fell to his knees. Dae-han appeared there, wondering why he shouldn't have some fun if he'd gotten this far. The man gave him a fright. And where the hell did a surfboard even come from? And what it means to have fun in the desert. But he has a more important question. Why is the masseur here? Dae-han is here for Togo to give him a little vacation. How about Togo enjoy a refreshing surf while he's here? Jae-yoon mentioned that he was too busy for a vacation, especially for surfing in this desert land. He heard some sound. I wonder if he heard something wrong. Since Dae-han came here without any problems, he should know how to get out of here. Tell him to stop joking around and get him out of here. This guy has no idea how much work he has to do. Suddenly he saw a shadow looming over him. It was a wave. Jae-yoon asked what it was. The protagonist asked if he couldn't see it. That wave, Jae-yoon asked for help. Let him better enjoy his rare vacation. Jae-yoon didn't understand what this vacation was at all. He was still asking for help. It's okay. He needs to trust Tae-han and get back on his feet. With eyes like this young man's, he can't trust me with him. So the man decided to do it. He really was able to ride the wave. Tae-han inquired as to how it felt. The man thought it felt just fine. It is a refreshing feeling that he has never experienced before. Thanks to the protagonist, he tries it for the first time. Afterward, the guy let him go, saying that he had to learn for himself how to truly relax alone. His back seems to be feeling better, so it's best to stop and go downstairs. He didn't realize how good that massage was. The manager thanked him. He's had a good run through some pretty bad pain. For the sake of feeling rested, the manager would ignore the pain for the rest of his life. Then next time, Tae-han would massage a little more decisively. Jae-yoon wanted to thank him, but then asked him to wait. He grabbed the guy's hands, talking about how he didn't come here just for a massage. Tae-han wondered then what had brought him here. To put it bluntly, he's here to hire those main characters as the team's personal masseur. Jae-yoon started on his knees to beg the Lord to be the exclusive masseur for the Hanhee Hawks. Sung-hyun didn't expect this kind of offer for this guy. He wondered what he was going to do. There's no reason for Tae-han to refuse. He already visits the Taejeon, where the team is based on a weekly basis. He also revealed that he will start next week. There's no way Sung-hyun will let that happen. I wonder if Tae-han will join Hanhee's Hawks. Well then, what about the profits at the salon and his incentives? He thought he would enjoy a blossoming about his life thanks to Tae-han. But unfortunately, it was only a fleeting dream. He had already said goodbye to his summer vacation. Sung-hyun was very jealous of his friend. Tae-han mentioned that if he wanted, he could go too, but just as his assistant. The main character has to know how to door of each of the customers for Sun-hyung. He has to make money. Therefore, there was no way he would become his assistant. As a friend, Tae-han expected this. The protagonist will bring some baseballs autographed by players if he gets the chance. The manager was surprised that he was only leaving for one weekend. Is he really not going to leave here? Why would he even go to Hanwoo? The protagonist just renewed his contract here. He was touched to the core. The manager thanked the guy. Manager Hwang was worried about what to do about the main character's course if he was poached by Hanha. And he was also thinking about his dream of a summer vacation. After that, he brushed it off, while saying that he was also worried about whether this guy would adapt well. If it was just about money, he wouldn't have become a massage therapist. Sung-hyun inquired then what he would do. In that case, the protagonist would be doing mixed martial arts. Sung-hyun laughed, not realizing what the crazy man was saying. He always hid from the bullies in high school with Sun-hyung, didn't he? He's just saying it. However, it seemed to the manager that it somehow didn't seem like a joke. Is Sung-hyun really going to be okay? No matter how pathetic Tae-han is, then he shouldn't worry because Sung-hyun will always be by his side, so Tae-han should be kind to their pillar. The manager replied that he takes care of himself, so let him not bother Tae-han. It was nice to know that the manager had experience and insight, the people who care about him, the various clients he meets every day. Seeing them feeling rested after a massage, he has strange feelings. The days when he was a celestial demon, he had never felt anything like this. It's satisfaction. Right now, Tae-han is enjoying this natural feeling. There was no need to leave this place. She wanted to continue to enjoy this naturalness. The girls decided to post this on Nopstar. This place is truly amazing. Their skin felt like a baby's, and the features were just perfect. The body felt restored and the 10-year fatigue was gone. Sung-hyun wondered if these weren't the same customers they wanted earlier. They looked different. The managers pointed out that and excuses. They're using the locker he gave them. He remembered giving them locker number 99. Sung-hyun also didn't understand how a single massage could even make such an effect. It was like magic. But what the hell is wrong with him? This guy's got a huge debt. How does he even cope with all these orders and not get tired at all? But the manager replied that it's just the opposite. He seems to be getting more energetic. Tae-han wondered why those two were gossiping behind his back. Sung-hyun asked who was the one gossiping here. Does he look like the kind of person who spreads rumors? Tae-han remarked that his joke wouldn't even make an old man laugh. Sung-hyun mentioned that he didn't say it for a laugh. It was time for him to call it a day, so he suggested moving. He replied that those guys could leave and he had to meet more clients. Sung-hyun didn't even know what clients there might be at this hour. Sung Hyun was asked to be honest about whether he invested in stocks or crypto, and how much money he lost. Sung Hyun said to listen to him, and this guy doesn't even know how to invest. So now he's working nights to recoup his losses. Or he's gambling, it's no laughing matter. He would be tricked, wouldn't he? Sung Hyun hoped he wasn't reading webtoons illegally or something. The protagonist didn't understand at all why he was suddenly talking about stocks or gambling. He didn't lose any money. Sung Hyun couldn't believe that it was more beautiful than his blood. In that case, he didn't understand why this guy was working so hard. He's such a jerk. He didn't even share the information with Sun Hyung and just kept it to himself. The protagonist asked if he didn't say that from the beginning. Besides, investments should be made personally. Besides, he already had someone booked for a personal session. Inbi didn't know where she should go to catch the subway. Seoul is always so complicated. Far she should still be walking. Her back was starting to hurt. My back pain came on suddenly. Despite numerous tests, the hospital could not give a definite answer. Without an accurate understanding of the problem, there is no solution. Doctors really can't determine the cause. Her condition continued to deteriorate. She wanted to hit one last shot before deciding if she should quit golf. But from that day on, her condition gradually improved. How could he even do that? Inbi really doesn't know that. He told her to come first, so she thinks she'll find out when she gets there. She finally made it to this place. Sia's cup broke. A man immediately ran up to her and asked her if she was hurt. She replied that she was fine. But is Sia sure she's okay and she really didn't get hurt? She shouldn't be hurt, right? The cup broke, and why does she have a bad feeling about it? The man noticed that she didn't look well for some reason. She really had no idea about that. Maybe she was just scared, but she's fine. Or maybe she just had low sugar levels. He immediately ran to bring her a sweet latte. She thanked Mr. Director for it. What a feeling that was. I guess it's nothing special. At the same time, the main character was giving her a massage. It was even brighter here than she had expected. Inbi thought it would be much darker here. She was approached by the main character who asked if she was ready. The girl replied that she was. This guy is tall, broad-shouldered, and has long legs. He also has a good face. She tried to pull herself together. J and B came here for a massage. Tae-han wondered if something was wrong. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong. After that, the main character told her to lie down. And Bai asked if she should just lie down like that. He told her to lie still. He needed to examine her body a bit. After that, he started a background check. This was to be expected, as her body is generally healthy. A strong, trim body with no excess fat. But if there were no problems, she would have no back pain. After which he touched her back. And, of course, there was an appropriate reaction. She seems to have some kind of problem with the Yao-Yang points. They're points on either side of the lower back, where the spine meets the pelvis. Apparently, she has a congenital weakness in that area. The energy at these points is somewhat unstable, and it is intertwined with the surrounding meridians. If left untreated, the flow of energy can stagnate, turning into negative energy that will block the meridians and worsen her condition. Today, the main character will take care of more in her back. And Bai wondered if he could really do that. Of course he will. The girl will be fine, so just let her relax. Sounds like something a quack would say. Well, why does she feel like she can trust him? In that case, she asked him not to make it too painful. Unfortunately, it's going to be difficult. And B replied that she really doesn't like pain. So she asked the main character to be gentle. No one likes to be hurt, but they need to remove the energy blockage. So she's going to have to be patient for a while. She hadn't expected it to be this painful. The blocked energy begins to flow. Now you can move on to the next step. It was as if her soul had left her body. The main character decided to use gua sha to circulate energy. This is a massage technique that consists of applying a special scraper to the skin. The main purpose is to improve blood flow. In B asked the gentleman what it was. The protagonist replied that it was a tool that could circulate energy. Soon the pain will be completely gone. Screaming and slapping could be heard in the sauna. They're finally done with it. Because she is young, her energy circulation will become more active after a while. She asked the gentleman to turn on the air conditioner. She suddenly felt so hot. The energy flow had just started to equalize, so it was no wonder she was hot. But if she was now exposed to the cold air, it might overstress her body. However, she was very hot. Tae-han told her to wait, didn't he? We need to let the energy circulate. After she shudders, the blood circulation will be restored, so she should rest for a while. In-B felt her consciousness gradually fading away. Could it be that she was drooling now? How embarrassed she was, but her eyelids are so heavy. He saw drool dripping onto the floor. Looks like the protagonist can't let her sleep here. So he decided to take her to rest in a special room, and he also asked that she try not to drool. And on his clothes too. UCA, the movie set, Hawaii. How long is this even going to go on? Let her just quit if she can't do what she needs to do. Sia was sorry, so they decided to take a 10-minute break. Let her try to focus when they got back. Things are not going the way they should today. Ever since the glass broke, something's been bothering her. Well, what kind of disturbing feeling is that? Something must have happened to Tae-han. Or perhaps he was surrounded by women who wanted another massage. He probably has female clients too, especially with his looks. There must be a lot of clingy types out there. And why hadn't she thought of that before? She was approached by a manager who asked if today was a tough shoot and if there was anything he could do to help. Suddenly she noticed him fall. Sia immediately went over to him and asked if he was okay. He did say that he had been having bad migraine attacks lately. Could it be because of that? The manager replied that we were fine. He came to help but instead made her worry. Say-ah replied that the man had always taken care of her. She also inquired if he was still sleeping badly. He does. Once the project starts, he pretty much stops sleeping. They decided to bring a chaise lounge for him. Let him rest for a while. That was nice. I wish, of course, that there was a masseur who could fix it right away. If there was such a masseur, he would pay any money. And then she mentioned that there is indeed such a masseur. When they return to Korea, she will take him to a great place for a massage. The manager asked if there really was a good massage therapist there. Most of them are pretty much the same. Seo replied that he would be surprised. His migraines can completely disappear after the first session. Is this masseuse really that good? Since she's talking about it, he should definitely check it out. Then they would definitely go there. Seo offered to make a promise to each other. The manager is so touched that she cares about him, so he's definitely going to get a massage. Seo will personally take him there. Sia had wanted to check it out for a long time, but she hadn't had the chance. And now she had the perfect excuse to openly snoop around there. If anyone dares to flirt with Tae-han, she'll make sure it's their last day. Yingbi looks very anxious. Perhaps her meridians are not completely cleared. Suddenly he sensed something and immediately asked who was here. However, there was no one behind him. It was strange, for he was sure he felt a faint intent to kill. She's finally awake. The girl didn't realize what it was at all. It was like some kind of nightmare. She heard the voice of the main character asking if he could come in. Inbi replied that he could. Tae-han asked how she was feeling. Inbi replied that she was fine. Only after those words did she notice that the more in her aching back was finally gone. She doesn't know how, but she feels incredibly rested. He was pleased to hear that. Tae-han had prepared a tea that would suit her, so she should follow him. When the girl stood up, she felt that her body was very light. It's possible that she's back to the way she used to be, but she immediately pushed those thoughts away. J and B just got carried away because of one massage. After all, that only happens in comic books. The main character has prepared a tea made from dogwood cherry blossoms. It will help the recovery of the back and knees in Bai and improve blood circulation. Since he's offering, she'll take a sip of that tea. This tea was very flavorful and incredibly pleasant. She had never tasted tea like this before. And B wondered if this tea was something he made especially for her. Tae-han pointed out that it was true. Each person needs a certain kind of tea that only he or she serves. She didn't understand at all what was going on. Is it possible that this is some higher level of flirting? The protagonist wondered if something was wrong. And B replied that it was fine. It's really not a big deal, but the gentleman isn't old enough to be called a gentleman. She's graduating from high school soon herself. As it turns out, the protagonist turns 26 this year. Then perhaps he feels there is a more appropriate address for him. The guy didn't even think about it. And you were offered Appa. After all, they don't have such a big age difference. Let him address it any way he wants. Now she's another checkerboard closer. In that case, Appa can also call her whatever he feels more comfortable with. Since that's what she wants, he won't prevent it. Tae-han asked how she was feeling. In-B replied that she felt much better. It was like she was back to how she felt before the pain. Nevertheless, for a while you should try not to overdo it. After all, the husband will relapse. She'll take his advice. It's so unrealistic to think that one massage can fix everything. The protagonist replied that she should be careful. Go within 3 days. She didn't expect the time limit to be that small at all. Has it been too long? Her energy has been blocked for too long, so she needs a proper rest. And the girl only laughed. The guy wondered why she was laughing. For an in-buy, it was just a little ridiculous. Saying it would only take 3 days. She felt so bad she was ready to give up on her dream. If this was a joke, he should say so right now. she wouldn't be disappointed. The main character mentioned that she wouldn't be disappointed. Anyway, she only needs to rest for 3 days. The protagonist noticed that she didn't seem to believe him at all. Inbai started to deny that she certainly believed him. Since she was hungry, the girl offered to go eat right away. It must be that her body still hadn't fully recovered from the massage, so they could eat. Meanwhile, the main character's phone received a message from Yu Se-ah. She was wondering if the main character was free right now and if he was okay. Pyonggi University. Friends were heaven to see each other. Someone thought he had extended his vacation, but this guy went back to the university. It's his last semester, so he needs to graduate quickly and find a job. How about that contract job he mentioned? As it turns out, he sent out a bunch of resumes but only got one call back. Placed, it was already boring. I should have asked Tae-han to take him along. He was so jealous of his friend. And that's when he was offered to go along with the protagonist. But really as an assistant, the guy knows how valuable each client is. Sung-hyun has to earn money, so there's no way he's going to be an assistant. Sung-hyun didn't understand at all why he even opened his rotten mouth. He was really crazy. Department of Physical Education, Professor Seo Young-won. It's time to check attendance. Kang Min-soo was here. It was Kang Tae-han's turn. There was silence in the hall. Isn't Kang Tae-han here? Sung-hyun explained that he couldn't come today because of work. The girls were whispering because he had found a job. The professor remembered that this guy was now working with the Hanhee Hawks. Is this about the same baseball team that's always been in last place? What's Tae-han doing there? I wonder if it's some kind of rehab therapy for the players. The professor reports that Kang Tae-han has started working as a masseur for the Hanhee Hawks. Isn't it impressive that he's working so hard even before graduating from university? What is this guy even going to do out there? This team's always been in last place. What is he going to do if he gets blamed or fired because the team's results don't improve? Of course, the professor understands their concerns. A simple massage will not lead to a dramatic improvement in player performance. Hanhee's training day. It's true that job security can be volatile. However, getting the opportunity to gain hands-on experience in this field is not easy. The ball was flying very high, so even if Kang Tae-han fails and comes back, he'll still applaud this guy for taking on this challenge. The man asked Coach Jang what was going on here. After all, they couldn't even win a Grand Slam tournament in a normal game. Could it be that they are taking some kind of tonic substance? Did he forget? Today, Kang Tae-han is coming for a massage. The players who got massages are in terrific condition. Here he comes out. Pranisi immediately wanted to see who this guy was and what he even looked like. He turned back to see. He was approached by a coach who mentioned that it must have been exhausting for him to come all the way out here. This is the Hanhee Hawks masseur that is now doing stunning results, and his name is Kang Tae-han. The coach thanked the protagonist, because thanks to him, the players are full of enthusiasm. He hadn't seen them like this in so long. He cried because he had witnessed such an exciting event in his coaching career. Tae-han explained that it didn't happen because of him, and the coach asked what he meant. It happened because of a coach who was willing to kneel in front of the players. When he heard such words in such a tone, he felt uneasy. All the protagonist did was to take care of the players depending on their condition. But it's even possible. This gentleman, as expected, is really great. It's really quite simple. For those who had lost their goals, Tae-han was just reminding them of their dreams. To those who had lost their passion, the protagonist reignited it. For those who needed a rest, he gave them a massage as refreshing as a sea breeze. For those who needed a break, he adjusted the pressure to make them feel as if they were abroad. It looked like each of them needed some rest. Now he too was now convinced that the gentleman was truly incredible. In that case, perhaps they should replace the team's vacation with a massage. It was another home run. At this rate, they could really win tomorrow. Well, what's stopping them at all? They just have to do it. He was happy to see that thanks to the masseur, the players were full of energy again. The coach thanked the protagonist. The two coaches hugged each other. They didn't realize if it was a dream or reality. However, they had worked so hard. They were approached by a man who didn't understand what was happening to everyone. They are so full of energy. It was Dae Pyong. However, he had doubts whether it would take too much energy before the official match. He's only a few years away from leaving, and this story is also about to end. However, these guys seem unfamiliar to him. I wonder if they're rookies. The coach advised him to take a closer look to see who they were. And now he realized that these were not newcomers at all. He saw Yejun. Ji-ho even got younger. It's the same with Guan-ho. Now the guy didn't understand at all what was even going on here, or why they were getting younger. Coach mentioned that he could become one too. Dae Pyong inquired in what way. He just needs to entrust his body to Mr. Kang Tae-han. However, they should also go get a massage from Mr. Kang Tae-han as well. He only sighed when he realized that these guys had actually dragged him here after Daejun's exaggerated words. But he just has to look at Daejun. After the massage, his crisis disappeared. Dae-pyung starts claiming that this guy has always been good. The other players are just in a good mood because the match is going well after a long break. Either way, he's off to recovery training. Dae-han thinks 30 seconds will be enough for his shoulders. He immediately became angry and wondered what he had just said. In 30 seconds, he'll be back in his prime. With that in mind, it might be possible to win the championship title this year. However, they will need to win every remaining game in the season to win the championship. This guy apparently doesn't know what he's talking about at all. The protagonist replies that if that's the case, he might as well just win them all. He immediately grabbed Dae-han by his clothes, talking about how this must be a joke. Does he really think that winning the championship is like winning a neighborhood sporting event? He doesn't even know how many years Dae-pyung worked hard to become the champion on this team. But in the end, he didn't win the championship. He felt a refreshing feeling surrounding his body. Dae-pyung wondered what he had just done to him. Now maybe he would believe Dae-han. If he gives him a massage, he will feel that refreshing feeling for the rest of his life. Dae-han will be in the hall, so if the man changes his mind, let him come to him. He turned to the coach. Of course, the coach advised him to go, for he would not regret it. Since the coach told him to go, he'll just go and check it out. But why does the door seem so big today? Either way, he decided to go inside. For some reason, there was a school classroom there. But wasn't it supposed to be a hallway? One of them greeted Hyungnim. The other one said that the high school students didn't seem to have any good manners left at all. Minjun's cutie was there. They praised the massage, so Dae-pyung should make sure it's done thoroughly. He asked Junseo what was even going on here. However, his face looks the same. As it turns out, his trainer recommended it to him, so he got a massage to keep in shape before retiring. However, he still doesn't think it's the right thing to do. Dae-pyung wondered what he meant. Of course it's about retirement. He wants to fight for the title one more time before he retires. Plus, he felt full of energy. It's like it's overflowing. Dae-han came over there, who asked what he was doing. Let him move on already. After which the protagonist told him where to lie down. The guy wondered if this was really okay. Wouldn't it have been better to throw another ball instead? Those similar players have started to play better, but he's not quite sure of them yet. After which he felt pain. Surprisingly, the massage was over. Dae-pyung wondered what he had just done to his body. It felt like something was being sucked out of him. Dae-han told him to lie still. There was one last step left. Problems with his shoulder and now solved. Of course, he didn't believe it. If it could be fixed so easily, why did he even need to think about leaving? But only then did he realize that his chronic shoulder pain was actually gone. Now Dae-han is going to do something even more important. The guy asked if there was anything else that needed to be treated besides the physical condition of the player. Sounds like some kind of mental problem. Today, Dae-han will fix his messed up mental state. Dae-pyung began to claim that his mental state was in perfect order. However, it does not appear that this is really the case. This is unbelievable. Player Kim Dae-pyung. Despite being a rookie drafted by the last place team, he leads the team this year. Kim Dae-pyung, during his season debut in the second half of the 9th inning in the 7th Korean series, got 2 outs and got the first out. The score was 0-1. Everyone had a question if Hanwha would win the championship with Kim Dae-pyung on their side. There were 2 strikes. Strikeout. Unfortunately, the Hanwha Hawks lose in the final game of the Korean series. He tried to console the brat by saying that he had performed exceptionally well for his debut season. But that wasn't the case. The team he'd dreamed of his whole life would never be satisfied with just that. Next year, he's sure to win it. Next year. Unfortunately, they missed the fall playoffs. Another year. This year, Kim Dae-pyung is out of the game again. Because of this, the team misses the fall playoffs. This continued to be the case for the rest of the year. Kim Dae-pyung just missed the ball and his shoulder crashed into the fence. I can't believe this guy's hurt. This looks pretty serious. Given his age, he's going to have a hard time recovering, and that's unfortunate. He can't believe he got injured. That means the championship is now even more out of reach. How can he even win a championship with his abilities? He should be grateful just that someone like him can continue to play as a professional. It all turned into one huge clod of problems. He's awake. No matter how old it is now, it's not that outdated yet. Dae-han wondered if the competitive spirit had returned to him. Dae-pyung asked what he meant. Looks like he's not back yet. The guy started yelling that he was back. The protagonist asked if he even knew how the draft system in baseball worked. Of course he does. The last place team gets the first pick in the draft. Then it turns out most of the players here were drafted as the best players with the most potential. He must know that these players have a lot of respect for Dae-pyung, right? The man asked. But why would they do that? What do you mean why? Isn't it natural for them to want to support a senior who was so dedicated and hardworking? In fact, he was only doing what was expected of him, and he didn't think about it at all. Tae-han opened him about the solar acupuncture point, so his mind should be clear. In other words, his concentration should improve. Why not pay him back in tomorrow's game for the respect the juniors have shown him? It does. His head seems so clear and it almost hurts. In his condition, he can do it. At least he'll try. Next day. What the hell is going on here? The 9th inning is over. The score is 0. Any other day, you'd think the elephants would have had a bad day. But today, they just can't help but praise Han-hee's performance. Especially today. Player Kim Dae-pyung is filled with determination, just as he was in his debut season. There was a question in everyone's mind if he could pull off a victory. The pitcher throws the first pitch. Kim Dae-pyung fights back. It's happening. He's getting ready to catch the ball in front of the fence. He's got him. This is Han-hee's last chance to attack. But that's not the end of it. Fielder drops the ball again. The ball goes over the fence. Player Hwang Ji-sung, who rarely makes mistakes, made one today. The error gave Kim Dae-pyung a solo home run and Han-hee his first win of the season. Hwang Ji-sun will most likely only remember this day with regret throughout the season. It's really true. He's definitely going to be stronger in the next game. It's really crazy. Han-ha defeated the words. Is it really Dae-han's doing this too? The protagonist won't say it's not. The manager hugged the guy. Even if he leaves the parlor, let him not leave Han-hee until they win the championship. After all, the manager's longtime wish is to see Han-hee win the championship. It looks like they are really going to win the championship this year. The manager asked if that was really true. He's really going to die now. Sung-hyun mentioned that the manager can't just pass away. He has to pump to see the championship with his own eyes. The protagonist's phone began to vibrate. UCA sent new messages. As it turns out, she's going back to Korea tomorrow, so she wanted to make an appointment for a massage session right now. It's definitely not because she has some other purpose. It's just that her senior co-worker really needs a massage. Agreed. Si-ah came along with the manager as she said she would. He greeted the two men. Si-ah introduced the senior actor, Jo Chang-hyuk, whom she had mentioned. Since Ms. Si-ah had asked, he of course had to make time. Did he just say of course? It means a lot to her. Si-ah should pull herself together. Why is she even getting her hopes up because of a mere word? Today's goal is to gather evidence. Dae-han will bring tea so it can be enjoyed while waiting. Se-ah mentioned that she'd like to go with him. Does she really want to go with them? Jo Chang-hyuk is her older sunbae whom she really respects, so she's really worried. So the girl asks if she can stay with him while he gets a massage. Jang-hyuk was touched. Dae-han agreed. Everything is going according to her plan. If she sees even the slightest hint that the women are trying to flirt with Dae-han, she'll eliminate them and teach him a good lesson. Nothing she noticed they had already gone inside. The girl is about to enter as well. The sight startled her. How can Dae-han look so cool during a massage? Sweat dripping from his tense face, and that focused look in his eyes. How in the world can this guy look so cool during a massage? But Sunbae Jang-hyuk doesn't look good. Apologized to the main character saying that Sunbae is having a hard time. There's nothing you can do about it. In order to get better, he'll have to endure it himself. He found himself of his own, as if in another world of some kind, not realizing what this was even like or what kind of outfit he was wearing. After all, this comic also goes the way of popular genres like regression, reincarnation, and transmigration of souls. Someone shot him. It left a scratch on his cheek. Here he was even lucky that that shot hit behind him. He immediately turned around to ask who they were. These warriors demanded their money back. Jang-hyuk asked what kind of money we were even talking about. Is he really asking because he doesn't know? They talked about the money Jang-hyuk's father had invested in his business. It can't be serious. Jang-hyuk worked for years to pay back all that money with interest. They don't know how Jang-hyuk worked to pay it off at all. He started out as an extra in historical dramas, playing minor roles with a single line. He was completely ignored by the young actors, but he still got what he needed to finally pay off. To protect his family, who relied on him. So let them stop torturing him already. He heard a question. How much did Jang-hyuk spend this month? The old man parked next door just got back from a trip to Europe, and he's annoyed with the way he's showing off. Now that they have paid off their debt, they too can go on a trip. Ha-eun wants to learn to play the violin. Jang Hyuk can pay for her to attend the academy because he is her uncle after all. They all called this guy the backbone of their family. He had to hang in there a little longer. He was surrounded by his mom, dad, and brother. Their son is very kind, and he will surely help them. His parents thanked him for being such a respectful son, and the older brother now understood what a real family was, thanks to the younger brother. He couldn't stand up to them. They should just say so, and then Jang Hyuk would take care of everything. As long as his family is happy with such a sacrifice, then that is enough. He's pathetic. This guy needs to get a grip. It was as if Tae-han had freed him from that burden. At first, he just watched as his parents and brother were disposed of. Just then he got pissed off and asked the bastard what the hell he was even doing. The main character slaps him, talking about how he even dares snap at the one who just saved him. What an ungrateful brat. Have him open his eyes and watch carefully. Does he really think these are his real parents? If they were truly his family, they wouldn't be so stifling. Even if they had difficulties, they would take responsibility and support his life. And he has a problem too. Why has he unnecessarily placed a heavy burden on himself? Tae-han freed him from those clothes. It must have been so hard on him all this time. Now, he had to be careful. Jang Hyuk wondered where he should go now. He has to go up. Jang Hyuk wondered, and how he was even supposed to get that high. His body must be feeling lighter now, so why wouldn't he try to jump up? When he gets out, then let him start taking care of himself. Regardless of how light he feels, is it possible to jump right in? But he decided to try anyway, even if he couldn't do it. This situation makes absolutely no sense at all. Could he really do it? Jang Hyuk thanked him for the massage. It really helped relieve his accumulated fatigue. There's no need to mention it. If he ever gets a headache again, he shouldn't hesitate to contact Tae-han. In that case, they said goodbye. Se-ah decided to hold a sunbae. The girl suggested meeting at the restaurant where they ate meat last time. Tae-han mentioned that the food there was quite expensive. She wanted to thank him for giving her precious sunbae a massage. So this guy should get ready to eat a lot. In that case, they would see each other later. After that, she caught up with Sunbae. However, something was bothering him. Jang Hyuk's only fatigue had passed. Tae-han was sure that he should have felt an unprecedented surge of strength, and the headaches that had been bothering him should have disappeared. Why hadn't he mentioned the headaches in a single word, or half a sentence? Perhaps Tae-han didn't fully control his negative energy. If so, he might lose control of his mind and body. Soon his internal energy could distort and kill this guy. Sia asked Sunbae how his massage went. Jang Hyuk replied that it was great. Was that really all there was to it? Didn't he feel like he was in a hot spring? Or did he feel a tingling sensation like an electric shock? It wasn't like hot springs or electricity. And then Jang Hyuk's manager arrived. He thanked me for today. Jang Hyuk asked if she needed a ride somewhere. Seo replied that it was fine, because she was going to have dinner with Tae-han. He wished her a nice dinner. After which the man said goodbye. And then they left. Didn't Jang Hyuk enjoy the massage? Tae-han was sure that he had removed the negative energy and destroyed all the mental stresses that were causing him headaches. He definitely should have felt like he had become a different person. So what did the protagonist miss out on? Se-ah asked what he was thinking about so seriously. The boy replied that it was nothing. Could it be that he mishandled the negative energy? If that's the case, we need to take action before Jang Hyuk loses control of his mind and body. Se-ah asked what the meat tasted like now that he'd tasted it. Tae-han replied that it was delicious. He just ate some soybean paste stew, and yet he says it was delicious, even though his mouth must have been all burnt up. What Tae-han meant was that the meat he ate used to be delicious. Se-ah mentioned that he didn't even sit down to a bite. Why is everyone acting so weird today anyway, including Jang Hyuk? The protagonist doesn't think it will work. The girl wondered what he was talking about all of a sudden. She must know them where Mr. Jang Hyuk lives, right? Tae-han asked her to take him there. She didn't understand why she had to go to Sunbae's house at this hour. In fact, Mr. Chan Hyuk might die if anything goes wrong. Jang Hyuk finally came home. Mom was showing Dad her purse. Isn't she cute? Dad wondered what she thought of the outfit. It's a limited edition, so there aren't many in this country, but he managed to buy one. Tomorrow is the new edition by Louis Vuitton, so she has already made a reservation too. Her father praised her. He should do the same next time. Jang Hyuk repeated that he was home again. But even so, these two didn't hear him at all. Or maybe they just wanted to pay attention. The man mentioned that shoes like this were hard to find too. She might want to look at it. The woman mentioned that her husband had shown her before. Jang Hyuk had already cried out with tears in his eyes, saying that he was home. Of course, the two finally turned their attention to him. The woman asked why he was out at lunchtime in the middle of the night if he came home. If he's done with work, let him go to wash up and get some sleep. Doesn't he have a shoot tomorrow? The father didn't hear what his son had just said. Jang Hyuk turned to his dad and mom. The woman mentions that he doesn't know that tomorrow is his brother's balance payment day for the construction. Jang Hyuk should make sure he transfers the money to the bank account in advance to avoid any problems. It looks like Jang Hyuk has to tell them today. He's going to move out. After that, his crown cracked. Si-ah asked the guy to wait. It seemed to be the very same apartment. The protagonist asked what the number of the apartment in Building 104 was. This is apartment 801. Building 104 is just past the playground. He told Se-ah to take his time because he would get there first. After that, the guy sped up. The girl didn't understand at all if a person could even move that fast. Something was definitely wrong with Jang Hyuk's energy. Tae-han was sure that something had gone wrong, but the guy didn't understand at all what he might have missed. No matter how much he thinks about it, he still cannot understand. The protagonist is sure that he has taken all the necessary steps. He doesn't know what it is, but he needs to act fast before this guy loses control. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a man sitting on the playground. It was Jang Hyuk. The main character ran up to him and asked the gentleman if he was all right, and what happened to his body. Jang Hyuk didn't expect to see Mr. Masur here at all. His entire body was covered in bruises and his head was splitting. Jang Hyuk actually wanted to tell him something. Tae-han offered to talk later. He should turn away quickly, because the protagonist needs to get rid of his negative energy as soon as possible. He heard the words of gratitude. Thanks to the protagonist, Jang Hyuk was able to free himself from the shackles that had bound him for so long. Once again, he heard someone thanking him in the end. This happened not only with customers, but also with his father. Tae-han inquired then what those wounds on his body were. It's only natural to feel the pain of parting with things that have been attached to him like a part of his body all this time. Looks like he finally realized that he needs to take responsibility for his own life. It must not have been easy. Tae-han was even proud of him. It will be really hard for a while. But later on, Jang Hyuk will be glad he made the food. Jang Hyuk asked if he really did the right thing. Of course he did the right thing. And now he must begin his independent journey from this very moment. Se-ah had never seen Jang Hyuk cry before. Is it really like that? The girl asked why Jang Hyuk was crying that day. He had never shown weakness in front of others before. She was also curious to know what the two were talking about while she was away. When Se-ah came in, they had already finished their conversation and hurried to settle things. She asked what had happened, but they both didn't tell her anything. So she wondered why they didn't tell her about it. Although she's closer to Jang Hyuk than Tae-han, he'll just say it was a conversation between men. Se-ah just turned away. If Tae-han keeps this up, she won't introduce him to any more new clients. I mean, she's contributed so many clients to her notes. Something struck her. Tae-han inquired as to what was going on. She found out that Jang Hyuk is getting married, and Se-ah had no idea. She didn't even know he had a girlfriend, so he had a reason worth risking his life for. It's worth celebrating. He thinks they should at least congratulate Jang Hyuk amongst themselves. Tae-han will be supporting Jang Hyuk throughout his life's journey. Ho-yoon inquired if Jun-ho's body was okay. The man noted that there was no problem with it. In fact, he felt even healthier. Again, he repeats that there really is something special about Tae-han. As a doctor, Ho-yoon can't say anything, but as a friend, he agrees with him completely. Either way, he's glad that Jun-ho is okay. In that case, they can split up since he has an appointment in the middle of the day. Ju-yoon has a lot of work to do. It was noticeable that they were having a hard time getting up. Jun-ho helped her. Ho-young wondered if her health had gotten worse. Because of her scoliosis, her pelvis is displaced, and now her joints are still hurting. The woman replied that things were getting much better. He had heard her talk about it for years. Soon people will start calling you a fraudulent hospital. She was sorry about it. Ho-yun replied that there was no need to apologize about it. They were the ones who should apologize to her. Ho-yoon offered to try to get a massage from Tae-han. Jun-ho wondered if that was what a doctor was supposed to say. The man asked if the brat knew the most important thing a doctor should do. Jun-ho asked, "And what is it?" "The doctor should prescribe what is right for the patient's body." Looks like his wife needs the same prescription. At the same time, Ho-yoon had already called Tai-hwan. The protagonist picked up the phone and greeted the doctor. Wild Mountain Shin Jun-ho. The protagonist certainly remembered meeting the doctor before. In that case, he'll be heading to his house soon. He informed the mountain spirit that it was now time for him to go. The creature replied that he was not yet fully awake. There's no need to worry. A nap will make him feel lighter. Well, in that case, they'll see each other next month. So the mountain spirit shouldn't forget to prepare what the guy asked for. The mountain spirit asked him to stop and inquired if he could give massages to others. Does he mean to say that there is another mountain spirit somewhere nearby? In that case, he should lead him to the main character. He could use more internal energy. He's not allowed to do this right now, but the ones who will become mountain spirits later are too full of energy right now. They are his children who wanted their daddy to play with them. They abused their father as best they could. The mountain spirit asked if he could calm his mischievous children down a bit. The main character approached them. After that, he only threw a couple punches, and those kids went to sleep. Does it really work? Tae-han informed him that they would be sleeping for about 2 hours, so let him rest properly. The mountain spirit thanked the guy. He really fell in love with this gentleman who only comes by once a month. After that, the protagonist came to Junho's house. This guy came earlier than they expected. Tae-han said that he had been gathering medicinal herbs in the wild mountains. Junho wondered if he could find anything useful, something suitable for making liquor. Tae-han replied that he had brought some medicinal herbs for his wife. A woman came out to them and saw that this guy had finally come. Junho asked her to bring him some next time if he could find something suitable to make an alcoholic drink. Tae-han replied that alcohol is bad for the body. He couldn't understand it last time, but she's in even worse shape than the one who fell off the cliff. The main cause must be childbirth and prolonged housework. A lot of internal damage has accumulated. This may be the hardest massage he's ever had. The woman mentioned that he must have traveled a long way, so she suggested resting first. Tae-han refused, because judging from her condition, they had no time to rest. The woman asked what he meant. He would start getting ready right away, so he suggested we go to the bedroom. She appreciates his suggestion, but since it's dinner time, what about two to eat first? She had already prepared the food since she heard that Mr. Tae-han was coming. The protagonist wondered what it smelled like. It is the sweet flavor of organic vegetables that have been grown under the bright rays of the sun. The meat is also full of the refreshing flavor that comes from a cow that grew up happy without stress. Already by the smell alone, he can tell how much effort has been put into the preparation of these dishes. He needs to eat first so he can get an even better massage later. Junho also thought that he should eat first and then put his best foot forward. Besides, his wife's cooking skills are incredible. In that case, he thanked me for the treat. This guy is so polite. His wife caused quite a stir by preparing these dishes for Tae-han. The protagonist had never experienced such a feast before. There's nothing special about it. She asked him to eat more. If it wasn't enough, he just had to let her know about it. Tae-han wondered where else to go if there was already plenty here. It was another of her dishes that seemed to sparkle. Since Tae-han had brought some mushrooms and herbs, she added a little to the dish. She really added these medicinal herbs. It was as if the protagonist felt as if his inner energy would increase if he ate it. It was an unforgettable experience. His inner strength shines through. Energy spilled throughout his entire body. It's too much all at once. We need to calm down. Fortunately, he was able to pull it off. Junho asked what his wife's cooking tasted like. It was really good. He had every right to brag about it. Tae-han was touched. The woman suggested taking it slow and eating more. The protagonist thanked her again. And Junho wondered if his skin had always been so shiny. It's not just a mushroom stew, it's practically medicinal. Tae-han accidentally gained a year's worth of internal energy. Now because of this, he will be able to give an even better massage. Looking at her again, he sees that her body is completely haggard. It wasn't just from the fatigue she'd earned over the course of a year or two. The protagonist asked if his spouse had always had such poor health. Of course not. When she was younger, she was full of energy. But she spent all that energy supporting Junho's business, and that's how it ended. She cooked him 3 meals a day to save money. And she even ironed his underwear to make him look presentable as a businessman. Of course, she also ironed his clothes. She then had a child at an older age and suffered raising him too. The man feels that he will never be able to make it up to her. It doesn't matter how well he treats her for the rest of his life, because it won't be enough. She asked her sweet husband not to say such things. Thanks to Junho, they are now living without any problems. But he still doesn't think it was worth it for her to suffer like that. She mentioned that according to her husband, their child was born late and is now in elementary school. Recently, their child has been asking to go to an amusement park, but she has been procrastinating because she is not sure she can handle it. So she wondered if she would be in good enough shape to go if a massage would help her today. It's possible, and if it was indeed true, she didn't want to delay. Only then did the protagonist add that because the pain had been building up for so long, it would be very unpleasant. so he asked if she would be able to bear it. Of course she can do that for her child. After all, it's being done for herself. In that case, they'll start. This kind of bad energy has been building up for years. Her body is very weak. If a guy recklessly injects internal energy, it could cause serious damage to the internal organs. It will gently start with the cervical spine. Of course, it was already painful for her. Tae-han asked if she was okay. The woman replied that she was. In that case, why don't she take a ride first? He asked to see if the safety rails were properly secured. How did they end up on a roller coaster in the first place? Jun-ho certainly didn't want to be here. If it's okay, they'll start. And the woman couldn't believe she was actually riding a roller coaster. First, it will slowly release tension from the cervical spine. The woman told her husband that it was her first time on a roller coaster, so she was nervous. The man told her not to worry because he was with her. That doesn't comfort her at all. What should she do? The cervical spine is almost done. She asked Honey to look over there. They were so high up. How long had it even been since she had last witnessed such a sight? Come to think of it, she hadn't enjoyed such a sight since giving birth. After which they began to descend. In that case, should they really start right now? It was really fun for her, which can't be said for her husband. Thanks to the energy obtained earlier, the protagonist feels even more revitalized. Now you need to straighten the curved part of the spine on the left side. Next is the right side. Bring the curved parts of the spine back into place. It was so refreshing. Something startled Jun-ho. The woman asked her husband if something was wrong. Further down the slide was broken. Now we can move on to the shoe point of the back from the thoracic spine. As expected, it's substantially blocked. The pain is caused by a blocked shoe point in the back. This point must be cleared to alleviate the pain, but it's unclear if she can bear the pain. Jun-ho was yelling that he needed to stop, because at this rate, they were going to die. There was still so much he hadn't done for her. Looks like Granny's grandson will be joining her soon. The man apologized for being an inappropriate grandson. The woman asked for the darling to calm down for a moment. I've already overcome many obstacles in life together. As always, if they stay together, they can overcome these too. He was very touched by his wife's words. The man agreed that they had experienced worse things. In that case, he should hold on tight. Fortunately, they were able to pass the broken point in the slide without too much trouble. But now they're going down. As soon as the man opened his eyes, he saw that they were already flying. Didn't the woman tell him? Rails appear as they continue to move forward. In fact, it's like the winding path of their life together. His lovely wife had been through a lot. It wasn't easy for the man either. He not only earned money, but also took care of her health. From now on, once her health improved, it would try even harder. She thanked him for everything. Jun-ho mentioned that there was no need to work harder for him or their child anymore. Her health is the most important thing to him. From now on, she should just take care of herself. She's been working so hard all this time. Jun-ho loves her. After which the massage was over. Jun-ho thanks the guy. From the expression on her face, he can see how much better she feels. Thanks to the resilience of the man's wife, they were able to overcome everything safely. Now she will no longer suffer from joint pain. Jun-ho asked if that was really true. However, they would need to take another look at her pelvis and spine next time. I wonder if he's planning on getting another massage. If he's talking about it. He had already received a tray of much help from Mr. Tyre. His spouse had cooked such a delicious dinner, so of course he would thank her too. How did such a blessing come to this couple in the first place? Jun-ho has lived his life with integrity, and even though it's hard, he thinks it was worth it. Still, he will personally take his wife for a massage next time. However, this guy should feel free to stop by their place anytime for a bite to eat. These two really are perfect for each other. If that's what Jun-ho wants to do, he'll do it. It had been so long since he'd seen her sleep so peacefully. Jun-ho mentally thanked you new heroes for that. Meanwhile, In-bai was on the practice range of the Women's Professional Golf Association. It's been a while since she's been here, after all. She recalled those words from the guy about being careful for 3 days. But would it really work? Pre-qualifying competitors must proceed to their assigned holes. Of course, there were already people there who recognized In-bai. It was a rough golfer named Tai-rin and Tai-hee. It's been a long time since they've seen each other here in Bai. The girl even thought she would never see her here again. Could she really play now? She even heard that In-bai was in trouble because of the injury. Is she sure she should participate in the selection trial? What will he do if he disgraces himself? It's been a long time, but it seems that their attitudes haven't changed a bit. In-bai replied that her injury had completely healed, after which it was announced that it was the turn for the Che In-bai contestant. In that case, she'll go. They were eager to see what skills this promising athlete who had almost finished her career, had. She too wanted to see how effective the massage from Tae-han was. Perhaps it's too soon for her to give up on her dream. The ball came a long way. This massage really works. The girl mentioned that it was too early to be impressed. The blonde asked what she meant. The ball landed near the hole and went straight into the target. Eagle on the first shot. How could she even hit the hole in one shot? What a blessing that she was able to get in. She wished the two of them good luck. Of course, they thought it should be good luck. It made absolutely no sense at all. She should inform Tae-han about it. Meanwhile, the protagonist was giving another massage when suddenly he heard his phone start vibrating. In B wrote that she passed the sectionals. She even won first place in her group. As a token of gratitude for the massage, she offered to have dinner tomorrow. Meanwhile, the main character was busy cooking. He heard the message come to him again. It was In B who was angry that he was ignoring her. Tae-han replied that he read the message while he was working and forgot to reply. But he also congratulated her. She decided to forgive him this time since he was working. In B also sent in a photo with her parents. She entered the competition just to get back on track, but ended up reaching the finals. She also thought about starting a professional career again. The protagonist knew she was talented, but she was even more qualified than he thought. He invited her for a massage before the final competition. In B offered to have dinner that day. Tae-han agreed. The rice must be ready by now. It worked out as expected. Matsutake smells so good. If he roasts some of the Cotinopsis roots he got from the mountain spirit, it looks like he'll gain strength. Now he decided to try what it tasted like. He could taste the salty flavor from the kelp and shrimp that were used in the rice water. It pairs perfectly with the deep flavor of matsutake mushrooms. And with Cotinops root, it's a fantastic combination. Because of this, his body was now filled with spiritual energy. To think that he could regularly add such marvelous ingredients to his food. Meeting a mountain spirit in that place was like gaining a powerful ally. We need to treat him better in the future so that he can gather more of these wonderful herbs. Suddenly, Director Park Ho-yeon called back to him. Ho-young apologized for bothering him so late. He also asked if Tae-han could talk now. The guy replied that he could go on. Ho-young asked if he was going to come to Taejeon anytime soon. In fact, he planned to go there tomorrow. The director asked that he stop by the hospital when he was here. He would like to ask Tae-han for a favor regarding his parents. Next day, hospital back. Director Ho-yeon met the protagonist. Ho-young thanked him for coming despite his busy schedule. Tae-han, of course, noticed that he hadn't slept well, since his energy would prove to be out of whack. The boy replied that it was fine. He was more interested in finding out what the principal wanted him to do. It's actually a long story. Ho-young offered to talk inside. It was dark in there. He also felt a cold energy. It's so cold in here, it gives him goosebumps. This man's life force is almost exhausted. It is safe to say that it has reached its limit. It was the principal's mother. His mom was caring for his father, who had been suffering from dementia for over a decade. They thought he would enjoy a quiet retirement after leaving the fire department, but he suddenly developed dementia. He couldn't remember his favorite restaurant. Ho-young thought about sending his father to a nursing home because she was having a hard time. But she always refused. She even practiced all night long, doing her best to take care of him. But despite her efforts, her father's dementia was worsening. A fire broke out in a building in Seokjeong-dong, Songpagu, Seoul. Most of the occupants evacuated. In the end, something happened because of his lowered awareness. These two were looking for a man. There he was telling people to evacuate. Others thought he was crazy. The man shouted that they could not go this way, for the fire was spreading. His mental state began to deteriorate rapidly. Eventually, starting last year, my father stopped recognizing even his family members. And he could no longer take care of himself. He didn't recognize his wife at all. The woman tried to calm him down. The man mentioned that if she continued like this, she would be charged with obstruction of duty. Ho-young called the police back, mentioning that they had found his father. But the real problem is that the mother, who was caring for the father, became very weak. And then she developed pneumonia, which made her condition even worse. Once, when her condition had improved a little, she said something to him. Even if it's the last time, she said she wanted to talk to her father like usual. Like she used to. But with modern medicine, that's impossible. At that moment he suddenly thought of Tae-han. He was the one who brought Junho back to consciousness. It's crazy to hear such words. You have an old hospital director, but he wants to fulfill the wish of his mother, who may become a... Ho-young asked if he could bring back his father's creation even for a moment, who was also staying in the hospital. Ho-young came along with the protagonist to his father's room. He noticed this old man. It wasn't interesting to the man, but who was that old man in the hanbok beside him? Ho Young introduced in Tae-han, the student who would take care of his father. The man didn't believe this student at all, because he looked like an old man. Ho Yoon apologized to the guy, talking about his father's condition being unstable. Tae-han replies that everything is fine. The man seems pretty perceptive. This person's life cycle is also almost exhausted. There are virtually no functioning meridians left. The only difference is that he clings to the last bit of his life by violence. Even if his consciousness isn't fully intact, the fact that he's clinging to life as if it means something. There must be something he has to do. Ho Yoon feels like he asked too much of the protagonist. He called Tae-han because of the urgency, but now he realizes it's unreasonable. The guy replied that he could do it. Is it really possible to restore sanity to a dementia patient? He got a call back. As it turned out, his mother's condition had deteriorated. This director needs to come to the ward immediately. Ho Young replied that he would be right there. Looks like she won't last much longer, and he's right about that. Tae-han tells him to go first. The protagonist will bring the director's father before it's too late. He took Tae-han's hand, asking him to help fulfill his mother's last wish. What a child. He has to make sure her last wish is granted. He knows it will be a long time, but he also asked that they come soon. Tae-han threw. The director will go and try to buy some time. That old man must have heard what the pack director had just said. His wife didn't have much time left. The reason why still clings to the last shred of life force. Because he wants to show her real self one last time. Tae-han will help him, but first they need to put out the fire. He can't do it alone. What if there's someone out there waiting to be rescued? What are they going to do? In that case, the main character will help with that first. He was immediately excited as soon as he heard about the help. They'll do it together. One last glimpse. The protagonist hopes he can pull it off. That attack knocked him out of his hospital bed. He was outside in a firefighter's uniform. The man immediately recognized that his apartment had been burned. There was a woman asking for help. He recognized his wife. The man asked to stay. There he goes. Tae-han appeared there and turned to the man. The stranger startled him. He asked what was wrong. He should take it with him. It's better than nothing. It's hard to control because of its power. He heard his wife screaming again. The protagonist noticed that there was not much time left. The man remembered to thank him, after which he said he had to run. He needs to put out the external flames first. What's with all this crazy water pressure? This set is completely different from the head and the hoses they used before. It takes incredible willpower to control that power. In this case, the protagonist will help to strengthen the water, so that the fire can be completely extinguished. The fire's gone. The flames may flare up again, so you need to hurry up and put them out. He asked his beloved to wait a little longer. Luckily, he's not too late. He came running into the room. The man immediately asked if his wife was okay. She was already a little tired from waiting, but he came up just in time. The woman gave thanks for that. Now she could die in peace. He'd just gotten here, so he didn't know what she meant, where she was even going. There were tears in his eyes, too. I mean, they've spent so much time together. She was so happy the whole time. The woman thanked him wholeheartedly for all that time spent. Now that she was able to say goodbye to him, she had no regrets. She'll be the first to go, and he shouldn't be in a hurry to go. Those were her last words. She's been through a lot. He wished her a happy journey. Soon the man would follow her. He was only following the teachings of his mentor. Use your power to help those in need. Surely there will come a time when he too will be able to receive help from them. Living like this, he would no longer be lonely like he used to be. He promised his mentor that he would fulfill her last wishes. So he lived by following her last will. He was able to help, and Pa Ho-yoon's father was able to say goodbye to his wife. However, he used up all his remaining energy and soon followed her. Although director Park Ho-yoon was devastated by the sudden loss of both parents, he had to hastily organize a funeral. Fortunately, he seemed calm. Ho-young will be grateful to this guy until the very end. Thanks to Tae-han, he was able to go see his parents off with dignity, so he will never forget that kindness. Tae-han replied that he had only done the best he could. The man realizes this, but he would like to repay him for it in some way. He remembered that Jun-ho had sold him the car for a ridiculous price. It was practically free. Is Ho-young still planning to give him the hospital and for a ridiculous price too? The man immediately replied that he wasn't. Tae-han was just kidding. This guy's sense of humor is still the same. Either way, he's thought it over and hoped Tae-han takes it as a token of his appreciation. He'll give him something better than Jun-ho. But given the circumstances, he offered to talk about it next time. Tae-han, of course, agreed. Someday he'll stop by Seoul and then they'll see each other. Inside the Han-hee Hawks team friendly match. The day Tae-han gives massages. Today, only the winning team will get a massage from Master Tae-han, so they have to focus. He's not going to stand on ceremony with him. A man could have said the same thing to that asshole. The match has begun. He will accept whatever is thrown his way. After which he threw the ball. Did he really think that with such weak movements, he would be able to get a massage from Mr. Tae-han? He even wondered which body part he should focus on today during the massage. Let him dream about it. Does he really think it's that easy to get a massage? That's the kind of ball he can easily catch. He's sure to enjoy his massage. This guy has really gotten better at jumping. Others praised the good work. It was so close. The guy was even starting to think that he would never win this massage. The other started laughing, saying that next time he wouldn't stand a chance either. Tae-han noticed that the players were just in great shape. The coaches noticed that Mr. had arrived. When they are in this kind of condition, there is no need to worry about winning matches. And all of this happened thanks to Mr. Tae-han. However, they have a small problem. The protagonist asked what the problem was. He noticed that Mr. Tae-han was already here. Other players began to demand that they needed massages too. Coach asked those brats what the hell they were doing. Isn't practice in full swing right now? They need to focus. They were immediately upset. He remembers the coach's words about only giving massages to the winning team today. There's a catch though. Everyone is in great shape, so whatever they do, there won't be a clear winner. Looks like we'll have to try something else. He addressed the coach, talking about his shoulder being a little stiff. He doesn't think he can pitch the ball right. It might be hard to keep playing. Tae-han seems fine with his shoulder, and the coaches only sighed. Is it really true? Although he thinks a massage might make him feel better, the coach replied that it was a side effect. The man immediately recognized the brat. Is he really pretending his right shoulder hurts when he's wearing a glove? He only sighed at the fact that the coach wasn't buying it. Either way, they started a new match. Oh no, he missed the ball. After which he fell. His back was very sore. They immediately ran up to him and asked him if he was okay. Why did he put so much strength into the swing? He thinks he hurt his back. Looks like his team deserves a massage today. The others immediately ran up, saying that it was unfair. Their condition is not the best either. Everything seems to be in order here. They are all in better condition than ever. But every time the main character comes in, they start stimulating injuries just to get a massage. Tae-han was surprised that the players were faking injuries. Even though they deny it, they are clearly faking it. Even the youngest player complains about it. That's pretty interesting. Actually, getting players back on track is a lot easier than he thinks. The coach asked if there was any solution. Of course there is one. When Tae-han was a heavenly demon, he had some method for situations like this. The coach wondered if he had misheard. What kind of heavenly demon? It's nothing short of a hellish experience. The protagonist asked that the coach get the players together. Others wondered what was going on. They hadn't even finished the practice match yet. Did their new strategy really work? Since they all pretended to be weak, he's probably calling everyone for a massage because he just feels sorry for the players. That actually makes sense, absolutely. They had been looking forward to it for a whole week, so they were very curious to see how refreshing today's massage would be. Tae-han told everyone who felt bad to raise their hands. Of course, all the players raised their hands, and the man behind those brats was angry. Raz expected them to catch up, talking about putting their hands down. He turned to Mr. Tae-han, saying that he thought he felt the worst since he was the oldest. The protagonist wondered where he felt bad. The others envied him. If only this guy wasn't older than them. Maybe it's because he's dedicated so much to this team. His shoulders are sore and his back is aching. And lately his knees aren't what they used to be either. Is he really? He seems to be in a very bad state. The man immediately started nodding, indicating that it was definitely so. He should get a massage as soon as possible. 1 minute should be enough. Tae-han will make sure he never complains about his shoulder again. Now let him go. It was as if his consciousness had been transported to some other world. 51 seconds. 41 seconds. 30 seconds. 18. 7 seconds. Time's up. The protagonist inquired how he was feeling now. He's probably feeling a lot better than he was. The man replied that he felt just fine. Tae-han noticed that he didn't look very good. He might want to get another massage. He immediately began to guffaw, saying that he felt great. For proof, let them just look at it. He feels he can kick any ball. That's what you'd expect from Mr. Tae-han. He's really amazing. The other players wanted to get massages too. He turns to the guys, asking about whether they're out of order right now. The man means that if they don't really need it, there's no point in going for it. They immediately rebelled, because it was too much. He's just saying that because he was the only one who got a massage today. But these guys don't even realize that they might actually die during the massage. Looks like there are quite a few other people who feel bad. And he can't say no to people in need. Since they want it so badly, why don't they just get together? It was really painful. And what are camellia petals even doing here? Another player approached him, talking about them being on Jeju Island. Are they really on this island right now? The massage hasn't even started yet. It's already like they're on a mountain of Halasan. Mr. Tae-han's skills are truly incredible. A pig crashed into them. The men didn't understand what the hell this was all about at all. And what's a black pig doing here anyway? He welcomed them to the infernal camp. He immediately recognized who the voice belonged to. It was Tae-han. The man thinks it's some kind of misunderstanding. He asked the gentleman to stop fooling around and just give them a massage. But the main character told him to just shut up. In team sports, it's not just him who suffers. Everyone suffers equally. The man realizes this, so he asked them to calm down and let them out of here. But he won't let them out of here until they learn their lesson. That black pig will deal with them. Depending on how they behave here, they will either enjoy the black pig brisket or become its food. In that case, the infernal training would begin right away. All of them asked for help. They also asked for forgiveness in front of Master Tae-han. Others said to be a little patient, for they had almost reached their goal. Finally, they were able to defeat that black pig. Looks like these guys have finally learned something. Now they have to realize that when they have teammates, there's nothing they can't accomplish. He really learned his lesson. If they do not make sacrifices, they will accomplish nothing. They must remember this deep in their hearts. The boys were very grateful to him for his instruction. He was glad that they had learned the lesson well. They seemed to understand everything he wanted to teach them. Now the protagonist will reward them all with a massage with a delicious black pork breast. Let them come one at a time. He told them to wait because he heard his phone start to vibrate. Tae-han picked up the phone. The coaches didn't understand at all what had just happened. But it all happened so quickly. Someone said that black pork from Jeju-do was the best. It was Pa Ho-yoon who asked how he was doing. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. He also asked why the director would call him back. He would like to discuss the payment he mentioned earlier. So the man asked if he could spare some time tomorrow. Ho-young would go to Seoul to meet with him. Tae-han can find the time, but the director really doesn't need to do this. Ho-young didn't listen to him, saying that he would contact him when he arrived in Seoul tomorrow. He's busy right now, so he hangs up. Tae-han wondered what he was going to say. Sauna. Tae-han said his massage parlor is inside this sauna. He must be in there. Tae-han's work environment seems to be worse than he first thought. There were many people who urgently needed massages. There were also people who had already had their massage session finished. It's so refreshing. Every time Mr. Tae-han gives a massage, it feels great. If she gets a couple more of these massages, she might even get noticed by agents from an entertainment agency. He definitely has incredible skills. A friend explained that it would never happen. The other, however, laughed and asked if she really wanted to die so badly. He was greeted by the manager. Ho-young came here to see Kang Tae-han. The manager didn't understand what they should do now. Mr. Kang's schedule is completely full for the next 2 months. If he wants a massage today, he needs to make an appointment with some other professional. Ho-young explained that he hadn't come for a massage. He just wanted to have a short talk with him. The man had planned it in advance, so it wouldn't affect his recordings with other customers. So Ho-yoon asked that Mr. Kang Tae-han be called. Of course the manager would do that. But he was also curious to know what kind of person he was. Is he here to look for Mr. Tae-han? A man of that age must be a general manager. But he has a completely different aura. With that presence, he must be at least above the general manager. As it turned out, it was the principal. He knew it. This man, the director of some salon. Ho-young asked if he was doing well. Tae-han said yes and thanked him for coming all this way. The guy informed the manager that he would be out for a while. There is a cafe across the street, so they should go there. The manager wondered how much they could offer since the director and came here in person. He thought Tae-han was too talented for this place. But he never thought this guy would leave them so soon. He wondered what would happen now with the bonus vacation and Han-hee winning the championship. Sung-hyun asked the manager what he was doing there. Did Han-ha lose again? The manager replied that he wasn't. In that case, Sung-hyun didn't understand why he was acting like that. The manager wiped away his tears, saying that he wasn't allowed to cry, and asked what he was doing here. Sung-hyun just came to rest after his massage. The manager thinks he'll be getting a lot of rest soon, too. If they lose Tae-han, the boss might just fire him. Sung-hyun wondered what he meant by that. Let him forget about it. It is useless to expect affection or sacrifice in a capitalist society. Sung-hyun didn't understand what this manager was carrying at all. That's why Ho-young came here today. He gave him a draft of the publication in which Ho-young's father and some of his acquaintances had invested. The director would like to open Tae-han's massage parlor here, so I wanted to ask what he thought about it. Is he really saying he's gonna let the protagonist open his own salon in this building? It really is. The floors below the massage parlor will be occupied by cafes and restaurants. Above it is a hotel, and at the very top is a sauna. However, a building in such a prime location will still generate high rental income. Money doesn't wear out much for him. Earlier, he'd noticed that people who got massages were genuinely happy. Tae-han wondered if that was really the case. His father could really smile. He did it to the last. Ho Young thanked the protagonist. Before he died, he repeated it to him several times. We need to support Tae-han so he can bring happiness to more people. He remembered his mentor's words about using his power to help those in need. And then the time would come when he would receive help from them too. It seemed to be the time for him to get help. To be honest, with the current situation, he can only offer a limited number of massages. If the salon does well, they will be able to offer massage to more people. And if they cooperate with the hotel in the building, customer satisfaction will increase significantly. It's the perfect place to get massages. Ho Young asked that he should not refuse such an offer. It is his father's last wish, and as a son he wants to fulfill it. To think that someday he'll have his own salon. He doesn't even think he's ready for that. But to let such an opportunity go was simply unforgivable. So he said yes. Tae-han will do everything in his power to fulfill Ho Young's father's last will. The principal was glad this guy agreed. He wondered how he could even disagree. If Ho Young's parents could hear this happy news, they would be ecstatic. After which he returned to the sauna, and the protagonist returned earlier than the manager expected. Tae-han wondered why he was looking at him like that. Was something wrong? Manager Hwang replied that everything was fine. He wanted to talk to the manager. And the man seemed to be mentally prepared for that conversation. He asked that no one else make an appointment with him. The manager replied that he understood. Tae-han wondered if he wouldn't even ask the reason. It's actually pretty obvious as it is. Since he was leaving, the manager was curious to know where he was going. Tae-han's leaving, but not to another salon. He's going to open his own. The manager immediately congratulated the protagonist, but only then did the realization of what they were now talking about come to him. In fact, there was something he wanted to ask the manager for. The man inquired and what he wanted to ask for. Tae-han wondered why the manager wouldn't go along with him. It was a blow right to his heart. They asked now, wondering if it was really a proposal. Tae-han wondered if it was more of a job offer than a marriage proposal. The protagonist explained that this is not a marriage proposal. He proposes to go to work with him. The manager thought it was like the same thing. So exciting. However, he didn't understand why this guy wanted to take his place with him. Manager Hwang is a very capable person. If such a person joins the protagonist, he thinks he will be able to focus solely on the massage. Does this mean that Tae-han wants to leave it to Manager Hwang to run the salon? The protagonist would like the manager to take over the general management. Since Tae-han joined them, customers have been coming more often and profits have increased significantly. He thinks it would be great if they could expand the massage business. And if he takes over the management of Tae-han's new salon, he'll finally be able to realize his plans. There's no reason to disagree. If he becomes famous as a professional manager, he might write a book, give interviews, and maybe even lecture. He really does seem to be getting that far ahead of himself. The manager promised that he would go along with Tae-han. He would definitely repay the trust. The manager promised to repay even more. Sung-hyun walked in on them, wondering why the two were holding hands. The manager replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Sung-hyun thought that looked rather suspicious. He hoped they weren't going to eat something delicious without him. It wasn't. The manager suggested just finishing the job for the day. Tae-han stated that he should prepare himself as well. Sung-hyun wondered what that was for. The manager was surprised that this guy would go with them too. Then there was no need to hide it. In that case, the main character asked that the manager tell Sung-hyun knew along the way. He has another appointment. The man agreed. Sung-hyun wondered what they were hiding so carefully. Are they really going to a nice restaurant without him? The manager stated that he would tell him everything on the way. The man noted that they would go first, and Tae-han should take care of the cabin. This will be much better than some restaurant. Sun-hyung is really lucky to have a friend like this guy. Calling manager Hwang to the new salon was definitely the best decision. No matter how good his massage skills were, if things weren't set up properly, they wouldn't have a stable business. It will be the same when Tae-han opens his salon. Manager Hwang's presence will be of great help to him. You have to treat him well so he won't have any complaints. Junho's wife finally came to see him. She hasn't seen Tae-han for a long time. Tae-han thanked her for coming all this long way. And the woman didn't want to hear words of gratitude. The one who works overtime to give massages is exactly Tae-han. She must have been tired, so he suggested we go straight to the massage room. Tae-han told her to lie down and put her face here. It's all mesmerizing. He also noticed that her well-being was much improved. And it was all thanks to Tae-han. She used to feel exhausted after doing only a small part of the housework. But now, even when she's done with all the chores, she still has energy. He was glad to hear that it was really helping her. But she still doesn't have the energy for long walks outside. As fall approached, she thought it would be nice to take a trip with her husband to admire the falling leaves. A woman asked if she continues to get massages, will she be able to go camping next year? Tae-han replied that she could do it even this year. She hadn't expected that it was really possible at all, after which he told her to lie down. The protagonist inquired if she was ready. Her answer was positive. In that case, he would go beyond just building up her stamina for a trip to see the fall foliage. He will turn her into the Hongildan of Matgyeongsan. A woman inquired if this was an amusement park. It's so refreshing and feels good. She thanked Tae-han. The guy mentioned that right now they didn't have time to relax just yet. After which he pointed back. If they catch up to the woman, she may not be able to see the fall leaves, and one must come here first if she wanted to observe the leaves. The woman didn't understand what it was at all. Next up is bicycling. And finally the marathon. She was glad she could do it. It was probably a difficult process, but she persevered until the very end. She should now have a lot more muscle all over her body. Tae-han congratulated her and gave her a medal. Now it would be able to go and admire the fall foliage. The waters of the Eastern Sea and Mint Baektusen. Tae-han asked how today's massage had gone. It was amazing. Her body feels light, as if she could go hiking right now. She thinks she'll be able to fully enjoy the fall this year. The protagonist hopes she will create beautiful memories. The woman offered to join them. She will even prepare a lunchbox. Tae-han thanked her for the offer. She was so embarrassed that their last dinner had been so simple. Tae-han just hoped she wasn't planning on organizing a full-blown catering event. The idea sounded tempting to her. She remembered that she had something for Tae-han. Even before she got here, she'd heard that he was about to open his own salon. She and her husband might have forgotten about a normal life if it weren't for this guy. It must be expensive to open a business, so she asked to use this when opening her salon. Tae-han mentioned that he did it without expecting anything in return. She knows that. But since she never thanked him properly, he shouldn't refuse and should just accept it. Tae-han wondered how much she could put in there to say that he should use it to open the actual. There were 3 checks of 10 million won each. 30 million won. Much more than he had ever imagined. He did it without expecting any return, so he didn't know if it was right of him to accept the money so easily. He remembered his mentor's words that as she had reached out to him first, he should use his power to help those in need. And surely she would be the time when he could get help from them too. If he lives like this, he'll never be alone again like he used to be. He mentally asked his mentor if she was watching now. Tae-han didn't feel lonely anymore. Hearing her say it, he just can't say no. All of this happened thanks to the guidance of a dear mentor. Tae-han will gladly accept it. Sung-hyun wondered if he was really going to open his own salon. This guy heard everything though, but why is he making such a fuss? Tae-han said it was true, but it's actually a pretty big undertaking, so he'll have to hire other masseurs as well. And he says it would be nice if Sung-hyun joined too. Did this guy win the lottery or something? And if he won the lottery, he should share it with him. He may not have won the lottery, but he has made connections that can be compared to this. I wonder if it's really true. This guy is so serious, it's confusing. Let him believe what he wants. The protagonist has an appointment, so he'll go. The manager announced that Boss Kang could go to room number 2. Sung-hyun was surprised to be called boss. If that's true, he better start sucking it up for the manager's position. And the paycheck that comes with it. Sung-hyun wished his boss a good session. Tae-han replied that worker Choi should also work hard. This appeal infuriated him. Sung-hyun asked why he was only an employee. Let them at least put him in charge as a masseur or something. Tae-han replied that if he does a good job, the guy will treat him accordingly. Already sitting in the office was a man almost familiar to him. This situation seemed quite familiar to him. Shim Tae-yun, Charlotte Great's last winning player and current head coach. He really doesn't know if this is the right thing to do. Dream Us Soap, Charlotte's current coach. He said it's serious. Or at least let them think of it as a refreshing spa treatment. Da-yoon asked if he would just take a bath and get a massage. But that's not what he meant at all. The head coach told him to just sit down and talk. This man scares him. Even in the worst-case scenario, there would be no harm to the coach. Not that it's come to that, of course. He managed to squeeze that information out of a junior, Coach Choi from Honey. This guy has a bit of a temper, but he wouldn't give false information. It's pretty unrealistic to restore players who are approaching retirement to their prime condition. They surprised everyone this season by finishing 6th, although that was their limit by mid-season. But with that momentum, there's a good chance they could come out on top next season. Nam Sop wondered where he was going. Dae-young replied that this is recording time. He needs to make sure that this information is accurate. He was known for being able to recognize people from the industry. But the head coach could not appreciate the depth of this man's aura. The protagonist asked if there was a particular area where he felt discomfort. And why hadn't he thought of that? Which part of his body should he ask to be massaged? He'll just tell you where he feels the most discomfort right now. Dae-han noticed that his shoulders seemed to be in bad shape. Dae-yoon inquired as to how he was able to find out. Dae-han told him to lie down and take off his sunglasses. This guy immediately realized something was wrong with his shoulder. Impressive, he looks much younger than rumored. He wondered if this guy could really be a master. Perhaps the dream coach wasn't exaggerating after all. In that case, he'll start right away. It can be a little painful. This procedure was to release stale energy. The head coach asked why it was suddenly so cool in here. I wondered if he had turned on the air conditioner. This massage will be more pleasant than the conditioner. Dae-yoon was overflowing with energy. His body didn't feel anything like this even when he was at his prime. It was only then that he noticed he was in a baseball stadium. What's going on and why he's on the mound? He swept up that Coach Khan and Lee were there. Also his old teammates from his championship days. Then it's Game 5, the bottom of the 9th inning of the 1992 Korean series. He had always missed that exhilarating tension. Back then, he felt he could do anything. But why did the pitcher's mound seem so far away now? Dae-yoon heard a familiar song. That was the fan song at Charlotte Great. They were all united then. No matter how hard it was, they believed they could win. That mindset of victory was strong. It was a reminder of the days he had forgotten mired in defeat. Mr. Kana's massage awakened that spirit in him. Let him throw. It's his victory DNA. This dream was really good. I'd like to get to the championship again. The protagonist inquired about a massage to Coach Shim Dae-yoon of Charlotte Great. The coach didn't expect him to recognize him at all. Dae-han has been watching baseball lately. In that case, this guy might suspect why Tae-hyung wanted to meet him in person. Only one thing comes to mind. In that case, he gets right to the point. The head coach has asked to join Charlotte Great as a team masseur. It's that very situation again. Dae-han was forced to decline the offer. I mean, he's already signed an exclusive contract with the Hawks. That's to be expected. Is there really no other option? If the team or at least a few of their players could get a massage, that would be nice. However, he does not discriminate or refuse clients who visit his salon. This means that Dae-han won't say no if someone makes an appointment directly. He immediately decided to check when the game was back on at Jamsil Stadium. It'll be in 2 weeks. If Jae-sung and Min-jae can return to form and win all their games at Jamsil, it's entirely possible for them to climb to 5th place and barely make it into the postseason. Dae-yoon wondered if he could make reservations for the 2 players for those dates. This was probably something the protagonist should have mentioned earlier. Coach asked what he meant. He is not currently accepting new bookings, because he is preparing to open his own salon. Charlotte Great misses the postseason again. However, cancellations are possible, and he can ask the manager outside about that. Dae-yoon immediately ran to the manager to ask right away. However, he was snapped up by the manager saying that it was impossible. Coach asked to let him know if there are any cancellations. Manager Hwang understands, so he agreed, and the main character told the coach to take care on the way back. Dae-yoon also asked when his salon would be open for reservations as well. He would like to at least prepare for the next season. Tanya hasn't been approved yet, so they aren't taking reservations yet. But the coach might want the main character to let him know later. Dae-yoon requested that he let him know about it. The manager will contact him. He will then be responsible for managing the operations. The head coach thanked the man. His eyes lit up. He even called the manager vice president. He was clearly not expecting such an address. The man replied that he was not the vice president. However, Tae-hyung thought that if he was managing operations, he was in fact the vice president. Charlotte Great's fate in the postseason rests with the vice president. So he asked to be sure to contact the coach if there are any cancellations. The manager knew exactly how he felt. You could feel his despair. It was strangely touching. The man replied that he could take it easy, for he would be sure to let him know. Dae-young thanked him again. He would look forward to their call. After that, he ran away and also told Coach Sung to tell Jae-sung and Min-jae to be ready at any moment. Dae-han's day off. Date with Se-ah in Gapyeong. She was so glad that Dae-han had gotten the weekend off. The protagonist wondered why. Because there are no traffic jams here on weekdays, they can relax and also enjoy themselves. The food, by the way, is very tasty. For an actress like Sai-ah, weekdays are 100 times better than weekends. From now on, she's claiming all of Dae-han's Wednesdays. She praised the food again and didn't even understand why she couldn't make it at home as well. Dae-han asked if it was really that good. She apologized, talking about how she should have served him. But that's not what the guy meant. He's driving, after all, so she has to feed him too. After which she held the food straight out to his mouth. Dae-han ate what she gave. Sia inquired if it was tasty. He agreed that it was indeed delicious. But beyond that, there was silence. Sia asked where his next line went. The protagonist inquired about the next line. He should have said it was even tastier because Sia had fed it to him. Now he understood. He repeated the very words that Sei, but it was too late. Dae-han felt sorry for him. After all, this guy is so cute sometimes. But isn't he excited about going to Gapyeong? The protagonist was surprised that she was no longer angry. But he also replied that it was true. But he didn't understand why she had suggested going to Gapyeong. She just wanted to go there once. Everyone had been to Gapyeong at least once in college. Dae-han asked if she hadn't been there on a student retreat during college. In fact, it was very hard for her at the time. That's why she wasn't there. Providing for herself day by day was more important than spending time with friends. Since they're here, they should just say it's their student retreat. They will eat barbecue, play games, and build a fire at night while having fun together. The fact that it would be just the two of them made her very happy. This trip to the countryside with Dae-han, it's too good to be true. I think they've arrived. And then it started to rain. Saya wondered if they said it would rain today. Dae-han had heard that it might rain in some areas in the afternoon. And why it happened today? An idea popped into her head. If they bring their luggage and pitch their tent in the rain, they'll freeze. Then they'll go into the tent to get warm. And then something might happen. How happy she was at such a thought. Dae-han didn't understand what was wrong. The girl replied that it was fine. They have arrived, and it looks like the rain is not going to stop anytime soon. In that case, they have no choice, and will have to set up the tent quickly, even in the rain. It seems to be the only way out. The protagonist asked to wait a moment. It was time to put the plan into action. Sia wanted to help him. All the work was already done. He had even put up Sea's tent. The girl didn't understand when he had time to do all this. In that case, she wanted to at least help everyone move their luggage, but the truth is, he's already taken care of that too. So, just like that, her grand plan failed. Then the main character will start cooking dinner right away. Sia should rest for now. There's no point in even offering help, since he'll do everything in a blink of an eye anyway. That's why she said yes. A raindrop fell on her hair. When Dae-han turned around to see what had happened, he saw that the tent was torn. The girl asked what they should do now. There's no choice. Fortunately, Dae-han's tent is big enough to hold 2 people. They'll have to share it. It's just perfect. She was already excited in her heart, but she didn't show it. She was so full. Dae-han asked if she liked the food. Saya replied that it was the most delicious food in the world. This tea is so amazing as she feels herself warming up. Dae-han mentioned that it might seem even tastier because she drinks it with someone she likes. The same food can taste completely different depending on who she eats it with. That's really true. Saya wondered if he was flirting with her now. Sia inquired about the tent. She can use his tent to rest, but when it's time to sleep, what will they do? There is no way out, so they will have to sleep together in his tent. Saya asked what he had just said. Dae-han mentioned that it was spacious enough for 2, so he suggested we go inside. She didn't understand at all why she was suddenly rushing things, and what she should do now. They sat together in the tent. Sia couldn't believe that she was actually in the same tent together with Dae-han. Dae-han wondered how she was doing. It's spacious enough, so she shouldn't be uncomfortable. She liked everything. Dae-han asked what the tent was about. The girl was referring to the tent. She likes the tent and isn't uncomfortable at all. It's absolutely perfect. He was glad to hear that. Suddenly he touched her arm. The girl inquired what had happened. She was very embarrassed about it. Dae-han likes it too. Sia texts that she really enjoyed the campground and wishes him a good day. Dae-han also hopes she has a great day. He arrived at the very building where the salon would be located. It's even taller than he imagined. Hwang Yoon-soo approached him. He's a famous interior designer. He's incredibly busy, but he took on Dae-han's salon project as a favor to Shin Jun-ho. He immediately asked if he was Mr. Kang Tae-han. Dae-han replied that it was him. Hwang Yoon-soo introduced himself as the interior designer he was supposed to meet with today. It was as if he knew that the person he was waiting for was standing in front of him. The protagonist asked how he was recognized. Mr. Shin described Tae-han as a young man with a stunning aura. When he saw the young man who was standing with his hands folded behind his back and looking at the building, Hwang Yun-soo already realized that it must be him. The master had already brought something. He might want to go inside and take a look around the cabin. He was just about to do that. Yun-soo wanted to show how the interior work was progressing. He also noticed that the main character is really young. To think that he's opening a salon in such an expensive building. That's really impressive. Tae-han also heard that it's incredibly hard to sign up for Yun-soo. However, Yun-soo thought that he still had a long way to go to Tae-han's level of success. But the designer also asked how he managed to get the space for the massage parlor. He didn't see it on the rental property list. The protagonist explained that it just so happened that he had helped the person who owned the building. Yun-soo now understood everything. He's really lucky. I wish he could experience that kind of serendipity too. I guess you could really call it a happy accident. It all started when he saved a man who fell off a cliff. Director Park Ho-yeon offered him this building. Madame Chae So-young provided the initial funds for the business, and Mr. Shin Jun-ho introduced him to this designer. They all helped him a lot. Thanks to these invaluable connections, Tae-han was able to grow much faster than he ever had in the martial arts world. He could never even imagine that something like this could happen. But there's something about this guy that bothers him. He's overworking himself, sacrificing his own health. At this rate, Yun-soo may meet an untimely end. These guys seem very experienced. Yun-soo trained them hard and even thanked Tae-han for noticing it. Suddenly he noticed the workers start to get a chill. Yun-soo felt terribly sorry in front of the master and asked her to wait here for a moment. He approached the worker and asked what he was doing there. Whoever said he could do nothing? He should know how much he's being paid. The current generation seems to have no sense of responsibility at all. The man apologized to the designer. Yun-soo told him to stop slacking and work as much as he was paid. Whereupon he immediately changed his attitude and offered to continue the inspection. Tae-han agreed to do it. In that case, he wanted to show the finished massage parlor. He was sure the protagonist would like it. Yun-soo asked what he thought of it and if he liked it. It was exactly what Tae-han had asked for. As a token of his appreciation, he decided to give him a quick massage. Yun-soo replied that there was no need for that. It's actually okay. Yun-soo looks tired and has dark circles under his eyes. His mind must be foggy and no amount of coffee probably won't wake him up. The man inquired as to how he knew about it. If the protagonist didn't know how to figure it out, he wouldn't be able to open a massage parlor in a place like this right now. Rumors have reached Yun-soo, but his insight is incredible. He asked the man to lie down on the massage table. To think he's getting a massage he's only heard of, and without an appointment, this is truly his lucky day. In that case, he will accept it gratefully. Yun-soo asked which part of his body they should focus on improving. Every part of his body is in bad shape. They should pay attention to his life stance. Yun-soo didn't understand what he meant at all. Then he felt he couldn't move, or even speak. What was going on? Tae-han will give him some time to think about his true intentions. Let him come back a different person. Yun-soo asked for it to stop. Only then did he notice that he was in his university faculty office. The man mentioned that there were 20 minutes left before the tuition deadline. After 30 minutes, even manual registration would be impossible, so he asked if it would even come. He remembered. They couldn't afford tuition, so his mom had to go and borrow money everywhere. Eventually, they missed the payment deadline, and he had no choice but to come here and beg in person. He asked to wait a little longer because she would be here soon. If she doesn't come in 10 minutes, he really won't be able to register. Yun-soo realizes that. Fortunately, she made it in time. The woman hoped the deadline hadn't passed yet. If so, he should hurry up and pay. And just like that, they barely managed to pay their tuition. His mom said it was such a relief. But seeing her run out into the freezing cold without even changing out of her work clothes, instead of gratitude, he was consumed by anger at her poverty, and he took an oath. He will work tirelessly and succeed no matter what. But how did she manage to get the money? Yun-soo noticed that she was getting a phone call. The woman thought it must be the team leader. She greeted Ani saying that she had arrived safely and was able to pay her tuition. She can't express all the gratitude she has for agreeing to help. If it wasn't for her, Yun-soo wouldn't have been able to go to college. He realized that they had help. But even those people must have had a hard time. Yun-soo must know the team leader from her company. She helped them, so he should definitely thank her. Yun-soo thanked his aunt for her help. The woman replied that it was nothing. That's what family does at times like this. To be honest, she is more upset that the guy didn't tell her about it sooner. Now he remembered the reason he had been so anxious to succeed. It was to repay the help he'd received. But when did he turn into a selfish monster who thought only of himself? In any case, she was proud of Yoon-soo. So when he succeeds, he shouldn't forget the people who helped him, and he should always treat his mom with kindness. He'll never forget it again. Tae-han inquired how he was feeling. He felt so light, especially his mind, which now seemed very clear. Yoon-soo asked if he could take a moment to talk to his team members. He needed to tell them something right away. Of course he didn't mind. Yoon-soo suggested that the boys take a short break. A man asked if they would be working overtime today. Is the workload really that great? Yoon-soo replied that there would be no overtime. They should take care of their health while working. These guys were very happy about the boss's statement. He was putting too much work on them. From now on, Yoon-soo will take better care of them. The man mentioned that it was because of the boss that they were able to learn a lot. Although it was hard, they all work hard because they want to be like Yoon-soo. He gave thanks for those beautiful words. In that case, the main character will help too. Yoon-soo asked what he wanted to help with. He made a quick detour around these people. They suddenly felt so energetic and didn't even realize why their bodies were so light. Some of the guys even felt like they could work overtime. The two noticed that the third really had no sense of proportion. He shouldn't go that far. And Yoon-soo didn't really mind. Yoon-soo thanked the protagonist for taking care of his team. Tae-han replied that there was nothing special about it. Thanks to the guy's efforts, everyone has regained their strength. So he thinks that this time they can create something amazing. He can look forward to it with confidence. Yoon-soo will do his best to make it his greatest masterpiece. It just doesn't make sense. The prices of raw materials are so high these days that minimalist interiors have become a trend. But over 200 fens at that price. That's less than 150 per fen. Does he really mean to say that they will do it at this rate? It doesn't even look like the design was carelessly executed. The manager inquired if it was a scam. The protagonist assured that it was not a fraud. And the manager asked if he was sure about it, and how he had met such a person in the first place. Thanks to the recommendation of a man who is friends with the director of a major hospital in Daejeon, owns several large mountains and runs a golf course, among other things. In such a case, such a person can be trusted. However, it's hard to make a deal like this even on a recommendation. Tae-han's connections are impressive. When you think of it this way, in the world of martial arts, blinded by his thirst for revenge, he lived without thinking about connections or relationships. But everyone here is helping him. So I guess you could really call it connections. The main character is just lucky to have so many good people around him. Can't it be written off as luck? It's because Tae-han is a good person. It's true, perhaps their paths crossed because the manager is also a good person. He didn't understand at all what had happened, all of a sudden, to this guy, and why he was suddenly talking like that. Such words scared the manager. He really hoped Tae-han wasn't going to leave him. After all, he had already told his boss that he was quitting. Sung-hyun came to them looking for them. The manager noticed that bastard, and Sung-hyun saw that boss Kang is also here. Employee Choi had already arrived as well. Again, he called him Employee Choi. That guy is so annoying. He'll forget about it since he's just a subordinate. Sung-hyun asked what they hadn't talked about. The manager explained that they were discussing the interior of the salon. It seemed to be going well. So the opening's coming up. The pesky boss may have already decided on a name. Tae-han needs to choose a name as soon as possible, and then they can register the business under that name. Sung-hyun wondered why the manager was nagging him, because only then can they start taking bookings, and he wants to start making money faster. Tae-han hasn't decided yet. Since they would have customers from the hotel, he suggested using English for accessibility. Sung-hyun even wanted to suggest him some cool and catchy name. This is Tae-han's salon, therefore he should pick something meaningful for himself. Sung-hyun wasn't happy that they were just ignoring him. The manager was confident that Sung-hyun would suggest a ridiculous name. Sung-hyun asked how he even knew what he would suggest. If Tae-han had forgotten his mentor's dying words, he wouldn't be living like this today. Thanks to his mentor, he became a heavenly demon. Again, thanks to his mentor, he became a masseur and also quickly built up this beautiful relationship. Heavenly Demon and Masseur. He suggested the name Heavenly Demon Massage. That would be the name of the salon. Sung-hyun thought he had really lost his mind. I mean, he told that jerk to stop reading martial arts novels, and now he's naming a salon after them. And the manager thought it was actually quite unique and appropriate. As expected, Boss Khan have common sense. It really suits him and goes well with the new interior. Sung-hyun asked the manager not to give in to him. In that case, he should let him know when the registration is finalized. Then he will start accepting reservations. He also mentioned that there was a cancellation today, so he was urgently contacting Charlotte Great Players. The time is almost here, so we better get ready. The man didn't understand at all what was so special about this shabby sauna that they had to drag themselves here. Sop told us to watch our mouths. Someone who can maximize his abilities is working here. And then the Charlotte Great Players came to them. The coach greeted the gentleman who was already waiting for them. Tae-han greeted them as well. He explained that these are the very players who need a massage today. Choi Daegu, the catcher, asked the coach if they had a scheduled game tonight. Kim Ho-jun, pitcher, didn't realize that you could even do a massage parlor at the sauna. Are those two not in the lineup today? They really hoped the coach didn't kick them off the team. They worked hard even though the team keeps losing. The man explained that it was a record that the head coach had worked hard for, so they should just go get a massage. If that's the head coach's orders, they seem to have no choice at all. Nam SOP asked the gentleman to take care of these players. Daegu thought that was a little disturbing. Ho-jun asked if it was really okay for them to just get a massage right now. That's an order from the head coach. There's nothing they can do about it. Usually he tunes up in team drills before games, so this country. Daegu thought he must have a reason to do so, or maybe the skills of this massage therapist are truly exceptional. Of course, his skills have to be great. Why else would the head coach send them here right before the game? What Ho-jun means is that it must be so good that it clears his whole body and makes him feel like he's floating. Does he mean to say that they can even rejuvenate themselves with this massage? Ho-jun thought that would be awesome. Hadn't he once carried a novel with a similar plot? Daegu replied that there was a Chugungwayol technique. It was something about pain points. Heo-jun wondered how he guessed so quickly. Daegu shouldn't be underestimated. He's a big fan of orthodox martial arts stories. He even collects physical copies. They were approached by Tae-han, who thought it was impressive what he knew about the Chugungwayol technique. Ho-jun wondered if Mr. Maser knew about it too. Daegu replied that he was talking about something straight out of a martial arts novel. The protagonist asked if they thought Coach Shim would give such an order because someone was actually capable of doing it. If someone like that really existed, there would be a lot of rumors floating around right now. But it would be great if such a person really existed. The players' abilities would skyrocket and the team's results would improve dramatically. Only then did they realize the meaning of their words. Maybe the secret to perfecting the Hanhee Hawks is this masseur. It turns out the rumors were true. If they realize that, they need to get started immediately. They don't have much time before the match, so they need to do it quickly. It may hurt a bit, but they have to be patient. These three were out in the wild. Ho-jun wondered if that was it. They're just out for a walk. Besides, he was the one who said he was the exclusive masseur for the Hanhee Hawks. Tae-han did say that, so he wondered what the problem was. Ho-jun asked if there wasn't something more efficient. Daegu mentioned that they didn't have much time before the game started. Tae-han only does customized massages based on the client's needs. But what these two need most right now is mental relaxation, and that's why he brought them here. Daegu asked if he hadn't heard what they had just said. They were talking about how they didn't have much time before the game started, right? It turns out they want a different kind of massage. Of course they are. Tae-han has to pump them up, make their muscles strong and their energy boundless, just like Hanhee's Hawks. Ho-jun remembered the main character's words that he is a fan of Hanhee's Jastabands. Is he purposely stalling so they won't make it to the Korean series? There are massages that will bring immediate results. If he knows something like this, he should have done it from the beginning. Ho-jun immediately covered his long tongue. However, it would be difficult for these two to deal with this. Daegu asked how difficult it could be. Heo-jun also mentioned that he should have done something that would have been more effective from the beginning. Let him forget about this healing stuff. He agreed, just don't let them regret it. At the snap of his fingers, the ground began to shake. They saw a huge door come right out of the ground. It's really crazy. Tae-han mentioned that it was possible here. They will be practicing in that space. Once again, they freak out because he didn't hear them at all earlier. They don't have time to practice because the game starts in a few hours. The main character explained that time flows differently here. 1 hour here equals a year in the real world. That means 2 hours here would equal 2 years of training. It was just amazing. So they wanted to start right away. Tae-han asked them to wait because he had something to tell them. But the two just ran past him, saying that the gentleman just had to finish the massage. They hit the jackpot, a massage and a workout at the same time. That would be the effect of 2 years of training. They're very lucky indeed. Only then did they see that there were military men sitting in this room. There is no place better than this, where time flows more slowly. Let them train hard while they are here. All the other guys should welcome the newcomer. 2 hours later, time was up, so it was time to get out. Junho asked if the game had started yet. Daegu felt the coach's presence, so it looks like they still have time to spare. A win tonight will definitely go their way. The protagonist noticed that their training seemed to have come well. The two believed that no one could beat them now that they had just returned from the army. The game will start soon, so they should get going. He also wished them good luck. It was as if these two were flying. Junho talked about showing the fervor of the South Korean reservists today. Daegu thought they would win by a huge score. These guys act like they were actually in the military. The question was whether they would come back to reality after the game. A few days later, Sung-hyun asked Tae-han if he watched the Charlotte Great games. They were crazy. He decided to watch them now. These guys won all 3 games. He needed to see it live. It was like watching Super Saiyans on the field. Some even said it was like a match straight out of a comic book. At this rate, players might start lining up to get massages from him. Pretty soon, the number of players that Tae-han massaged could affect the outcome of the games. The manager came to them and found Tae-han, who was in the break room. Sung-hyun asked the manager and if he had seen Charlotte Great's games this week. They were legendary. Charlotte or anyone else out there, he doesn't have the energy for it. The manager asked when the business registration would be finalized. At this rate, he'll be dead before it even opens. Tae-han inquired about what was going on. He gets too many calls and messages asking to sign up in advance. Both day and night, he can't even sleep. The manager asked for help. Tae-han will figure it out quickly. I guess that's what they call a grand opening. The protagonist is very lucky after all. The manager asked what he meant, since the salon hadn't even opened yet. It just goes to show how much more loyal their dear boss's regular customers are. He's like a lucky charm. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. He didn't even understand why the manager was acting like this all of a sudden. At least they don't have to worry about a lack of customers. That's really true. Tae-han's massage skills are no joke. The more Sung-hyun learns about massage, the more he realizes how talented this guy is. How woefully awesome he is. He should either love Tae-han or hate him. Let him choose one or the other. The manager huffed at him, saying how dare he disrespect the president at all. Tae-han asked how the recruitment of other masseurs was going. So, you shouldn't even be worried. Manager Hwang has a few people from here, and Mr. Sung-hoon said he'll join too. The man asked, and Sung-hoon said he would come right away. Sung-hyun wondered what would happen to that sauna then. He wouldn't know that. That's the boss's problem. Anyway, this place was mostly focused on the sauna. He had told the owner several times to improve the conditions for people to stay here, but he continued to ignore, and now let him look at what happened. The manager is surprisingly cold-blooded. When sales improved, thanks to Mr. Tae-han, the manager offered to expand the business, but they refused. It was tiresome for him to even talk about it. He had done his part. Sung-hyun noticed that the manager must have been having a hard time up until now. This is the first time he's seen him in such a state. Either way, he doesn't know who the next manager will be, but he better take the team with him if things fall apart after Tae-han leaves. This man is colder than he thought. But it seems that running a business requires a cold heart. Tae-han too must stay alert and work hard to justify the trust placed in him. At any rate, he offered to focus on his tasks. Sung-hyun also shouldn't relax. Sung-hyun wondered how the manager could say such a thing to him. Then Tae-han will get to work as well. Sung-hyun asked what kind of work he was talking about. Preparing a special massage class for Sun-hyung and Mr. Sung-hoon. The class starts tonight. Sung-hyun got even more angry, since he'd even started the class without warning. Tae-han asked if he didn't want to earn money, and then Sung-hyun asked for more explanation. The manager wanted to explain it himself as the person in charge of management. Sung-hyun and Mr. Sung-hoon will be in charge of the master course in Heavenly Demon Massage. And of course, the payment will be doubled. Could it really be true? So the two of them will become Heavenly Demon Massage Masters. That's amazing. That's not really true. The director will be leading the most expensive Heaven Demon course personally. How annoying for Sun-hyung. Nevertheless, the master course is not bad. It does come right after the Heavenly Demon, though. That's true. But Sung-hyun wondered if they were really good enough to do that. Tae-han taught them a lot of things, but they never learned systematically. That's why they're holding these classes, to help them acquire skills worthy of a master's course, but it's not guaranteed. They will need to go through the training that the protagonist has prepared for the master-level course. Tae-han wondered if they could handle it. Judging by how serious this man sounds, it's not easy. But if they can pass the master course, getting rich will be easy. If they build a reputation, even celebrities may come to them. And if that happens, people will fall at his feet. A lot of people will ask to accept the company's investment or go out with him, and some will even want to leave him their inheritance. Sung Hyun will do his best to learn from the president. In that case, he should definitely say that to Sung Hoon-san as well. From now on, they will both go to the Heavenly Demon Massage after work every day. Sung Hoon admitted that this place was really amazing. Sung Hyun replied that it was even better than he had imagined. Tae-han asked if they liked their new workplace. Sung Hyun can already feel his devotion to this place growing. Sung Hoon has the same feeling. Just the thought of working here makes him happy. He doesn't want to upset them, but don't let them celebrate ahead of time. They will need to be trained here to officially work here. It was a staff-only room. For some reason that sign seemed so ominous to Sung Hyun. Sung Hoon thought so too. But what's the worst-case scenario that could even happen? Let them follow him. It was as if something had blinded them. The boys didn't realize where they were at all. Only then did they notice that it was a gym with a bunch of exercise machines. Sung Hyun wondered if they weren't supposed to be training. Why is there a gym here? In a massage parlor. To be precise, it's a training area for the staff. To cope with Tae-han's drills, they need to develop stamina first. He didn't understand at all what kind of drill required physical training, but his mouth closed abruptly. Sung Hoon remarked that it was like learning a secret technique. You never know when such an opportunity will present itself again. Therefore, they should do their best and internalize everything the director will teach them. That way, they will be able to make a lot of money. Sung Hoon inquired what they should do. These guys will do their best. For the next 3 months before opening, they will spend 1 month in physical training and 2 months not learning massage techniques. Every day they will do 100 push-ups, 100 body lifts, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. They will keep it up until the opening, no matter how hard it is. Sung Hoon and Sung Hyun seemed to me to believe that in just 1 month it would improve their strength. It may not seem like much, but it is the most effective way for the modern man to get stronger. Although it usually takes at least a year and a half. Tae-han will open their energy points to speed up the process. 1 month would be enough. It turns out he's compressing 18 months of training into 1. Sung Hoon was curious to know if there were any side effects. The question is a good one. If they are unlucky, they may go bald. Sung Hyun didn't want to do it anymore. Tae-han explained that it was due to the excess heat rushing to his head, but he would take precautions. He doesn't care about the master's course if it makes him bald. He won't even be able to go on a date. The main character will make sure his hair grows back if he goes bald, so don't let him worry. But they need to train with the determination to resist everything, even baldness. If they succeed in their training, Tae-han guarantees that the reward will be worth it. This guy always acts so arrogant. He decided to do it for the money. But if Sun Hyung really goes bald, he'll be in trouble. Tae-han touched his shoulder, indicating that there was no turning back now. There's no point in regretting now. He's crossed the point of no return, so they will start immediately. And so Sung Hoon and Sung Hyun started the most effective workouts for modern people to get stronger. In just a month, as planned, they achieved the physical fitness needed to start the classes. After that, they started formal classes to become professional and massage therapists. They included strength training for a powerful massage, precision lessons for hitting pain points without error, and concentration exercises to stay immune to outside stimuli, even if it meant a lot of losses. Step by step, they prepared themselves to become a massage therapist and master's course. 3 months later, the protagonist asked if everyone was ready. He should provide it to them. In that case, they should officially open the Heavenly Demon Massage. SEO Ken Woo, a producer from QBS, walked in and asked if it was a Heavenly Demon Massage. Producer Seo met with Jang Hyuk. Ken Woo noticed that Jang Hyuk looks much better than the last time they saw each other. In fact, the guy met someone really awesome. He remembered, and what Jang Hyuk had said about him having a legal battle with his family. So he thought the gentleman had found a good lawyer, and that was a relief. He was actually talking about the masseur. Ken Woo clearly didn't expect to hear that. CA introduced him to an amazing massage therapist. After the massage he received, the guy felt completely rested. It even gave him the courage to start a lawsuit. And his chronic migraines disappeared after the massage. Jang Hyuk really looks relaxed. Ken Woo was even envious. Could a massage really be able to do such a thing? He brought up the fact that the producer also suffers from migraines. Ken Woo replied that it was an occupational hazard. Jang Hyuk noticed that he didn't look well, so he thought something was bothering him. He's been working a lot of late nights preparing for the launch of the new show, so he's completely exhausted. In that case, why doesn't he try massage? He's opening a new salon soon. Ken Woo asked if he sings there too. Of course he will. He's their very first customer, and has already booked all his free days in advance. Ken Woo remarked that it must have really made an impression on him. Jang Hyuk said that it wasn't a joke at all. The producer should back up too. Suddenly, Yeo Ro-ung's manager called back on his phone. Jang Hyuk apologized, talking about stepping back for a moment. He immediately jumped up when he heard about next Monday. Jang Hyuk wondered if it couldn't be rescheduled. Judging from his reaction, it seemed like it couldn't. In that case, he understood, after which he said goodbye to the manager. Ken Woo inquired if something was wrong. It's actually the opening day of a massage parlor. His schedule has changed, and now he has to go overseas for a shoot. He's been waiting a long time for his massage. He even thought about leaving the project. Ken Woo admitted that it was really unfortunate. But shouldn't he still continue to do the project? Since it came to that, he suggested that the producer go instead. Now Hwang's manager has realized what happened. He doesn't know if he can say that, but to tell you the truth, it's a big deal for the producer. He's about to experience something completely out of this world. By the end of the massage, he wants to treat Mr. Jang Hyuk to a delicious treat. Ken Woo came here because he trusts Mr. Chan Hyuk, but it's like some kind of new age sect. Why does he even attach such importance to a massage session? The manager wished him a good time. Ken Woo thanked him for that. The place is really so clean and nice, as befits a new salon. He is so tired, he might actually be looking forward to this massage. Tae-han noticed that his lack of sleep had caused him to accumulate a lot of stale energy. Why doesn't he rest at all? He was worried about starting a new program. The man also didn't realize when it was that he'd managed to appear behind him. The condition is part of the problem. But he seems to have had this condition for quite some time. Ken Woo's natural and sensitive body also plays a role. Ken Woo wondered how he knew that. Tae-han takes a closer look, so he tells the man to lie face down on this couch. This guy is describing something that could apply to any office worker. But why does he feel he can completely trust this masseur? The protagonist will start right away. Ken Woo asked to be taken care of. What a chilling feeling this is. As soon as the protagonist only touched his back, he suddenly felt so rested. It was as if all his stress had gone away. Ken Woo couldn't even remember the last time he had felt this good. He hadn't taken a real vacation in years. This was better than any vacation he could dream of. Suddenly, he smelled some pleasant aroma. It was a bowl of hot udon, a must-have comfort food for any ski resort. He ate the whole thing. This broth was simply out of this world. Ken Woo felt his whole body relax and his stiff muscles soften. To think that just one touch can have such an effect. It's incredible. His body now seems relaxed. They will now move on to the final adjustments before they really get started. Of course, Tae-han made sure the guy couldn't speak. Whereupon the protagonist replied that he could shout quietly. An hour later. He slept so well. When was the last time he'd had such a good night's sleep? He's starting to feel hungry. Ken Woo decided to take the bowl from Don right after he left. But first, we gotta try the tea they made. What kind of tea is it anyway that smells amazing? Ararudis tea. It helps improve circulation, calms the mind, and promotes restful sleep. He decided to take a sip. What a soothing experience. Everything from the massage to the tea is just perfect. No wonder Mr. Chan Hyuk praised this place so much. It reminds him of the crew of the Bliss mission. As the program dragged on, everyone's health deteriorated. If only he could get Mr. Tae-han to give them all a massage. Suddenly he had an idea. I might get Mr. Tae-han to appear on the show. Looking for a legendary masseur, it would be a huge success. He will become that offer, but it seems difficult right now. He really assumed that it wouldn't be easy. However, this man is the main producer, so he will not give up so easily. He explained to the gentleman that such an opportunity doesn't come along very often. So many people are willing to pay just to appear on TV. As soon as Tae-han appears on the show, people will rush to his salon, and his business will flourish. Doesn't that make him want to be on the show? If that's the reason, then Tae-han doesn't see the need to show up. In fact, this was not at all the reaction Ken Woo had expected. In fact, he just really wants to introduce this man to others. Ken Woo thinks his massage is something every Korean office worker needs to experience. If he appeared on the show, he would help countless exhausted workers all over Korea. So he asked that the main character think it over again. He agrees that helping others is a good thing. Ken Woo immediately glared when he heard that because he thought Tae-han agreed. But it's still impossible right now. Today is the first day of work. It will take time to lay a solid foundation. If the protagonist appears on television now, It could do more harm than good. He understands that. And even apologized for being selfish in his request. If you think about it, many businesses fail after a successful TV appearance. That's okay, as he really appreciated the idea. Ken Woo suggested that he would consider participating in the program when his business becomes more stable. Tae-han agreed. If he ever decided to appear on television, he would go on Ken Woo's program. It would be part of it for them. Ken Woo would keep his cell phone at the ready. In that case, let him keep you safe. Ken Woo asked if he could wait a moment. The protagonist inquired if he needed anything else. Kan Woo mentioned that arrowroot tea he'd had before was amazing. This tea must have been to his liking. Tae-han makes tea with each person's body in mind. Ken Woo wanted to buy some of this tea, but Tae-han refused. Isn't that impossible too? The protagonists make as much as they need for the salon. Ken Woo was saddened. Too bad, even though this tea was so delicious. However, since Ken Woo offered him to participate in the TV show and Tae-han declined, the next time he comes, the main character will cook something special just for him. Ken Woo thanked him for that. He will make another reservation right away. He has the mountain spirit on his side. He should have no trouble finding an arrowroot. It wouldn't hurt to keep on good terms with him. From now on, the protagonist should treat him well. Sia wondered how he found this place. The weather, the scenery, and even the birds sweating. It's all perfect. But most of all, she loves being here with Tae-han. The girl asked if it would be too dark here at night. The boy replied that they would just make a fire. Tae-han is so mischievous. But this doesn't look like a camping ground. So she wanted to know how he managed to find such a secluded place. It is actually a private mountain that belongs to an acquaintance of his. It is quiet, so Tae-han often goes here alone. Plus, he needed to visit the mountain spirit. So he came here for that. Tae-han told her to rest. The girl wondered what he was going to do. He's going out to gather some brushwood. We'll need it for the fire tonight. A new idea was already brewing in her head. In that case, have him come back soon. The mountain spirit gathered all the herbs needed for this month. Tae-han mentioned that next month, some arrowroot would have to be found, and the mountain spirit asked how much he should find. The protagonist replied that 100 kilograms were needed. So he asked if the mountain spirit could manage in 2 weeks. He is a mountain spirit after all, so he didn't understand what this guy even thought he was. He could dig up so much arrowroot by tomorrow. That's easily a day. In that case, Tae-han would still ask to dry it for him. 100 kilograms of arrowroot aged for at least 100 years. He must cut it into pieces of the right size for proper brewing and dry it naturally in the sun. The mountain spirit mentioned that this was not the arrangement. After all, he didn't mention that the arrowroot must be over 100 years old. Besides, he must realize how tiring it is to lay them out in the morning and collect them in the afternoon. He looked at what the main character threw and asked what it was. Tae-han said that they were fresh organic vegetables. He thought that this year, the mountain spirit might not have eaten well because of the poor harvest. It's actually true. Doesn't he like vegetables? Tae-han had heard that boars liked them, but the mountain spirit didn't seem to like them. Mountain spirit noted that he loved them and thanked them for it. He enjoyed their siesta. His children pounced on the vegetables. The mountain spirit wondered if it was really that good. The guys replied that it was just amazing. It was the first time they had tasted something so delicious. It's a pity they can't eat it every day. Seeing them enjoying the vegetables, then he feels satiated without food. Although they should have left him at least one bite. The boys reported that they had left him one. The mountain spirit was very touched by their concern. In that case, he should try it too. He needs to sit this down quickly before the kids change their minds. It was so delicious. A truly heavenly flavor. The more he chewed, the more it felt like all sorts of instruments were being played in his mouth. He can't believe they left him such a delicious meal. His babies have grown up, and now he can die without regret. The protagonist wondered if that meant he could now take his inner core. That wasn't what the mountain spirit meant. Tae-han was just joking around. The mountain spirit demanded that he shouldn't joke with that expression on his face. He was called back. It was the manager who reported that there had been a trouble. A man came to the salon and said he needed to meet the owner immediately. And he looks like a gangster. The protagonist asked if a gangster really came here. The manager claimed he had such a scary face. As soon as the man entered, he demanded to see the owner. The manager already thought he was going to die of fright. Tae-han wondered if he really said he was a gangster. But do gangsters present themselves as gangsters? You can tell right away. Tae-han wondered how he'd gotten rid of him then. He'd simply said that the owner had stepped away, So that man had promised to come back today. At least he'd left without making a fuss. To think that thugs still exist in this era. In the world of martial arts, they would just destroy them, but here he can't do that. The protagonist will have to teach them a little lesson. The manager asked what they should do now. He seemed to have come to control the area. Tae-han asked if it was him. That's yesterday's gangster. The manager didn't realize when he had just gotten here. Perhaps they should call the police. Tae-han replied that they shouldn't. He doesn't think it will come to that. The protagonist greeted both the customer and asked what he wanted to know from the owner. The man inquired if he was the owner of this massage parlor. The guy replied that was correct and asked what business he had with him. It's not very comfortable to talk in here, so he suggested we go somewhere quieter, just the two of them. Tae-han suggested going to the counseling office, after which he went after the main character. Yesterday, conference room at the Liner Hotel. A man inquired if the number of stores open in the building has increased. There hasn't been a lot of active business startup deals. The economy is very bad right now. Then he didn't understand how on earth they were going to deal with these losses until everything was filled. Wouldn't it be better for the hotel management if the commercial area was filled? He also noted that the massage parlor that moved in is thriving, so it will fill up soon. It is said that despite his young age, he is a very skillful man and has opened a large private salon. It is so popular that if you don't make a reservation in advance, you have to take a room and wait all day. So the line in front of the building was because of the massage parlor. He just had a brilliant idea. Stuffed, wondered what the idea was. An incredible idea that could bring them a lot of money. First, we need to talk to the owner of this massage parlor. This man's name is Kwak Sun-young. He's the general manager of the Liner Hotel. The hotel is located in this building. Tae-han was pleased to meet him and offered them something to drink while they talked. He immediately smelled that pleasant aroma. Hot chocolate. But how did that person even know that Sun-young likes sweets? His ability to understand customer needs is exceptional. Now we need to test his business mind. Sun-young heard that even famous coaches often lack real skill. Isn't it just good social media marketing rather than real skill? If they lack skill, they go broke quickly, no matter how famous they are. The protagonist asked if he had seen the looks on the faces of the people who were leaving after the massage. Now that he thought about it, he immediately remembered those faces. All the customers were genuinely satisfied, so he is also confident in his leadership. If he overworked his employees, it could lead to rapid failure. As the general manager of the hotel, he must have noticed the attitude of Tae-han's staff when they were providing services. The facial expressions of the staff were bright and almost pure, or rather idiotic. Is he seriously saying there's a perfect manager with no flaws? It's impossible. For he's never seen a man like this in his life. He's probably a rich kid who does it as a hobby, without any desperation. But will it be a problem? And the general manager wondered what he meant. Tae-han asked if it would be a problem for a rich kid to run a business as a hobby. Of course not. He should get rid of his prejudices when dealing with others, especially when proposing cooperation or doing business. What incredible pressure. He's obviously young, but he gives off this kind of aura. He's certainly an extraordinary person. But how did he even know that the general manager had come here to demand cooperation? Maybe he's the scion of a wealthy family that took an elite business course. Sun-young asked if he came from a wealthy family. Tae-han replied that he didn't come from a rich family. He just made it through his own hands. And the help of some good people. Self-taught and a good man, at that age. He didn't understand how it was even possible at this time. Sun-young is so excited that he can't even speak. He needs a little drink to keep talking. As soon as he took a sip, he said that Mr. Owner is just an awesome person. It would be very nice if he cooperated with the hotel. Sun-young didn't realize at all that it had just happened. Hot chocolate often reminds me of my childhood. There seems to be some unusual, fragile energy in him. It must have been hard for him to appear strong until now, despite his inner self. Sun-young didn't know what he was even talking about. In the hotel business, he's known for his cruelty. Even general managers can't handle him. If Tae-han was in a workplace like this, he would be too scared to even look at him properly. He doesn't need to act like that. Tae-han won't laugh at him. That's not what Sun-young meant at all. Tae-han asked the man to rest. Let him take some time to reflect on himself once more. When he woke up, he didn't realize where he was at all. And what kind of clothes are these? He hasn't worn anything like that since 5th grade. It just can't be. Suddenly, someone called out to the princess with Sun-young. It was 2 girls who wanted to go along with him. They were the 2 cutest girls, and the middle school in Manhwa. The girls noticed that Princess Sun-young was sweet and lovely as always. He remembered that they had been best friends in 5th grade. That's to be expected. Their beauty can't be hidden. They'll be gracing the school with their beauty today, too. He can't believe he's a 5th grader again. I wonder if he still has all the stuff he carried with him back then. Notepad with a picture of a wedding celebration. Pencil case with Disney princesses. Even the Sailor Moon pens. It's all the same. He used to be teased for looking like a thug but having unique taste. After that, he had completely hidden his preferences. He was very happy to see it all again after so long. Suddenly something popped into his head. That little asshole really doesn't understand anything. These were the same guys who had bullied him before. Didn't he tell him not to carry that bag? You just have to look at his ridiculous clothes. What kind of 5th grader would carry a princess bag? A real man has to look tough to be cool. So he should go to the arcade with them right now. If Sang-young looks intimidating, then they can play safely. However, the guy replied that he's not interested in arcades. He likes to look at beautiful things. Does he really not understand anything? They need Sang-young to easily extort money from others. He should go with them as long as they ask him nicely. He should also stop fooling around like a child. Sang-young asked for it back. What's he gonna do if the guy doesn't return it? That little asshole just has to act like he looks. They started laughing that he was about to cry. That's so funny. Suddenly he balled his fist. How dare they tear up his wedding pads? Do they really want to be cut in half vertically too? It was so scary they almost cried. The two immediately ran away saying that they were wrong. Now he remembered. It was in 5th grade that he began to hide his tastes. Instead of being subjected to such bullying, he decided it would be better to behave in a way that would make people afraid of him. So he always made a scary expression afterward. Even though he's back, nothing has changed. He just needs to hide his tastes again and move on. You don't have to do that. If he continues to hide them, he will become more unhappy. However, the children continue to tease him about being like a girl. It's because they're jealous of Sang-young, who boldly expresses his sympathies. Does that really mean that this boy is brave? Tae-han replied that he was. He needs to look around, thanks to Sang-young. The other guys are expressing their sympathies too. Courage breeds influence. That's how amazing Sun-young is. One must remember that it is impossible for a person to be loved by everyone. Even the kindest person will have those who will criticize him as a villain. So he shouldn't let you few negative comments upset him. Instead, he should laugh and enjoy life with those who like him. Now he understood everything the teacher was saying. It was like the main character brought him to his senses. He immediately put his own away, saying that he was just wallowing in old memories. Tae-han replied that it was fine. The protagonist asked if he found the massage refreshing. Sang-young thought it was very invigorating. He felt as if all his childhood wounds had been washed away. It was very refreshing. The protagonist was happy to hear that. After this massage, even if only for a short time, Sang-young was convinced. Tae-han wondered what he was convinced of. He was convinced that no one could match his massage skills. This man is flattering him. However, Sang-young was telling the truth. He doesn't think he will ever get such an amazing massage again. If his massage was included here, customer satisfaction would be much higher. So he asked to take a look at it. The guy asked what it was. Sang-young explained that it was a brochure that would be posted in the hotel rooms. If they partnered with a massage parlor, it would definitely be beneficial to Tae-han as well. He thanked for the generous offer. Does that mean he agrees? However, he already has a long list of people wanting to make an appointment. Even if the hotel guests come, he'll have a hard time serving them personally. I guess he's right. Since people are already lining up, there's no need to invite the hotel guests. Sang-young saw that there was a regular course as well, so he asked how skilled those masseurs were. The main character replied that he personally trains them, so they work much better than other places. Sang-young wondered if the regular course is always fully booked too then. That's not always the case, but he understands what the man is getting at. He should make sure that the regular course masseurs are even more thoroughly trained, since from now on, they would be hosting the liner hotel guests. Tae-han asked if there was anything he could do about that way of talking. Sang-young asked why he had become bolder because of him. The manager was surprised that they are now partnering with a hotel that is located in this building. They will be offering the hotel a comprehensive offer that includes a regular massage course. The man was worried about the cost of booking a regular course, but this was also perfect. They also arranged for customers to use the sauna and hotel rooms. Looks like the quality of their massage parlor is about to skyrocket. Sung-hyun remembered something. He must have negotiated discounts for employees to stay at the hotel. In that case, he would have to stay at the hotel during the summer vacation. Tae-han mentioned that they hadn't discussed anything like that. What ambitious dreams he has. Everything is fine as long as customers can stay there. The Kana manager has pretty good business acumen. The protagonist replied that everything just happened to work out. Doesn't he know that luck is also a skill? If he's not prepared, he won't be able to seize the opportunity even when it comes. But even if it's par for the course for a hotel complex, a certain level of quality must be guaranteed. So the manager wondered if their in-house masseurs could handle it. Tae-han replied that there was no need to worry about that. He thinks they can apply the same training methodology that Sung-hyun used to prepare. Is he really going to train in-house massage therapists using the same methodology? Just the thought of him going bald makes him PTSR. To think that others would have to endure this pain too. It's too good to be true. Nothing is as satisfying as other people's unhappiness. Sung-hyun didn't even realize why the meat was even more delicious now. The manager remarked that it was really delicious, so let them eat it, even if it's at the company's expense. Sung-hyun inquired when the manager had crossed here before. The man replied that he had stopped by the day before yesterday after work. A lot of people say they feel hungry after a massage, so he wanted to see if the place was worth recommending. Sung-hyun asked not to say that he had used the corporate card back then too. The manager replied that he paid by himself. The raw kalbi here is delicious. A really good kalbi place is recognized because they make raw kalbi there. It would be nice if they could cooperate with this place and help each other. But why would a salon partner with a restaurant? If people want to eat out, they will just buy the food themselves. However, they are in the same building. If things go well, it will be to their advantage. Sung-hyun asked how it could be good for them. They work in completely different industries. The manager is always so intrusive. However, this man definitely knows how to see the bigger picture. People generally tend to feel hungry after a massage. And if they can offer the service at a lower price through a partnership, as the building itself becomes more active, it will naturally increase the flow of customers to the massage parlor. If it works out, it will be good for everyone. Tae-han asked to be informed when a business agreement is reached. The manager will do so without any problem. Sung-hyun doesn't understand why they're trying to turn on the restaurant. It came to his cell phone, a message from CA. She suggested shopping together at the department store if he wasn't busy tomorrow night. A date at the department store this time. Pretty doubtful. He was also written to by an in-buy who found out that Appa had opened a new salon. He decided to check her message. In-B was going to a competition in the US, so I asked if she could come over tomorrow night after training. I would also like to have a massage with him, Sung-hyun asked, wondering if something was wrong. The protagonist replied that it was nothing. He suggested just eating meat. In-B admitted that this salon looks really great. She also brought a plant. He also texted Seo that he had some work to do at the salon. She was upset, but she wanted to be sure to have fun next week. Tae-han suggested going to the massage parlor. The protagonist thought that Seo would understand, considering how important these competitions are to In-bi. At the same time, she cut her finger. What an unpleasant feeling. Tae-han heard that she was doing well in America. Her performance was even better than before. He saw it on the news. She made her professional debut right after she got back, and even placed second in her first tournament, and he calls super rookie in B. The girl asked how he saw all this. How could he not see that when she had sent him the link herself? In-bi asked if she had really done it. Conquer Korea, and then advance into the United States. That's impressive. In-bi replied that just participating in the qualifiers isn't that hard. In that case, he wanted to see if she was able to make it to the main event. After which he proceeded to check it out. She's definitely gotten a lot better. Of course it is. In-bi every day to do the stretching that the main character taught her. Suddenly she felt pain. Tae-han asked if everything was okay. In-bi replied that his massage was still as powerful as before. Since she was healthier, he could increase the intensity of the massage. So he presses a little harder. Let her try to be patient for a while, even if it hurts. She asked me not to hurt too much. Tae-han agreed. There are still residual effects in some places. The kidney energy also needed some recovery. First, he should work on the Yoyangwanhyeol point. This is an acupuncture point for treating lower back pain caused by weak kidney energy. She felt a little hot. That's because the blocked meridian is opening. It will feel fresh once he stimulates it again. It's really so refreshing. It's also refreshing like when you clear your nose after chewing gum for drowsiness. The main character asked why she would chew gum for drowsiness. Isn't that usually for drivers? When she had a slump, she trained to the point of exhaustion to overcome it. She knows about chewing gum to relieve drowsiness during training when she wants to sleep. So that's why, when he first met her, he thought she lacked physical ability. This effort should bear fruit in America. At least she needs to get to the main event. She'll win for sure. In-bi wondered how he could know that. He can say this for sure. Tae-han will strengthen her thigh muscles and sciatic muscles. allowing her to swing more powerfully and accurately than any other player. The girl wondered what it was in his hand and why there was electricity coming from them. It is a preparation for stimulation of the Huanyao acupuncture point. It is good for more hip pain and sciatica, as well as for more lumbar pain, by improving blood circulation in the Huanyao area. So she needs to be patient for a while. He thought that should be enough for preparation. In that case, he would wait for news of her victory. In thanked Appa. It's time for her to fly to the competition. All passengers were thanked for flying with them today. The airplane arrived at Incheon International Airport. Passengers were asked to remain in their seats with their seatbelts fastened until the aircraft came to a complete stop, and the fastened seatbelt sign went out. Passengers were also asked to be careful when opening the overhead luggage compartments, as their belongings could move during the flight. They were thanked for choosing Blizzard Airlines. WoW Alliance member, Kang Tae-han, national team footballer. Currently playing in the English Premier League for Tottenham FC, he finally made it to Korea. The fans recognized him anyway. The girls didn't understand how he was here when the season in England was still going on. Others immediately ran away when they heard about the one who plays for Tottenham. The girl asked if she could take just one photo with him. Ju-won replied that she was mistaken. How can a soccer player come to Korea in the middle of the season? However, he is flattered that he was mistaken for Kang Ju-won. Looks like he's right. The season is still on and there are no national team matches either. Must be a mistake. But he does look a lot like Ju-won. He's very lucky to have such a similar appearance. Ju-won hadn't seen Dae-jung in a long time. The man asked how he was doing. Dae-jun replied that he was doing fine. He also wanted to pay for the food. He came out a few hours early, and now he's talking like this. But seriously, it's incredibly cool. Dae-jun asked me to exaggerate. Dae-jun asked if there aren't many Korean restaurants in England now. He usually has kimchi, right? Ju-won asked if eating it there is the same as eating it here. The flavor is on a completely different level. Anyone listening would think he was born and raised in England. He had almost forgotten how to speak Korean. This guy is clearly exaggerating since it has only been 2 years. Ju-won apologized. It had been so long since they had been able to get together like this and relax. They were so busy every season that they could only keep in touch, but never really see each other. Dae-jun inquired if he was getting better with his injury. If it got better, he wouldn't be in the mid-season in Korea. Ju-won should have told him about it earlier. But what did it matter at all if he had told him about it? Ju-won had heard that his results had improved a lot. After all, he was also in a slump. So the man wondered how he had overcome it all. It's really true. Dae-jun is just a lucky sod. The guy asked why he was in a slump. Did it really happen because of Ju-won's injury? That was the reason. Premier League FA Cup final. The main time is over and they are nearing the end of extra time. Will they not be able to break their trophyless streak again? While he's talking, Ju Wang runs into the opponent's half of the field. First he goes around 2 players, then 3 and 4. It's unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. If he scores now, they can keep their championship chances alive. Everyone was wondering if he could be the savior. Ju-won is down. It looks like his knee was twisted due to the opponent's tackle. The opponent immediately received a red card, but Kang Ju-won still can't get up. They hope it's not a serious injury. He had surgery right away. The results were good, and he worked hard at rehab. But for some reason, no matter how much he kicked the ball, he just couldn't get back to his old form. The coach seemed to take pity on him and suggested he return to his home country, even though it was the middle of the season. He said that Ju-won would feel much better if he went home and rested. Dae-jun remarked that the coach was very attentive. However, Ju-won thinks he's trying to let him go. Does it make sense that he would feel better if he just rested in his hometown? That's a good way to show him to leave the team. The professional world is always brutal. Only skill can save its place. How can he even maintain his position if he can't do his job properly? It's really true. There are always young players who rise from the bottom. That's why Ju-won is trying to come to terms with it. This could be the end of his playing career. However, Dae-jun thinks that his coach seems to be a great manager. Ju-won wondered what he meant by that. He thinks there might be someone here who can help him regain his newly lost wings. He held out a white piece of paper to him. Ju-won inquired what it was. Dae-jun explained that it was a hotel room key. He came here in a hurry, so he probably doesn't have a place to stay. It's too late to go back home to Suwon. Let him stay here today. It's newly built, so it shouldn't be too crowded. Ju-won thanked him for that. There's a massage parlor at the bottom of the hotel. Dae-jun will give him his reservation from the owner, so have him come at the appointed time for a massage session. Ju-won replied that he really didn't need a massage. If that didn't help, Daejun would be his little brother from then on. And if it helps, Ju-won will buy him a Porsche. Ju-won came here thinking he could boss Choi Dae-jung around like his little brother. He just hoped this guy wasn't trying to pull him into some weird network marketing company. Ju-won entered his room and looked at the view from the window. Daejun had already registered him, so he should definitely go for a massage and relax. Let him enjoy every moment without rushing. If Ju-won's condition improved after the massage, he would buy him anything he wanted. Well, of course he didn't believe that. Daejun hoped he meant it. In that case, he should buy him a Porsche after the massage. Ju-won asked why he was talking about it like it was some cheap Mercedes. He agreed to buy it, but if Ju-won doesn't get better, then Daejun should buy the car. Daejun replied that it wouldn't happen. After all, he's always been a weirdo. What was so special about this massage that he was so sure of it? Perhaps there are his ads on the TV in the hotel or something similar. There was breaking news that Kang Ju-won, player Tottenham, had secretly entered the country. Ju-won that he suffered a serious injury from an opponent's fumble during the season due to persistent fitness problems. It was reported that he would secretly return home at the suggestion of the coach. Immediately afterward, numerous reports surfaced on social media that Kang Jae-won was seen at the airport. And on the same evening, a man believed to be Ju-won from the airport was spotted having dinner with baseball player Dae-jung at a Kaname restaurant, sparking controversy. When reporters who rushed to the scene tried to ask questions, Daejun only mentioned dinner with a buddy without specifically naming Ju-won. Experts speculate that if Ju-won is indeed back in Korea, it could be a preliminary step toward his departure from the team. And it's being fluffed about even in online articles. He read the comments. Some believed that Ju-won would be able to come back, and some believed that Mr. Kang's departure was a fact. And it was clear that he was preparing for military service. I mean, he just wanted to go quietly through treatment, but it all fell apart. If only he'd recovered properly. His head's a mess. We should go to the sauna and go to bed early. The sauna is open until 10 o'clock at night. If he went now, he could spend about an hour there. He should at least soak for a while. It was really nice here. Hotel saunas are good in that there is no one around. He remembered that very conversation about how there might be someone here to help regain his lost wings. It was the first time he had seen Dae-jung with such a confident look. Could there really be something special about this massage? Next to him was Tae-han, who said maybe. That person scared Ju-won, but there was definitely no one here. I can't believe this guy recognized him. He apologized for disturbing him. Ju-won would appreciate it if he pretended not to see him. Of course, the guy had no idea who it was. It seems to be someone known as Se-ah. All day long, they were discussing the article about Ju-won entering the country, how hard his recovery must be for him to come to Korea in the middle of the season. Sung-hyun wondered if he would really be fired at this rate. It's unfortunate, but maybe he didn't have the skills for the Premier League initially. It looked like the week was ending well with weekend night soccer. But judging from the article, it doesn't look like Ju-won stayed at this particular hotel. The two men fell silent. The manager remembered that Ju-won was Dae-jung's childhood friend who had a reservation for today. He'd heard they'd been friends since the days of the aftercare center. If that is the case, then their guess is quite realistic. They immediately heard the voice and turned around. Ju-won inquired if this was a heavenly demon massage. It's really him. Kang Ju-won. The manager told Sung-hyun to pull himself together. Right now he's just a customer who came for a massage, so Sung-hyun should act normal. So why is the manager being friendly now? The manager greeted the honored customer. He kept stuttering when he asked what name he had put on the reservation. Sung-hyun mentioned that the manager talks like a robot. There must be a reservation for 10 hours in Choi Dae-jun's name. Dae-jun had really arranged this for him. The manager asked if he was talking about Dae-jung from Han-hee. Dae-jun told him that he had made a reservation and to come here. The manager asked Sun-hyun to check the booking notes. He wasn't informed of anything. It said that his friend was coming instead of Dae-jung. But who left that note in the first place? The managers wanted to see off a guest who was obviously here for the first time. He has to change in the locker room and then walk down the hallway to the Sky Demon's room. If the clothes are too small or too big, he or she should let them know right away. They will bring another size. The manager wished me a good time. This is a momentous occasion. Ju-won came to their massage parlor. Sung-hyun really thinks they did the right thing in chasing after Dae-han. Dae-han asked what all the fuss was about. Sung-hyun asked what he was doing here. He shouldn't be here right now. Tell him to go to his massage parlor quickly. The best soccer player in Korea is here right now. Kang Jun-won. The future of Korea's best soccer player is in the hands of Dae-han. It was said that this is where massage was supposed to cure everything. Doesn't look like anything special. This guy was probably just trying to comfort him. Dae-jun had probably undergone the treatment when he felt better, so it seemed effective. He was approached by Dae-han, who inquired if the client had only given long. The man replied that he hadn't. Suddenly he realized that he thought he had seen this man before. Then he remembered that it was the same man he had encountered yesterday in the sauna. Dae-han mentioned that there was no need to avoid him, since he hadn't said anything to anyone. He heard that the man came on Choi Dae-jun's recommendation. The protagonist told him to lie down on the couch, and he would start right away. However, Ju-won hadn't yet told him where he was uncomfortable. Of course, the protagonist realized which place was causing him discomfort. This caused Ju-won to fall to his knees. Physically, he seems to be fine. It seems his blood and energy are blocked distorted due to his proximity to the blade. Dae-han needs to get them in order first, so he has to lie down. Ju-won asked if this position was suitable. The protagonist replied that for him to just stay still, he would need to touch the pain points. After the guy touched the pain points, he was suddenly drowsy. Constant strenuous exercise with blocked energy, that's the problem. First, we need to absorb the murky energy. Dae-han absorbed the murky energy of many people during his massage. But this was the most turbid energy he had ever encountered. With this level of turbid energy, he could lose his athletic ability. It seems like he didn't neglect training even during the slump. After all, Ju-won is a professional. This was to be expected from Dae-jung's friend. He would first touch the Wei-jun point to align the energy channels, and will let the blocked energy through from above. Similarly, it will clear the channels of the foot and direct the energy upwards. Concentrates energy at the 3-mile point. Ju-won felt electricity rising in his knee. There's no need to move. This is the most important time. Only then did he notice that somehow, the internal energy wasn't filling the 3-mile point. I wonder if it's the surgery. The energy keeps draining away. Ju-won inquired what had happened. His body now looks like a broken pot. He got worried when he heard about the broken powder. Some kind of ceramic jug. A full body massage is necessary to seal the cracks. From head to shoulders, knees and feet. It was so refreshing. There's a gap. Now would be a good time. To do so, the protagonist uses the secret technique of a celestial demon. Cloning techniques. Head, shoulders, knees, feet, knees, feet. Dae-han inquired about the full body massage. Ju-won noted that it was like being massaged by several people at the same time. So narrowed that he might as well spread out. Fortunately, he didn't notice the planning technique. Now the protagonist would focus his internal energy on his knees, using the collected energy to strengthen the knee. His clones nodded. They started repeating the same thing as the original. There was a bright light. It seems to be working. Ju-won was startled when he noticed a black blob of energy falling out from his knee. This is the crystallized turbid energy that Dae-han extracted from his knee. If it was touched without internal energy, it might explode, so it was best not to go near it. However, Ju-won didn't believe that something like this could come out of his body. He wanted to kick this thing like a ball. I mean, it's just disgusting. There was an explosion. The wall is crumbling. Judging from the force with which he knocked out the rest of the murky energy, it looked like he was recovering quite well. Ju-won inquired about the matter and the residue of the turbid energy. He doesn't need to know the details. He needs to focus on one thing right now, namely about taking to the skies again. Ju-won woke up. Was it really all a dream? Since he was awake, let him go to the restroom. Dae-han prepared a tea that was good for recovery. The guy felt the sensation in his knee become different, after which he went to drink the tea that the main character had made. As soon as he took the photo, he felt it was very refreshing. Now he understood what it was like to shed his skin. His condition is so good that he could play a match right now if asked. He wondered how that scumbag Dae-jun knew about a place like this. As soon as I think of him, he's on the phone. This guy is definitely not a gentleman. Dae-jun asked if he had gone for a massage and how he was feeling now. Ju-won said that Mr. Dae-han was really amazing. He immediately reminded us that he had promised to buy him a car if this worked out. This isn't a joke. After the massage, his condition had improved a lot compared to before. Ju-wang asked what he was talking about, and what could have improved at all. Nothing had improved at all. Dae-jun wondered if that was really true. That was exactly what Ju-won wanted to say. I can't believe it worked. Dae-jun only laughed, saying that this jerk should at least make his lies more believable. He was going to sign a contract for a car, so have him prepare the money. After which, the guy passed out. This asshole didn't buy it at all. He would know about Ju-won's condition after the massage, since he had experienced the effects himself. Therefore, Dae-jun would definitely know that the guy had changed. If he could recover his skills like Dae-jun did, even buying a car for his grandfather wouldn't be a waste. He was approached by a manager who asked if he had a good time. Ju Wang replied that it was great. He is so grateful, and so he asked if it was possible to thank the master in person. The owner is busy with the next customer right now, so it's a little difficult for him to get out. He understands, though it's a shame. The manager still mentioned if he could ask for a favor. Ju Wang inquired what kind of favor it was. If it's not too much trouble for him, the manager would like to ask for his autograph. He's collecting autographs to hang on the wall. Ju Wang, of course, didn't mind and asked what he should write. He should write about how the massage was refreshing and it was great, or something like that. Ju Wang asked to hang it over Dae-young's autograph. He felt someone standing behind him. It was Sung-hyun. Ju Wang thought he must have come for an autograph. Sung-hyun replied that he was. The man said, coming closer, as he was willing to sign for him. Ju Wang asked where the guy wanted him to sign. Sun-hyung wanted him to sign right here. He was wearing the uniform of Ju Wan's K-League debut. Not many people knew him back then. Sung-hyun replied that he probably hadn't seen FK Hanyang's uniform in a long time. He kept it just for that day, hoping to get an autograph. When rumors reached Sung-hyun that he was coming to this hotel, he thought he might have a chance, so he put it on. The manager was surprised that Sung-hyun had been an ardent fan of Kang Ju-won all along. He didn't even know about it. Sung-hyun mentioned that he started loving soccer because of player Kang Ju-won. This uniform reminds him not to forget his original passion for soccer. Now that he has gotten an auto, he will keep it as a family heirloom. Ju-won was surprised when he heard about the original passion. He called back to his mom, talking about how he was on his way home. They'll see each other soon. Suwon. Where it was. It's definitely somewhere around here in Suwon. Very little has changed. It used to be solid fields. He asked the driver to stop here. There is no better place to find your original passion. The high school he graduated from, sports school. He was approached by a man who recognized Ju Wang. The guy didn't expect at all that he was still here. That was his coach. He should be here just in case he decides to come in a world star. Ju Wang replied that it was unlikely that he was some great world star. The coach mentioned that he had been through a lot. He was happy to see her with Ju Wang. Ju Wang mentioned that he couldn't breathe. Coach got too excited and hugged him too tightly. He decided to make him a cup of coffee, after which he held out a thermos to him. Ju Wang was a little surprised that he was still using that thermos. The coach mentioned that if this brat didn't like it, then let them not drink it. He will enjoy this drink. It's nice and sweet. Nothing beats instant coffee, even if it is rich. But he heard that Ju Wang was in a slump. Although his body seemed to be fine. Could it be that rascal, and was just pretending? Something happened that suddenly made me feel better. That's good, but he's always been the type to push himself to the limit ever since he's been a student here. So if the guy keeps this up, he won't last long as a player. This fool needs to take care of himself. He also mentioned that the guys noticed that Ju Wang was here. It looked like it. Ju Wang hoped that he wasn't interfering with their training. The coach replied that if he was really worried, why wouldn't he play with them? After all, it would be a great experience for them. In addition, Ju Wang can also test his condition by playing an easy game. The boy wondered if that was the coach's plan all along. Harmony between the seniors and juniors. Isn't that a beautiful sight? That plan doesn't sound so bad, though. Ju Wang apologized for interrupting their training, but he asked them all to join them for one session. The boys agreed. The school field brings back memories after all this time. The boys couldn't believe that Ju Wang himself would be playing alongside them. The coach asked if he knew that more than half of these guys had signed semi-professional contracts. If Ju Wang was not careful, he might be in for a nasty surprise. He too must be careful not to get injured again. Guy replied that the coach could care less. In that case, they'll start. He can run normally. Ju Wang said to pass this way, but it was already too late. The boy apologized. Ju Wang replied that it was fine. After all, this was the first time they were synchronizing. Next time, let them try to transmit a little faster and further forward. They'll go on the counterattack. He just couldn't miss that ball. Ju Wang jumped up to catch him. The guys wondered if a person could jump that high. How is it even possible? He caught the ball, after which, Ju Wang told him to pass directly. The guy hit the ball. Again, the captain could not keep up with the ball. The coach asked if he was not focused. He was very sorry. The guy tried to pass it quickly, but he was wrong again. That wasn't really the point. Ju Wang was a little rushed because he was used to the pace of the European League. If he wants to play in the big leagues later, he needs to train well to learn timing faster. He didn't think he would run so fast. Does this mean that his physical condition has improved a lot? Ju Wong will pass, so let them take it properly. Now, others realized that the accuracy of his passes was really no joke. Another cried because he couldn't believe that he was playing on the same team with such a player. He definitely passes the ball wherever he wants and whenever he wants. You can tell he's getting a better feel for the ball. He wondered if he could break through. The guys have to block him, but Ju Wong disappeared in the blink of an eye. He's really breaking through quite well. Then finally, it was left to check the punch. It was a very unusual and devastating pass. The goalkeeper thought there was no way he could block a ball that was flying right at him. That's what happened. Ju Wong scored a goal. The coach had told Ju Wong to take his time, right? Ju Wong apologized, saying that he remembered the old days and got a little excited. In fact, his knee had become so light that he couldn't control his strength. What is this incredible energy that emanates from his knee? The guy wondered about whether he could beat any team in that condition. All sagging player Ju Wong, look here. It was reported that he secretly returned to Korea because he could not overcome the recession. They were curious to know what was the reason for his confident return. Did something happen that helped him overcome the slump? First, he apologized for making the fans worried by secretly coming here. However, this time he has completely healed his injury. Thanks to that, he is in great shape. When he returns, he will repay them with a better game, even beyond what he has seen himself. The guy asked to expect it. Can player Ju Wong, whom they just met at Incheon Airport despite secretly traveling to the country, expressed his confident desire to repay with a good game. He assured of his recovery, and with a smile, he boarded the plane to England. Sia was a little displeased that he was distracted by his phone while they bought camping gear. Tae-han apologized. She didn't want there to be any distractions during their date. It's time to keep shopping. She didn't even understand why the camping gear was so pretty. And pretty. Tae-han had mentioned that those things were useless. Don't all things have to be useful? If they're pretty, they can buy them. Even that couple buys things to go camping together. A girl asked her lover what they would do on a camping trip for their first anniversary. The guy replied that they would roast meat, watch the fire, or something like that. The girl asked, "And what else?" The guy answered, "And what exactly?" She was angry, and with a smile on her face suggested we break up. He asked her not to do it again. The girl asked what his words about again meant. The boy replied that it was not what he meant. They fight, but still celebrate their first anniversary. That's nice. Maybe on their trip they should discuss what they will do for their first anniversary. Maybe we should hint at a candlelight vigil. Then he'll probably give you a bouquet of flowers, too. And fill the trunk with balloons. A confession would be so romantic. What if he wants to propose to her? She didn't even know what she should do now. What should she prepare to make Tae-han like it? Still, Tae-han said he liked her. It's not like he's going to propose to her. Anyway, what kind of relationship do they have? They rode in silence for the entire trip. The guy asked that she try this meat. Sia thought about those words about the anniversary. Tae-han wondered if the meat wasn't to her taste. The girl said it was delicious. It just seems to him that she's not in the best of moods. Sia wondered who they were to each other. Tae-han wondered what she was talking about. The couple they saw at the store had their first anniversary. So she thought about when they would have one. And Sia realized that they didn't have an anniversary, because he never confessed. He did miss something important. In the martial arts world, if he liked someone, there was no need to say anything. It was enough just to hold out his hand to make him his own. After several encounters with Sia and the fact that he had opened up to her during the trek, he believed that they were already dating, even if without formal recognition. But now he's not a heavenly demon, just a 26-year-old guy. If they're doing everything as a couple but not dating, he'll be the ultimate creep. He needs to get this straight right now. He motioned for the girl to look over here. Sia wondered what was wrong. Her beauty seemed to attract someone. Could it be a firefly? She's never seen anything like it in real life before. It's so cute. Now it's time to do more. He told Sia to look around. She didn't realize at all when all these fireflies suddenly appeared. In fact, Tae-han felt that he hadn't confessed to her properly. So he planned this evening to make things right. So he brought her here to confess. That's all really true. And she got upset before her time. She should have been more patient, so she apologized to him. Tae-han should be the one apologizing for making her wait so long. He also wondered if she would accept his feelings even if it was too late. Sia really likes him. The guy asked if she would be his girlfriend. She'd love to do it. So today's their first day. In that case, she'll download an anniversary tracking app and keep a date. They'll also start secret Instagram accounts, and he'll finally add a heart to her name in his contacts. And be sure to text her when he had time. He agreed, and she asked if he could come over for a moment to take selfies. These guys got their picture taken. It's their love talisman. That's why Seiya demanded that he dare not change it for anything else. In that case, they can continue their meal. The meat was really quite delicious. It was the best meat she had ever eaten. Tae-han thought he had adapted quickly after returning from the martial arts world. But it didn't seem to be the case when it came to dating. Nevertheless, he likes that nervousness and awkwardness. He wants to keep reliving it with her. A few days later, Guy remarked that they had talked all night and she was still as energetic as ever. Seiya replied that his voice was like an energizer for her. She would have kept going if it weren't for work. Seiya wondered if it wasn't the same for him. He immediately quickly typed out the message that he felt the same way. At this rate, he'd be tired before he even got to work. He mentally apologized to Seiya, but he has to cut it short for today. The protagonist used the secret technique of the celestial demon, instantaneous movement. Thanks to that, he got to work quickly. He texted the girl that he had arrived at work and would contact her after he finished his business. He got there sooner than she expected. It was a shame, but it couldn't be helped. Seiya wished her a good day's work. Tae-han wished her the same. Young love is a challenge. Maybe he needs to increase his stamina. He walked over to the two people to wait for the elevator. He turned his attention to the old man. As it turned out, the old man was the chairman, and next to him was Gagi. Suddenly, the chairman felt as if he had fallen into the water. He needs to get to the surface immediately. However, he began to choke. He can't just die like that. The old man demanded help. Fortunately, he was grabbed by his clothes. He was then pulled to the surface. The secretary immediately asked if the chairman was all right, and if he could see him. Gaji really thought he was going to die. The old man asked where he was. They are still in the elevator of the hotel. He fainted and the man gave first aid. That man was Tae-han. He thanked the young man for his help. Tae-han asked if he felt better. He also had a blocked coronary artery, which caused angina. Because of his age, he has weak blood vessels and heart, so it could have been more serious. Fortunately, timely action has been taken to overcome the crisis. However, it is still too early to rejoice. It looked like he was having a hard time moving right now. Tae-han asked if he could examine him. The chairman didn't mind. He asked the old man to stand still for moments. First, he will press the Fengqi acupuncture point to clear his mind. Then he presses the Shao Fu point, which is good for preventing cardiovascular disease, and the Hegu point, which helps with stomach upset. Finally, he will press the Yinling Quan point to expel cold energy. Now the old man has to try to stand up. As soon as he stood up, he felt so renewed. It seemed to the secretary that the chairman had gotten a little taller. He slapped the secretary, talking about how he's a joker. The chairman thanked this guy for saving his life. He wanted to repay him, so he offered him a meal together. He replied that it was all right because he had work to do. He held out his card, saying that if the chairman needed the basis of his help, let him come here. It was a heavenly demon massage. Their salon is on the 20th floor of this building. The main character also mentioned that he needs to sign up early, because they're all scheduled. On that he will go. The chairman asked him to stop. The protagonist asked if there was anything else. The old man wondered if he had helped him without knowing who he even was. Jang Woo-young, founder and honorary chairman of the Taechon Group, one of the top 5 companies in Korea. People who approach him always want something. They only try to win his favor with all kinds of bribes and entertainment. But he feels nothing of the sort from this young man. Even now, he tries to leave by simply giving him his card. Tae-han just helped an elderly man who fainted. He asked that this old man be careful next time. Whereupon the elevator doors closed. Kang Tae-han, heavenly demon massage. However, this guy is the owner. For an owner, he looks so young. How experienced he is. Might visit this place sometime. The boys greeted the supervisor, Jang Woo-young's residence. He brought the results of the chairman's examination. Woo-young asked what lecture he was going to give him this time. Actually, it's the other way around. He might want to look at the results of the recent cardiovascular angiography. The chairman noticed that the last one seemed clearer. Could it be that the first image was taken incorrectly? This is because the condition of his blood vessels has improved. To describe this phenomenon in one word, it seems as if his heart has been rejuvenated. He may have recently changed something in his environment. Nothing except that he was helped by a massage therapist when he fainted the other day. Although massage therapists can help with circulation, he couldn't improve his heart condition that much. Had the chairman started any new exercises lately? He hadn't had any. Perhaps massage just suits the chairman. That's why the doctor suggested going for one when he had time. Woo-young thought it was a good idea. He should get a reservation right away. He asked J-Man to make a reservation for a day when he had a free schedule to the Heavenly Demon's massage parlor. In fact, he had already asked about the recording earlier. Woo-young knew that he would take good care of it. However, it will take at least 3 weeks to get a massage from this young man. It seems that even after a month it will be difficult to get a weekend appointment. The chairman asked if there was a VIP service or something like that. They said that according to the salon's policy, there are no exceptions. Maybe J-Man should go and ask in person. Woo Young said to leave it as it is. He could use his position as a member of the Liner hotel owner family to get his way. However, perhaps there is some pleasure in waiting. It had been a long time since he'd felt the excitement of waiting for something to happen. UEFA Europa League. Semifinal. Tottenham vs Lazio. Lazio score first. Tottenham concedes a goal. Tottenham are notorious for their poor attack. They seem to have a hard time with it. They have a long injury list and can't use Kang Ju-won. There were predictions that he would play today, but then why isn't he on the field? Due to a cancelled flight, he is arriving today, so he was unable to start the game. And this happened during such an important match. What a shame. This guy is on the substitute list, so if he arrives before the end, he can still play. But even if he gets on the field, he'll have something to show for it. If he doesn't, he will be criticized for leaving the team mid-season. They will have no choice but to let him go. Fortunately, he arrived in time. After the first half, in the locker room, Richarlison, Tottenham striker, Brazil. He needs to pull himself together when Kana isn't here. He's nervous. His hamstring muscles are constantly strained and he can't run properly. How are his teammates feeling? James Maddison, midfielder, Great Britain. Guglielmo Vicario, goalkeeper, Italy. Even if he tries to lighten the mood, everyone is too quiet. It's not enough. It's embarrassing. Richarlison responded by saying he would try to play better in the second half. Guglielmo replied that he's playing well enough as it is with the injury. He will try to block everything, so the way to focus on scoring goals. James mentioned that the game isn't over yet, so they better not indulge in negativity and do their best. Now the players are getting ready to go out for the second half. He just can't settle down. What if he doesn't score in the second half? Then everyone will really criticize him. A good start, but with this psychological pressure, he'd rather trust it to Khan. He heard a familiar voice. It was Ju Wang thanking Rishi for hanging in there during the first half. How glad he was that Khan was here. He inquired about his condition as well, if everything was all right. Ju Wang replied that he felt fine. Let Rishi leave the second half to him. The coach also saw that Kang was finally here. Ju Wang apologized for being late. Coach saw the press conference. He seems to have recovered very well. Even more than recovered. Let them call him Kang Chul from now on. Coach asked what it meant. As it turns out, it's iron in Korean. It means he's stronger than ever. This guy's full of confidence, and that's great. Coach will see that when Ju Won starts playing everything from the second half on. However, the coach responded that he needs to learn to trust his teammates. Therefore, he should warm up and sit on the bench. Coach is really right. Khan's only thinking about himself, and he realizes that. They have practiced a lot together. This is Rishi's chance, so let him show them something good. Ju Won will warm up and wait, as the coach said. Rishi is starting today, so Khan wished him good luck. The second half has finally begun. Kang Ju-won is sitting on the bench. Looks like he got there safely. In fact, they thought this guy would be released as soon as he arrived, but that's not the case. He doesn't seem to be physically ready yet. And that's a shame. They don't have much strength, but they will fight hard. 48-2, the goalkeeper blocks the shot. 74-14, they lose the ball again. 83-42, nice save. 88-07, blocked by the defense. It's 90 minutes in, they've given 4 minutes of extra time. Do they really lose? If it ends up like this, the press, the media, everyone will criticize him. What's he gonna do now? He wanted to play well here and move to Real Madrid. Richarlison is looking to just escape. Richarlison perfectly kicks the ball away with his head. Goal. Tremendous header that flies over the goalkeeper. Richarlison scores in the 90th minute. That's just incredible. He scores to mark his return to the starting lineup. He really is a star. Is that what the coach was trying to do? Turn the situation upside down and boost the morale of the players. Master tactician. Afterward, he turned to Kang Chul. Substitution. Kang Ju-won comes out for the final minutes. He knew from the beginning that Kang was in good physical shape, but as a coach, tactically, he had no choice. Ju-won ran as soon as he entered the field, and he immediately scored a goal. Kang Ju-won scores a goal as soon as he enters the field. He could be a candidate for the Pushkash Award. He scores 10 seconds after the substitution. They decide to watch the replay. As they speak, Kang Ju-won scores again. Probably should have released it earlier. 2 minutes left. Time to defend, but at the same moment he scored another goal. This guy is in amazing shape after a trip to his hometown. He makes a hat trick, and that's the end of the match. Tottenham defeated Lazio to reach the final. It was still so crazy no matter how many times he looked at it. Sung Hyun asked why he was rewatching last week's game so often. The manager asked how he could not watch when someone who was massaged by their owner soars like that. Sung Hyun had always known that Tae-han's massage was indeed amazing. What's even more amazing is that audiences all over the world saw Kang Ju-won's performance. If this kind of thing goes on, their salon may become famous all over the world and grow globally. Sung Hyun replied that the manager was just a dreamer, and the manager replied that you should always dream big. At that moment, new customers came over to them. They were foreigners. They inquired if the ideals of massage are here for Kang Ju-won. They immediately looked back at the phone with happy faces. And then on the people who came here. These guys were scared because they didn't understand why Vicario and Ricarlison were here.